Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login, and of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want. And then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages, hello, how are you? All right, now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat. But actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we'll see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up. Here actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here, we would be able to see all the orders that have been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay. All right. And then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually, you can create a new category from here. And once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now, course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right. Not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin. And then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button. And after that, you'll create a so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form. And after that, you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now, of course, the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and work on this home screen. Now of course, a home screen has been defined inside this widgets over here. The very first one is our home screen, I guess. Yeah, it's over here. So this is where actually well, I think it's this one, the very first one. Okay, so we want to create our own custom home screen, but right now actually it's just icon. All right. Okay, so well, we need to set it up. How are we going to do that? So these are the features, and now over here inside this, I'm going to create a new directory. Let's go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna call it home. And as usual, I'm going to create another new directory now, because we are going to follow the MVC pattern view. And then inside this, I'm gonna call home.dart, just like this. Okay, all right. And for now we're gonna start with stateless class, stl, okay, home, right. And if necessary, we're gonna convert it to stateful widget later. Now here app routes or routes, looks like I can't access them from here, so I'm going to find it manually, and routes over here, there are a few places that we need to inject them. So here static const string home and home. All right, do remember that when you define something as const like this over here, this is called compile time validation. When you define it during compile, when we hit this button, that's called compile, because if compile time has error, you see errors on the terminal. Anyway, so if you have const and you have to assign value immediately to it, otherwise it will just get error. And of course, once you have something const, you can't change the value later, which is same as final, but the big difference is that const is compile time validation and final is runtime, but they both allow value to be assigned only once, not twice. So this is something that you have to know. We'll talk about this a little later, a little bit, so that we actually understand what does it mean. Anyway, so this is done. And then over here, I'm gonna create route entity, path app routes names dot home, and then const home. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and import it. All right. Okay, cool. Now inside this, what do you want to have? Well, we do have this, and I think we can go ahead and use scaffold over here. Scaffold, and inside this app bar, and here we can call build app bar. And this is beautiful because we already made it, so we don't need to write anything again and again. That's why I like things about it. Okay, so this is the app bar that we want. All right, and after that we want body inside this body, and we can wrap it around the padding widget, and here we can apply padding. And for padding itself, we could do add insets dot symmetric, so horizontal 25.w. Let's have it over here, and it may look like nothing is happening, and that's true. The reason is because if you come over here now, you need to replace this one. You can't have it anymore like this, so you need to call home. That's all. Let's go ahead and import it, and most probably you also want to put a const. All right, okay, right, let's go ahead and restore it, and we'll see that it's gone. So now we have this home app bar at the top. All right, cool. This is so far so good. And now let's see what else. We don't need this. Okay, cool. Now inside this, we want to have a child, and we'll also have column and single child scroll view and the child column. Why we have this? Because we want our home page to be scrollable, so that's why. You can also remove that, it doesn't make a big difference. All right, so inside the column we'll have a container, and over here we'll have child. Now child, inside this we want to put a text widget. Okay, and the text say 24. All right, I think I have a typo over here. Let's take it out and children and put it like this, and we can't put const. All right, now let's go over here. Now let's see which one is suitable for us, because here we want primary third color, most probably this one, but we also need to change a few things. All right, so over here we want to change the color, and we're gonna use app colors dot I think the primary third color is fine, the one we already have. We're gonna change the size. Looks like font size we can't change, so in that case what I'm going to do, font size, well, looks like it doesn't take any font size. This should have been the ideal one. Now I'm going to change this and put it here. In here I'm gonna say font 24. All right, and it looks like do we have 24? Oh yes, we have 24, this one, so we don't need that, sorry. So let's remove this. Okay, right, so here we're gonna use 24, and then this time the color wouldn't match, so I'm going to say app colors dot primary third element. All right, now let's go ahead and check on this whether we can pass a font size or not. Okay, font weight, actually font weight equal font weight dot normal. Okay, so here we can just simply assign font weight, so which should be the default value. Let us reorganize things. This is the default value, but this time we want something as bold, so here we'll have font weight and font weight dot bold, like this. All right, but okay, we have it, but we don't see anything. That's because you need to pass text, and for now I'm going to say hello, this one. All right, and we say it at the top, and this is what actually we wanted, and beautiful. So that's the first part. Okay, and what else? You also want to have the second part. Second part is whatever your name is, we want to put it there. Okay, so we can just simply go ahead and copy whatever we have over here. Okay, all right, but now that takes us to another thing. Like, should we just put it here? Oh yeah, I can go ahead and remove that. I'll do that. I'll do that anyway. Now here you want to have a name, but let me change the color. What color we have this time? I'm not looking at this one, I'm actually looking at this one. So primary text, so I'm gonna use the default color for this one, and font size we can use the same, and here we'll say, for example, the best tech. You can use any name. All right, save it. Yes, we see that now we do have issues. Now inside this we want to start, how do you want to start things? Here let's do it like this: main axis alignment, dot start, that's fine, and cross axis alignment dot start as well. Now let's save it, so everything starts from here. So since we are inside column, so this is a column layout, you know that, and cross axis alignment refers to the horizontal, and main axis alignment always refers to the column itself, which is vertical. Column is always vertical type. So main means align with the vertical over here because it's column. Column is vertical. Well, hopefully it makes sense, right? Okay, cool. Okay, now this part is fine, but we want to make it dynamic. We want to be able to read it as username. Whatever the username is, we want to read that one. Okay, so this time we are going to show something. Now this text, the best tag or username, any of this, actually we want to retrieve it from our local storage. And where is this idea coming from? Now to be able to work on this, first we need to come over here and look at this thing over here. You see that we have user storage user profile key. Now, well, this is pretty much dummy data for now, but this is something that would be coming from our server, as I said over here, and then save it. But for now, we can actually directly simulate what it feels like that it would be coming from server and how it would actually work when it would come from server. So we need to work on this. And now we'll go ahead and work on this. So later down the road, when you connect with server, it would be just a snap. Very easy for us to go ahead and work on this. Okay. So now with this, we also need to strengthen our knowledge of Dart and how this shared preference work. Now, one of the things you have to know about shared preference is that it only stores string. Now, whatever you want, you only store it as a string. Now, over here, we do see that we have a very simple data, which is string format, and we are saving it in our user profile, and then we can go ahead and use them, right? Okay. So how actually it works? Now, we do see that over here, storage user profile key. Right, and let's see, let's come over here. Let's really come over here, and we do see that our storage service, and inside this we have well, we only have set string and we don't have get string. Now get string or get username. Okay, in our case, we actually want to get this username. Now over here, we can do something like this. Let's go ahead and do that. So future and string, it would return us a string, get string, right? And in this case, all you need to do, pass the key, right? And then it would be a async operation and return await pref dot get string. You pass the key and you get it. All right, and it looks like we have an issue. Make the return type nullable. Now here you could do like this. Okay, and let's see what else. Await which is not a subtype. Okay, let's remove that. We don't need this. So here, if we don't get anything, then we just return empty string. If we get something, then we return whatever is there available. Okay. All right, so we want to read this back, whatever we had over here, right? Okay. Now, of course, this is data retrieving. Now, since we want to retrieve data from our local storage, actually we can use like this. Let me show you that how it should work. Now, one of the ways to go ahead and do it right now is like this. Okay, so here we could do like this, app const. Is it app const? No, global. You have this file, right? So let's go ahead and import it. we have this class global and then storage service. Then here we can say get string, and what key we are passing? We are passing app const dot storage user profile key. All right, and what else? Let's see here. We have an issue. Okay, so now here it says that this argument type future cannot be assigned to the parameter type string. So now this is one of the problems that we are facing right now. So here we could do await, and if you do await, you have to add async. Now let's see. So these are some issues that is causing. Now build method doesn't want async to be used over here. So that also means that actually we cannot use it like this. So we cannot directly retrieve it and put it here. Now to be able to work with this, we need to go back to our storage class over here. Now one way to go ahead and do is removing this feature. And in that case, you can also remove this and it should work. Now let's come over here in our home. And of course, we don't need this await, so it should be working fine. Now let's go ahead and use this and we'll see how it works. So yes, we do see that, yes, that's how it's shown. And what it's shown, now this is supposed to be username. Once again, if you come over here, this storage user profile over here will store user profile, which means username, user email ID, and user password in encrypted format, user avatar, a lot of things. So you understand that this is not going to be a very easy string like this. Okay, this is going to be something more complex, but we already learned that shared preference only takes the string to be worked with, right? So why this is not working? I mean, sorry, user profile key. Okay, now of course this is not going to work because this section gets set during login, right? So even if you change this, this is not going to work. Once again, this method only gets called during login, and if you remember over here, right? So we call this, we set the data, and we come to this page, right? Now because right now we didn't log in, so it's not going to work even if you change the value over here. So that's another thing that you have to know. Well, it has to do with pretty much the routing, because we already set it here, but because we are not logging in again, so that's why the new value is not taking effect. Anyway, so the topic I was talking, that over here we say more complex string and how to do that. Now this is where something's called like JSON encode comes into play. So we're gonna look at what is called JSON encode, but before that I actually want to remove this thing. So let me go ahead and remove, because I need a lot of space for printing information. So I think this is coming something called routes, I believe, this one. So for now I'm going to comment this out. App ran first time. What else? So okay, right, and I'm also going to remove this. So I'm going to look for the string. Okay, this is over here. This is actually not necessary, right? Okay, cool. Now we need to understand something called JSON encode. And to be able to understand JSON encode, first we need to declare a variable, and we can call it item. And you can call it anything actually. And then over here we'll have this kind of curly braces, and inside curly braces we'll have name and say the best tag, and then here age, okay, 34, all right, whatever you want. Okay, so now this is called a map. Actually, you have to understand. All right, so let's go ahead and print it. All right, so of course you can print a map. So map is being printed over here. That's true, but do remember, now even though it's printing over here, you may feel like it's string. First thing, it's not a string. Okay, while a string has properties which we'll see. Now over here, why this is a map? Because map is like has a name which is key. So this is our key, these two are our key, and these are our values. So each key has a value, each key has a value. And when you put that in a special format using this first quotation and this curly braces, so that becomes a map. All right, so map is a broad topic which we'll slightly cover when we need. Okay, now this is not a string. Why not? Over here I can have another one, say var test, and over here I could say well, name, whatever you want. Okay, the first thing we can say test, and we can print it over here. I'm going to this concept is very important because JSON encode and JSON decode method is very important. Now here, let me put it here, understanding JSON encode method. Okay, what is that method? We are trying to do that. Now here, string, actually you can have something like this, length, and over here you can also put a length. Let's do that and see the difference. All right, so over here you see that this is a map, and this map has two items, so that's why we see 2 over here. But this is a string, and then it has 4 items, which means 4 letters, and that's why we see over here 4. And this is one of the biggest difference between a string and a map. Okay, all right. And of course it may look like it has first quotation. Over here you can also put first quotation and it would work the same. So let's go ahead and print that. So here we'll see the exactly same thing too. So quotation, this first quotation doesn't make a big difference. The difference is this curly braces. This curly brace is what makes it a map, along with this key and value thing. Okay, all right, so this is something that you have to know. So that's the first difference between a map and a string. Okay, so whenever you see like this, never take it as a string, it's always a map. Now strings over here, so this test is a string. Now strings over here, you can access it using index, and let's do it over here, and let's try to do 0. Let's see the difference. Now string you can access using index, which is n, refers to the first letter n, but for map itself, map you can't access using index. Okay, to access map, actually you need to use the value name, key name. What is our key over here, which is this name. So now on the terminal we'll see that it printed the bus tag because this is the key has a value. All right, okay, right. But string itself you can always access using index because it has 4 items, and they all have a related index. Okay, so as you can see for here, the third index is we see E. So hopefully it makes sense. So this is the another difference. Okay, right. So in general, there are these two differences between a JSON map and or JSON. Actually, this is also called JSON in a sense that because it has key and value. So JSON and map pretty much looks like the same most of the time. Of course, they have other differences. But if you just ask me this one, it actually JSON and map the same, but map has other properties which JSON doesn't have. So they almost look the same. That's one thing you have to understand. All right, so this is our Dart knowledge that we are learning. Now, in general, we have to store something like this in our shared preference if we want to store complex data. Like earlier we see that we were just storing the simple string, but a lot of time we want to store very complex data, and that data would be like this. But of course you can't store a map in shared preference. You have to store string, so we need to convert this map to string, or we need to convert this JSON to string. And how you do that? Now there is a way to do that. So var new item is called JSON encode, this one, and here you can pass item. So now JSON encode in general takes this object, whatever object is over here, you can treat it like an object regardless you say it is map or JSON. You have to have this format, and after that you pass it to this function which is called JSON encode, and all it does, convert whatever object you gave, convert the whole thing to a string. New item, actually. Let's go ahead and print it, but of course we'll not see any difference yet. Now, how to access the new item, the new variable? So it converts, so as you see over here, this JSON gets converted into string, and we save it over here. And then over here you can access it like this. And then you can access the first one, and this time it will work because now item, this one, after going through this JSON encode became a string, and as you see we printed the first one. So now the whole thing, this one, becomes a string including the curly braces. You can go ahead and print the second one, which is first index. Let's go ahead and print it. And this is what we see, which is this one. But of course, when a map or JSON is converted to a string using JSON encode, the first quotation becomes a second quotation. You can actually print all of it if you want. So you see the first quotation becomes second quotation. All right, so you have to know that one. So now the whole thing is a string, including this number. It may not look like a string, but it is part of the string. Okay, so everything over here is printable, including this quotation, this colon, this comma, and everything. Right, and how could you do that? Now here you see you can get the, I think the last last. Okay, now here we can print the length. Let's go ahead and print it. So here the length is 28, including this one, right? So here we can print like this, 27th, because 27th one is the last one. So here you see we were able to print the last one. So this is 27, digit 4 is 26, 3 is 25, and this should be 24. let's go ahead and print that. So you see, the whole thing become a string. You can print everything from here. And this is very important concept to know, that a JSON object or a map like this could turn into a string if you put it through this JSON decode. And another thing, right now, if you try to access item or name, let's go ahead and do that. And you'll see it'll get an error. Okay, you can't access using this key the way that you do with a map. Okay, so that's the other thing that you have to know. All right, so now we understand that if we have a map or JSON like this, we can use JSON encode method and then convert it to a string. And if we can do that, actually we'd be able to store complex information in our shared storage. And that's what we just learned. Now how to do it over here. So over here in this key, this is a key, remember, all it wants a string. The string could be simple string or complex string. So right now we are going to encode complex string to it. And that's why we are using JSON encode, and then we pass a map to it, or JSON, like this, as you can see. Okay, so let me enlarge this so that we know and we have a better view. So over here, for now, we can say name, the best tech, and here say email, info@thebesttech.com. If you want, you can also print say age and 34, right? So this would be, this few things would be actually stored over here as a string. Yes, we can confirm that. But to be able to confirm it, first we need to delete our app, because we know that this information would only get stored during our login. But right now we can't log in because we don't have log out button. So let's go ahead and restart our app. So now let's go ahead and do that. And over here we'll log in, info@thebesttech.com, and then over here we'll see that now we go to our home page. Okay, this is what we see. Now this is another thing. Of course, this is something, the string itself is being shown over here, right? Let's come over here. So we are getting the whole string out of it. Now this is another problem. Storing was fine, but we don't want to show the whole object on the screen. Now, of course, we can't really pass 0 over here. Even if you try to do that, that will not work. Okay, because over here, it gets you the whole string, okay? Now, if you do want whatever the string you got from here, because remember, this gets you the whole string, you can get maybe the second one. Second one refer to this. No, 0 is this one, 1 is this one, second one is n. Let's go ahead and print it. Yes. Okay, so this is another problem. So now we know that we can store complex string using JSON encode, and we can also retrieve that. But this is something that we don't want to show on the screen. So we need to convert it to an object. And if we can do that in object-oriented programming, we know that we can use a dot operator to access that. Remember, when I say like that, for example, over here, say I have a class, say my info, and then it will have string name, string email, and int age. All right, and let me go ahead and do that, because I find I don't really need to use Dartpad to do that. I can do it everything here. So over here I'll have the constructor my info, this dot name, this dot email, this dot age. All right, okay, right. Now you can go ahead and call it. So my info, my info, and here name the best stack, email a.a.com, and age say 34. Now come over here and print info.name. All right, so that's what I was talking about, that I need to convert this one to an object so that I can access whatever I want with dot operator, right? So that's what actually I want to do right now. So our job is to convert this one to an object. Okay, now this looks like a lot of work. Yes, this is a lot of work and a lot of things to understand, but in fact that's how it works in real life. There's also a standard procedure to work with. Okay, all right. So what is our next step then? So our next step should be actually retrieving this from our database, which is local storage, and then convert to an object. And if we can do that, then we'd be able to show part of this information regardless the name, email, or age using dot operator. Otherwise this is just not going to work, right? Okay, so we need to convert it to an object. Okay, so even though you're able to retrieve it, but another idea we need to cover over here. Now, what is the idea? Well, now let me go ahead and retrieve it over here. So var item, I'm going to put it here, and let me put it below this because we are here, so it's better you put in this section. So let's go ahead and do it, and here we'd say var item, and then global dot get storage dot get string, and then app const, and then storage. Let's go ahead and get it. All right, so you get the idea. All right, so now, well, so we get it, but at the same time, how to go ahead and convert it to a JSON object? Because remember, now if we get it one more time, it's a string, it's not a JSON object. We need to convert it to a JSON object. And I know this part is a little confusing. What are we are doing over here? So first we had this information from string, we converted it to a JSON object, and then the JSON string, from JSON object we convert it to a string using this JSON encode function, and then we save the string to database in our local storage. And then from here, once we retrieve it, we need to retrieve it as a string. Now we want to convert the string to a JSON object, and this is important. It looks like I'm doing the same thing. Earlier it was a JSON object, then I converted it to a string, and now I want to get the string and convert it to JSON object. It looks like that, well, wherever I started from, I went back there again, like zero progress, but it's not the case. I'm gonna explain it. But first, see how you're going to do that. Var and new item. Here we can call JSON decode. This is the other one. It takes string So now over here, print new item. So if you have a string and you want to convert it to a JSON object or map, you should use JSON decode. So let's go ahead and see that. So now earlier, this is a string and this is a JSON object, and you can see the difference. With a string, it already has a double quotation. With JSON object, it doesn't have. Now the benefit of this one more time, is this one you can pass anywhere you want. Of course, you can pass that one as well, but here you can also retrieve part of it using key, because right now it is a JSON object. Since this is a JSON object, you can convert it to a string. You can access any of it using any kind of key. All right, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You can do that, right? Okay, so now we have understanding how to convert a JSON to a string using JSON encode, and then at the same time how to get the string and convert it to a JSON. Okay, so we have a very good understanding of this, and this is gonna actually help us now. So next, our purpose is to make this to an object. Okay, all right, so first we're gonna be here, and over here we are going to create a function. We're gonna call it get user profile. Now here I'm going to do it like this: var profile, and then here I'm going to do pref dot get string, and I'm going to pass the app const dot storage user profile. Okay, so whatever it is there, it would return us. Okay, all right. And after that, this one, remember, now this is gonna give us a string, right? So we can convert it to a JSON object. So here we do profile JSON, and how do you do that? JSON decode this one. So you're gonna pass this one. All right. Okay. Now, one of the ways you could do it right away over here, since this is a JSON object, which is more like a map. So over here, you can return it as a map and then return profile JSON, the second one. And this is work. Now over here, if you come to this home section, inside this, over here, you could do global.storageservice.get user profile, this one, and then over here you could do name. All right, let's go ahead and try it. Awesome, this works. All right, this works. Okay, it's much better than the earlier approach, but this is still not as good as we think. Actually, there's a better approach, and which we'll take right now. So over here we see that we have entities, user entities actually. Now inside this, actually I have this user item, which is actually user data, I would say that. Now I'm going to actually change this folder's name. I'm going to rename it. I'm going to rename it as model, because in this case model suits. Okay, because model is the information that we use the model, or I mean it converts an information and then we use that information on the UI. Okay, all right, so that's why I'm going to change it for now. And it looks like over here we might have an issue. because we changed it. And let's import this at the top. And at the top we might have some wrong path right now, so let's go ahead and remove that. The error should be gone. All right, so now the models would be here as well later, but right now the model just belongs to like this model is going to be used throughout our app in many different places. So common folder is a shared folder. So over here I'm going to have this one, which we already have, and then here we do see that we have user item. Okay, so this one. Now I'm also going to do one thing over here. I'm going to change the name to user profile, which suits better actually. So let's go ahead and change over here, and over here, and over here, and over here. All right, and what else? Let me see, are there any other places? Looks like there are 2 other places: user profile and user profile. Okay, so right now we are just going to focus on this one. Okay, now I know this place needs to be refactored, which we'll do later, because this one should go inside the sign in and model over there. Okay, this is where they should belong to. So now our focus is this one. Okay, now just now we have seen that we can access this using like this. This is still not the best way to do. So how to do that? So now we're gonna come over here. You see this one, actually we can pass this to create an object. I'm gonna call it user profile and user profile. So this one. Now inside this I can pass all these things like what it is. So you see all these fields, I can pass them one by one, and even if I don't pass anything, it is nullable, as you see. And that's why here we don't have any error, because I'm calling this constructor but I'm not passing anything, which is more like getting a default constructor, which means nothing would be there. All the values would be either null or empty. But this is not what we want. Now here we could pass like this, access token, and I can take profile JSON and I can pass access token like this. Okay, access token, and say for example name, and I can pass profile JSON and a name. But now as you see, this becomes more error prone if you have to reuse again and again. So there's a better way to do that, and this is where the named constructor, which is called from JSON, because from JSON, if you see over here, this is a named constructor and this returns us an object. And all you need to do, pass your map to it, and it takes out each of this and assign to this fields over here, and then returns you an object. So this is what we want to do, because this is less error prone. All you need to do is to pass this profile JSON, and that's all. Okay, now over here, instead of returning user profile JSON, here I can pass user profile, and this is of type what? This is of type user profile. So now we are returning this object, which is this one actually. So we get this data and then we convert it to JSON, and then we pass it to from JSON method of this profile JSON class. Now remember, this is not really a method, this is a named constructor. Actually, it may look like a method, but actually this is a named constructor. Named constructor signature is actually over here. Use the class name and then use dot operator, and then you give it a name. In general, if you pass JSON data to your constructor, you may call it from JSON, but you may call it actually anything. The convention is from JSON because you're giving it JSON data, and then it converts JSON to an object. Now over here, our JSON is more like a map. As I said, that it has a key and value. So our key is a string, value could be anything, like for example, let me open it up over here, sign in. Well, where is our sign in controller? This one. Okay, right. Because if you see over here, the value is int, but here the value is string. So that's why we say that when you are here, this value could be anything, string, int, or custom type. That's why you say this is dynamic, but all of your values are string. You can also put it as string. Okay, well, since we have an object that's being returned like this, so make sure that you change it over here as a name, because right now we are returning an object, and if you return an object, if you want to access the properties like variables inside the object, you need to use the dot operator, and you also need to say this is not null. Okay, all right, so that's one thing that you have to know. Now if you come over here, you do see that we have factory constructor, or even it doesn't look like a constructor. Okay, we have a class. The class name is user profile, and it has some properties, and after that we have a generic constructor, and then we see there is something called factory user profile from JSON, and over here we see that we are returning something. So let me break it down everything over here. Now to make it easy for beginners, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this, and instead of returning this one like arrow function or with an arrow, I'm going to return it like this, so which first may make more sense to most users. Yeah, right now it's more readable. If you're new to programming, this arrow could look scary. So let me remove that. Now this is more like a normal constructor. So definitely this is a constructor, which is our user profile. Now, what is this two things over here? Now, factory and from JSON. Okay, first thing you have to know that over here, actually we created a constructor. The constructor name itself is from JSON. Now, this is a constructor too, but this is a default constructor type in a sense that if you have a class name and you create a method, the method itself has the class name, and if you don't return anything, that becomes a constructor. So this is our generic constructor, and this is also a constructor. And what's the difference between these two? The first thing is that, well, you gave it a name. So in Dart, the way it works, if you want to give it a new name to a constructor, or if you want to create a new constructor with a new name, this is called named constructor. The way you do it, first you write a class name, and then over here you go ahead and write the given name, or any name is okay. Now here we named it from JSON because we are passing JSON object to it. As you can see, we are passing JSON object, and from where? We are passing JSON object from here. We remember that last time that this one is a JSON object. We are passing to this from JSON, which looks like a method, but it is not a method. This is a constructor. All right, so that's what we understand. Now, the beautiful thing about this factory keyword is that, well, if you have a factory keyword, first thing you get to do with this, which I like personally, you can explicitly return a constructor, return a generic constructor. Well, then it still doesn't look like a lot of thing that you may feel like. but I think it has a greater benefit. The first thing which comes with this one, as you see, we can pass anything to it. Okay, you can literally pass anything to it over here as a parameter, which means from where you call, then you can pass anything to it. But of course, you can pass anything to name constructor as well. But the difference between generic constructor or factory constructor is that you can have a return statement. Generic constructor doesn't have. And now if you just look at it as a name constructor doesn't have return statement. Like for example, if you remove this, you'll get error. Okay, so a constructor to be a factory constructor, you have to have a name and as well as the factory modifier itself or the keyword right before the constructor name. Once again, if you remove this factory keyword, it'll not work. Okay, even though it's a name constructor, with the name constructor you can't use a return statement. You have to have a factory keyword in front of it and then it would work. So that's the first thing. But once again, you may ask, what's the benefit? The benefit is that over here you could do a lot of conditional check. Okay, for example, you say I'm passing over here this JSON object, and inside this there is a field which is called access token, right? So if your access token is like, you can do a conditional check. Access token, well, if your access token is empty, so if it is empty, then here you return user profile, this one, and which means that over here pretty much this one is not going to return any information because this constructor will return by default everything null. Okay, well, it would prevent us from crashing in a sense that, but the first thing we are checking, hey, your access token is empty, or even I could do like this, JSON access token is null. If it is null, well, okay, right, like this. If it is, let me see, I think I could put it inside a curly bracket, otherwise it's gonna be strange. Do I have an extra one? Most probably I have an extra one. Okay, right. Now with this, you see that, well, either it's empty or null, I'm returning something. So this is very good. Why it's good? Because access token is something that you should be checking all the time, while it is there or not. And at the same time, if it matches your current access token or not, which is extremely important for user security, the way they log in and log out, and whether someone is hacking or not. And this is where the factory constructor shines, because you can always use conditional check and return something. Because if you don't have access token, that means that the user is bad, or someone is trying to something bad thing, or something is wrong with this program. Then you just simply return this one. Now the first thing you would do, well, definitely it would not crash, but now on front end or somewhere else, actually we can check. Now we can check over here, like for example over here we can access this access token, remember, because from this one, this method get user profile is returning a profile object, user profile object, and we already saw that user profile object is this one, or I mean this class itself, right? So now on our UI over here we can check if it is null. Okay, if access token is null, what do? You can do any conditional check. You could return an empty container, or whatever it is, you can return, you can return something on condition if access token is null, right? So, but in our case, how to modify this access token? Let me do it. Actually, no, how to use this access token in our leverage, if it is null or not. So here is something I'm going to do. So first I'm going to keep the name as it is. So for example, name, if this guy has name and everything else, that's fine. So we use that. So first here, actually, I'm going to do this conditional check even before this one. Let me take this out. Now over here, I'm going to do like global.storage service. Now get user profile, this one, and then we could do access token. And if access token is null, then here we say like this. So here we'll have child, and child would be a text, and here we'll say you are a bad user. That's it. Otherwise we return what we are supposed to return, and that's gonna work. Okay, and it says that okay, let's remove this unnecessary container. That's fine. All right, so now let's go ahead and run our app and we'll see what happens here. Okay, the first thing, okay, definitely we have a crash over here. Let's go ahead and check that. Is empty was called on null, receiver is null. Okay, looks like we have conditional check to check. Now, okay, let me remove that. If it's empty, because it's empty. If it is empty or null, then definitely it's gonna crash. Remember, over here, this constructor itself, everything is nullable. So access token is null. All right. Okay. Now let's run this one. So here we say you are a bad user. Okay. Now this can completely do something different, in a sense that, I mean, if user himself doesn't have any credential, in a sense that, well, he's trying to access this app, but he doesn't have this access token, then we can just completely throw an error. But now, of course, if you want to show an error to your front-end user, that's bad. You can just simply say, hey, your access token is null, so I'm not going to allow you to sign in this app or do anything else. Okay, so that would work as well. So that's why this factory constructor shines. Once again, why? Because you can do conditional check, and based on conditional check, you can either return a default generic constructor or whatever you want. Based on that, you can do. Now let me take this thing one step further. Now here we just returning a text over here, right? If we want, we can take it one step further. And how to do that? For example, over here you could do conditional check. Actually, you could move this conditional check over here, this access token thing. Let me just go ahead and cut this one, and here inside this, okay, you do a conditional check. All right, and if the access token is null, you say you are a bad user. Let's go ahead and do this. You see, you are a bad user. Or you can say anything like you are not allowed to use this app. You can say anything you like. So a lot of time this factory constructor is beautiful in this sense. Why? Once again, you could do the conditional check, and which I really love. Okay, anyway, so in our app we don't have access token yet. We will have it in future as we work on the backend. Right now we are not working on the backend. So here I'm going to remove this one as well, because it may cause problem right now, even though it's a beautiful one, but it would cause a problem. And over here I'm going to remove whatever we had, because I don't want to check it right now. In future, definitely we'll check it, that whether user has access token or not. Okay, all right, so let's put our app back to the normal condition. All right, so let's come back here. So the idea is, if you want to, I mean, in your app, if you have a model, a class which represents a model, which should be a data model, your app, your class, it should have factory constructor, because it is useful. You could do many conditional check, and to use factory constructor, first you have to have this factory keyword, and then you also have to have a named constructor. And because we want to do conditional check, it's better you pass some data. Like for example, we are passing this data. Even if you don't pass data, it would still work, because it might take data from the earlier fields. Okay, so yeah, that's how a factory constructor works. Hopefully you have better understanding. All right, so we'll continue to work on our homepage over here. Now inside this directory over here, view, I'm going to create a new folder, and over here actually I'm going to create a new folder, this one, and I'm going to call it widgets. Okay, all right, widgets, all right, or widget. And inside this I'm going to create a new file. Okay, and I'm gonna call it widget.dart, or most probably home widget. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it's gonna conflict with other files in other classes because we need to be able to import them. All right, and one thing just before I go ahead and work, okay, yeah, it is widgets, right? Just to be trying to align. Okay, now over here, I'll go with some method, but in future we might convert some of the methods to a class. All right, so over here we'd say widget and hello text. All right, and then here we're going to return like this, return this one. All right, okay, and let's go ahead and import the related stuffs that we need. Widget is coming from Cappuccino, and what else? We also need to import this one. All right, and so let's make it nice and clean. So we can just simply go ahead and call the hello text. All right, just like this. And over here, this one, for now, I'm also going to take that out. And I'm gonna call it here. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna call it as widget, use it as widget. But in future, I might convert it to a class because I'm going to delete the state. Well, so far, just keep as it is. Return. All right. It looks like we also need to import the global file. Okay, cool. And so here we can say username. All right. So yeah, with this, it becomes nice and clean and concise. Keep your code clean as much as possible. All right, and this says unused, so let's remove that one as well. Okay, cool. So from here, you actually also know that you don't need to do extra commenting because it's all very clear. All right, so after that, over here, we are going to show a search bar. A search bar actually. All right, and let's see whether our emulator is ready or not. The other one, it looks like it messed up with this. So let me go ahead and log in, and then we'd actually have better idea than what we are doing over here. Okay, right. So we have this hello text and things like that. Okay. Well, looks like for now we have missed this head at the top, but now the top actually we'll be doing later. Let's continue with this. I feel like I missed this part. So anyway, I'll finish this and then go back. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So now we are going to actually have to work on this search bar. For now, the search bar is static, but part of the design. We do have a search section actually where you can search automatically on your own. All right. Okay. So this part. So we are going to create a search item or a search stuff. Now, since this is going to be used globally, because it would be used over here and the other places as well. Okay, so I do have here this app bar, okay, and things like that. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it search widget. Search widgets. Looks like I was doing this one. Okay, so I'm going to have it as like this. So for now, I'm just still gonna go ahead with widget, but in future I might convert it to a class because class has its own benefits as well, especially if you have to deal with states. Class is very useful. In that case, we might do that. But for now, we'll stick with this one, search bar. And that's it. And over here, return a container. In general, we always need container. And let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. Now from here, I'm going to tap search bar, this one. Okay, cool. All right, so here one thing that I'm going to tell you right away, which would be useful in future. Okay, so this thing, it is a row. Definitely it's a row, this one. And inside the row, this is the first child, and this is the second child. And inside the first child, we also have another child, this one and this one. So this section becomes a row inside a row, okay? So you need to remember that. If you understand, then we can go ahead and work on this, no problem. Now I'm going to close this. I don't need this one. So as I said, so over here, actually, instead of container, we can just simply go ahead and use a row. Let's work on this. All right. Now, definitely inside a row, we know that we take children. And over here, the first one is search text box. And the second one over here would be search button. So this is useful. All right. Now over here, I'm going to have a container. And inside the container, let's give it a width and height. So this one, I'm going to give it width 280.w and height, say 40.h. All right, so let's go ahead and import the related stuff over here. Okay, cool. And what else? Okay, so over here, we can actually apply decoration. Okay, decoration. Now, what decoration actually we are talking about? Now, we do have app decoration, app box shadow. Was it that one? Okay, this one. Okay, now let's see whether it fits our criteria or not. Well, the color itself, this color, I might not use it at all. So this one thing I need to recheck. And border radius, whatever it is, I can keep the same. And the border itself, so there is this border, which is our actually box border. Okay, so this part. And what else? Let me take a look over here. Now this one looks like more complicated. So here I'm going to change this. So I'm going to add a new condition so that I can reuse that. So let's come over here and I'm going to call it box border. And this one I replace to this one. Right? And over here I'm going to add a new condition. And why I'm going to do that, and let's see. The other part of it is, I guess, let me see, what else? No, the border itself, okay? Box decoration, we do have a border. Looks like we don't need to pass, actually. We can directly go ahead and reuse that, whatever it is. Okay, let's try this. So I was worried about this one. Now let's come over here. And over here, first thing I want to change is the color. Okay, let's see. Color. And then here, app colors dot. Looks like I need to import the file. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, right. So here I'm gonna do primary fourth element text, this one. Now over here I can pass box border, and okay, look at this. Now I don't want to pass border side along with it. I want to pass border dot all, actually this one. And inside this, I want to assign a color. So what is it? Let's see what it takes. I think it takes color and app colors dot primary fourth element text. Okay, oh, it's a long line of text over here, but actually it should be a different color, not this one. It's the primary background. Primary background. Do we have primary background? This one. Yes, right. Okay, Now let's go ahead and put it. But of course, if we update it now, we don't see anything, and we look like also have an issue over here. Let me go ahead and check. That looks like what I was worried about. That didn't match over here. No named parameter with border. Okay, right, this one is calling this one, and here it's a box border. Actually, it's a problem with reusable widgets. Sometimes when you update one of them, you have to update all of them. The name was wrong over here. All right, so that's why it's being cranky. Let me check that everything else should be good. Actually, are there any other places? Okay, box shadow. Let me go ahead and restart whether we have the same problem. No, it got fixed, and here we go. We do see our box border, and this is what actually we wanted. Right, cool. Now, well, it does look ugly, so let's go ahead and fix this over here. So we want to create a sized box and height 20.h. Let's go ahead with that, and with this it would be much better looking. All right, okay, cool. So let's put it there. Now let me see what app bar we have over here. Okay, this is bold app bar. Okay, I took this app bar, right? And now let's come over to our sign-in views. I don't know whether we have an app bar or not. Looks like we don't have. What about sign up? I'm trying to copy. I feel like we do have one. Well, it doesn't have any widgets at all, so everything is coming from somewhere else. But it does look ugly. You know what I'm going to do? Let me finish this box thing, and then I'll go back, because it is getting uglier only because of this thing. So I need to fix it. So let's keep it as it is right now, and I'll change that one. Okay, cool. Anyway, so now let's go back to our search bar, and we get the idea. So now one more time we have used our reusable box shadow. All right, okay, cool. Now since this has been done over here, we can insert another child over here, right? And that should be row, as I said earlier, row inside row, right? So inside this, what are you going to put? First thing you want to put actually like our icon, right? So let's go ahead and take a look. So this icon and this text box, that's what we want to do. So let's go ahead and do that over here. Well, the first one, once again, I'm going to put a container, and then inside this we're going to give it width and height. Now this would be for search icon. And what do you want to do with this? Okay, container, we can give it another child. And here we do have our app image, I believe. App image, this one actually. Now let me go ahead and check what are the properties that have, whether it matches or not. The only thing I feel like is well, it feels like everything is matching. So the thing we could do, we just go ahead and pass an image to it, and we are good to go. All right, so what would be our image? So image path, right? Okay, now what are you going to pass? The thing is that right now the problem is, okay, let me go ahead and save it. So this is using one of the default image, which of course looks ugly, and this is also not what we want. So let's go ahead and try not image widget, image. It looks like it's not searchable. So I'm going to come over here, and what we had early, utils, okay, image res. All right, so I'm going to define a new image over here. So let's go ahead and copy that. Hopefully you remember what was it about last time. So over here, I'm going to call it search, and the image, oh, looks like we have a search. whether we can use this one, but this would be search. Okay, it would be a different search actually, so I'm not going to use that one. Search.png, this one. All right, and okay, let me close this. Now over here image path, and here what was it, image res, this one, image res, the second one, dot. Well, even before that we're gonna, okay, it looks like it's auto imported. Cool. So image res dot over here search icon, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and yes, this is the one that we wanted. So everything else stays the same, and this is so far so cool. Let me go over there, and everything else is fine. Okay, so the only thing we need to do with this is applying some margin over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And since we are inside this, we can always apply margin. And over here we're gonna do edge insets. You know, this is the problem. It's like you have to put it right under this child, so sometimes it's not recognizable. Anyway, so let's go ahead and do edge insets dot only, and here we do left. Most probably we do 17 dot w, and that should do the job. Let's go ahead and save it. Yes, much better. And what do we want over here? Now it says it, move it at the end. It's strange. Just now it was not able to recognize. So that's the first part. Okay. All right. So with this, our job became very easy, right? Okay. Now we're gonna go ahead for the second part over here. Well, in future, a lot of things could be reusable anyway. So for now, we're gonna just put it things like that, container, and here we're gonna do width. This time, though, because this would be the actual text box, so it would have a width. You see our total width is 280, so 140, most of it we are giving to it, and rest like it would belong to this, and padding, margin, things like that. So over here, height 40.h, right. Okay, now let's go ahead and have it a child over here, and I do believe we have app text field. Okay, right, like this. So let's put it and type in your info over here. So most probably the hint test I need to change. Let's go ahead and put it. Okay, so we have a little bit of issue over here. Okay, well, we have this render flow issue. Well, what's the reason? Well, of course, definitely this is a size issue. And if you see over here, from here we are passing this. And it is, okay, the container itself is 240 and 40, like that. And over here, actually, the whole thing starts with 325, actually. So what, well, this parent container in this case is much smaller than this, so this is not going to work. Now, can we make it reusable? Yes, we can, but we have to do a lot of work. So I'm not going to completely change this one, but I'm going to take this section out. Okay, I'm going to take this section out, and I'm going to make another widget over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say widget app text field only. And over here we'll have basic parameters, like for example we'll have string, well, we'll have hint text, this one. We'll also have double with double height, height. We're just gonna pass these things, and over here return like this. Okay. And what is it? Okay, well, this could be all give them optional values, so just like this one. Okay, so you can give them optional value. So here whatever it is. You also use that one. Please type. Okay, and over here we're gonna give it 280, whatever is there, and height. Say, what was the height at the top? Let me see. 50, right? Let's go ahead and do it as 50, right? And of course here we'll have some issues. Well, the first thing is the controller. So we could do text editing controller, like pretty much the same one, because we need a controller, right? So here we'd say text editing controller and a controller. All right, okay. So this error should be solved. So let me see whether I can reformat the code, and that there is this func thing. And actually, let's go ahead and put the func here as well. So void function value func. Okay, all right. What was it? Let me check that. At the top, string value. Okay, we cannot write it just value like that. Okay, right. So now with this part is completely reusable. Oh, there's another one. Looks like we pretty much copied everything. Well, I could have copied everything, I feel like. Okay, and so let me come over here and put it here. Okay, now the error should be gone. Well, the first thing is here. Now we can definitely replace width and replace height, HEIGHT, and everything is already there, so we don't need to worry about. And of course, obscure text. Now here we're gonna call this one from here. So let me remove that, and I'm gonna call it as app. Here would say app text fill only. So this one, right? Now it is a little bit complex, so that's one thing that we have to know. Now this controller thing, actually I still want to pass, because this is quite important. Controller. And what else? I think since I'm calling it from in this case, well, okay, let me pass everything apart from width and height. Okay, so well, we might have hint text. So hint text, whatever is there coming from the top, and func, whatever is there coming from the top, obscure text. Okay, I'm not sure you guys understand what's happening over here. So whatever is being passed from here, we are also passing it here down to here. So if we call it through this one, would be passing all the value to this, and it will work fine. But now we can also call it independently, which we do right away. So now we're here, app text field only. Okay, all right, this one. And what we could do now? We could actually mention width and height. So with 240 and height 40. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and save it. Yes, you see the error is gone. So it's reusable inside reusable widget. So you could understand it like this. But of course, now this one become much smaller with this, so we don't have any issues. There's always a sized box, so let's replace it with sized box. They feel good, so let's feel good as well. Now here we can also do hint text, like search your course, just like this. Okay, right. Now here it did say that we should replace it with a sized box, which we already did. And I think I feel like there's a section that here we could also do inside this text field. I think they call it content padding. Is it here? If it's not there, it could be here. Content padding, this one. We are doing it because we want to, you know, over here we're gonna center it, but right now it's not centered. And let's see how it works actually. Content padding, it takes agent sets. So here you could do agent sets dot only, and here top 5.h, just come down a little bit. Okay, and well, it looks good, I guess. And let's see, we could do on the left or not. Left 10.h or w. Yeah, so I think we can come down a little bit. Okay, cool. Now it's more like centered. Good. So with this, we are pretty much done in this section. All right, so let's go ahead and continue to work on this. And the next thing we want to do is over here actually. Well, once again, I need to restart my app because I was not recording. But anyway, so over here, this is what we want to do. Show an icon over here. Now let's go back to our search widget. Not really search widget. So it is the search bar, right? Oh, let me check on this actually, what's going on. All right, okay, right. So this is the inside row, and this is the first container and search text bar. And this time actually we are going to show this the button that actually would help us to go and do search. All right, and okay, here we can say search button. I think we already have it, so we don't need to do any of this. Let's remove that. Okay, cool. Now over here, first thing we'll have gesture detector. Well, you know that we're gonna be able to click on this, and then we'll have child, and as a child we'll have a container. All right, now here we'll have width and height. So let's go ahead and do width 40.h and height 40.h. All for width itself, I think we can still use w. And let's remove one of this error over here. Oh, right, it's at the top. All right, apart from that, over here, what else we need? Well, here we could do decoration and box decoration, but we already have app box decoration. A box shadow. Well, is it the shadow? All right, a box decoration. I think I have done a wrong job over here. Actually, this is box shadow. It's not a shadow. It's a app box decoration. This is a wrong name. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to look for this one. Well, I'm not sure that I could do it over here because the naming is wrong. Actually, it shouldn't be app box. This one, it should be app box decoration. All right, so let's focus on this. I'll fix that later. Where we were over here, right? Okay, now we need to check whether this matches or not, so let's go ahead and check that. Over here we do have border radius, and radius is fine. This is what I want. The color is exactly the same color I want. I think both color, this one, but I actually also need a color with border, so most probably I might not going to use this one, so I'm going to use something different. A box shadow with a radius. Let me see. Okay, so here we once again we have this one. So the color, let me see. So this is our color over here, which is for box shadow. And what else? We do have border. And for border itself, are we going to apply any color? Well, it's okay. We can always pass this one from our search widget. So let's go ahead and do that. I think this is also doable because it's the same thing. Box border, the color itself. No, I'm gonna actually use this one. So this is the wrong naming. Actually, I should be changing this. So let me go ahead and put it here. Later on I'll change this. Anyway, so over here the color still stays the same. The only thing I want to send it over here is border color, border.all over here, and here we're gonna send color app colors dot primary element. This one. Okay, right. So let's go ahead and put it, and we already see it there. And I do think that we have an issue with this because it does have this one, so which also means that we are not able to use this one. So anyway, let me change this. Sorry for the mess up. I'm gonna go back to app box shadow, and here most probably the naming is a little bit different. Box border. Let me go ahead and see if we can use this one. Hopefully we should be able to. Yes, it's working, so we're gonna stick to this. Okay, right. And what else? So over here I want to pass a child, and the child should be our app image, this one. Okay, now of course it has a default image, we know, and it showed up, but this is something that we don't want. So we're gonna look for image res, this one. And over here we're gonna declare a new static const string type variable, static const string, and here we're gonna call it options. I think this is the name given, or you can also call it search button, which makes more sense. So here image base, and the name itself in our folder we have this one, so this is something that we are going to use. All right, cool. Now if you come over here, we can just simply say image path, and here we can say image res dot search button. This is something that we want to use. Let's go ahead and use it. Okay, beautiful. So now it looks like it's working, but it's a little too big, so we also want to apply padding to it. And we could do padding from inside, so all 5.w. So with this, it's gonna make it a little smaller, okay, which is much better. And it looks like here it wants us to rearrange everything, so let's do that, and which is better. And now over here, for now, on tap event is empty, nothing is there. Well, that's fine. And what else? So now they're too close to each other, so over here let's set up the property main axis alignment and main axis alignment dot space between, so it would push them far from each other, which is perfect from here and perfect from here as well. Okay, beautiful. So now it is working. All right, so that's the search bar, right? So after that, actually, let me see whether my app is open or not. I feel like we closed this app. It was supposed to be open. Is it here? My U-Learning app, this one. All right, so here's the next UI that we are going to work. The next part is going to be very interesting because we are going to make this one, and we are also going to make it stateful responsive, the banner over here, as you can see. So this is something that we are going to do. Now to be able to do that, so we still be in our home page. Now here we're going to create a directory, and we're gonna call it controller. All right, and inside this over here, we can just simply go ahead and call it home controller dot dart. All right, okay, let's go ahead and do that. And all the thing that I'm going to do from here, most probably not this one, so let me close this from here actually. And you might not do that, but I need to do it because my editor looks like it doesn't recognize this one, so I'm going to copy this. All right, now I'm going to come over here, home controller. The first thing I'm going to put it here because sometimes my Android Studio doesn't recognize this, so that's why. Over here we are going to do Riverpod, and now over here I'm gonna say home screen index. Okay, home screen banner, actually banner index, like this one, class, and I think that was it. Home screen banner index. So this is what we are going to do, because this dots over here, well, I think home screen banner dot, which makes more sense actually, rather than index. So these things that we are going to do, this dots, they have to be stateful, so that's why we are doing it, right? Okay, now over here, we're gonna override build method, override build, and it would be build method, and by default it's gonna return us 0. Okay, so that's the thing that we're gonna return over here, int, which is by default. Okay, right. Now okay, that's it. So if we have this one ready, actually we can go ahead and work on this. Let me open up my terminal. I even don't remember my command because I haven't used it for a long time. So let me see if I can find it somewhere here, because these are a lot of my git command that I was trying to do. Let me see. Sorry, because it's right, I found it. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. Oh, of course there would be an issue over here because I didn't mention the path where to generate part. Over here, home controller.g.dart. If you don't do that, it's gonna throw error. It won't be able to detect actually where to do and what to do. All right, and let's see, home screen banner dots, home screen. Here's a typo, C banner dots. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and we'll see whether we are able to generate one or not. Looks like it says that well, caching finalized dependency, not much to see why it happened. Okay, am I doing it wrong? Let me open this up. Let me open this this one, and nope, I'm doing it right actually. Class extends the same name, right? Okay, let me go ahead and close this thing. So we have too many of this. Button widget, our shadows, global, yeah. Right, sorry, it's a silly mistake. It should be class over here. Class extends. I even don't know why I did that. Extends, right? Okay, now let me go ahead and terminate this. Oh, well, even before terminating, it went well. It generated most probably something in this folder, which we already see that. So here it generated home screen provider banner dots provider, and awesome. Now there is one question though. Previously we have seen that we were actually, you see over here in the sign in and the sign up folders, we have separated providers and controller, but in fact you can put both of them in one. Now you may call it provider, you may call it controller. If you combine them together, it's up to you, but since we are trying to follow MVC pattern, I'm gonna call it controller rather than provider. So it is true, these two we can merge them together. In future I'll show you how to do that. So, but it's also a step-by-step process that what we are learning over here, that our provider actually be a controller, because the business logic, everything is pretty much here, because after all the controller is there to manage our state, and state is actually managing the data. So if you're able to do that, and we shouldn't have any problem, so we should be good to go, right? So some people, they call this folder provider, some people call it controller, but from now on we'll not have two folders, we'll have only one folder, and which would be very good. So home view model like that. view model controller, just like that. So with this, we have successfully generated our controller or provider. It's up to you what you call. And I'm going to close this one. We don't need this right now. Anyway, so well, what is the next thing? So next thing, definitely we are going to work on our banner. So we can say home, or we can just call them banner. Now I'm going to keep it very simple in a sense, because this banners actually, you could also read them from backend, which we will not do over here. Home widget. So we're gonna do it over here actually at the top. So here widget and the banner. All right. So let me go ahead and return over here. Return what? Now, how this banners actually we're gonna put on stack widget, and which would give me a better control. Well, let's go ahead and do that. But first, we're going to return column, and I'm going to tell you why. Well, I think stack widget is not necessary anyway, so we'll see that. Let's go ahead. So over here we'll have children. Now inside the children, definitely width and height something. This is something that we're going to define first, right? So here we'll have a container, so that we can define width and height. So here width, say 325.w, and height over here say 160.h. all right, okay, right. Let's go ahead and import them. All right, so that's the first thing. Now inside this, so let's go ahead and put over here child, and child for us, we're gonna do page view, and we'll see how it works. We're gonna first take a look over here. So inside this we'll have children, and let's see what we see over here. So the very first thing we could do over here is defining a container actually. Let's go ahead and do that. And the container itself, let's give it a width and height one more time, 325.w, and height, give it 161. Well, let's give it 140 or like that. Now here it is just for testing. So anyway, here give it a color, and say colors.red. Okay, and let's go ahead and import it, and we'll see how things go. And let's save it. Okay, right. And well, it doesn't look like that it's moving because there is nothing there, right? So we are still not able to snap or anything like that. Okay, and that's fine. And now here, one thing though, because we only have one, so it's hard to say what's happening. Now let's go ahead and put another one, and this time you do blue. Let's go ahead and save it. All right. Okay, so we see that we can already do this thing over here. All right, and let's go ahead and import it. Sorry, it's like restart it. So here is gonna work. Now here we'll have 3 of these things. So for 3 of this thing, we can definitely create a private widget over here, because we don't need to actually go ahead and create this thing over and over again. So I'm going to cut this from here, and over here we can say widget, and say banner container. Let's go ahead and return things like this, and you are good to go. So here call banner container, banner container, 2 of this. Now of course now they have the same color. So here's the thing,
So we can definitely go ahead and of course the thing is that we are not even going to use the color, so that's not the point over here. So here I'm going to have something like this: string image path. That's the only thing for now I'm going to want. I'm going to make it optional over here, and over here I'm going to have actually a child. Now inside the child, what do you want? A few ways to work with this. Actually over here it's better, instead of child I was thinking to put an image, but here we put it like this. So here we'll have box decoration, and inside this it does take an image. Okay, so here we do decoration image, and there is another one, image property. Okay, now inside this we're gonna put our assets name. Okay, so here we could do asset image, and then assets icons art.png. All right, so let's go ahead and restart it, and we're gonna see whether it works or not. Yes, and our app is already looking beautiful. I mean, yes, there are still a few more things that we can definitely go ahead and take care, but it's already looking beautiful, isn't it? Okay, cool. So that's the first thing that we have done over here. Now so this image, of course we want it to be dynamic, right? Now let's go ahead and register this image, actually image res over here. So I'm going to copy this and put it here, and I'm going to say banner 1. All right, so over here we'll have art.png. So that's the first one. So we're gonna copy this one. So this would be banner 2. So we'll have 3 images. So that's what we want. So that second one, actually the name is a little bit weird. I should have changed it, but I did not. So forgive me for this, but there should be different name actually. Image 2. All right, so but you should go ahead and refactor your images. You can do that, no problem. So now over here, image path, I think the naming is wrong. Image path equal image res dot banner 1. Okay, so a few things over here. We also need to change the name, otherwise it's gonna be cranky, and put it here. All right, so just go ahead and copy this, put it here, and put it here. 2 and 3. Beautiful. So now with this we'll have 3 images. Most probably we need to restart the app. These images are different, and what else? Oh, right. Now this image itself, we need to put it here. Image path, right? And what else? It could be nullable, but here we say that not null, because we know that it's not null because we are passing. Now if you want to make sure that it's not null, you could do the other thing. Even you can put it here like this, required. There's other way to go. You see you'll not have any issue because it's required, which means that when you call that you must pass a path. All right, so let's go ahead and restart it, and here we'll see that beautiful. So the images are already there, and here there are some issues that you see, the alignment issues. Okay, it looks like that it's not as we expected, right? A little bit distorted. Now right after this, let's go ahead and check out some properties here. One of this is box fit dot fill. So this is something that we're going to use. Yes. So with this now it looks much better. And what else? At the top we do have a little bit of spacing. Now of course this spacing is coming from here, sized box height, and give it 15.h. It should be good. All right. I think it should be 20 for all of them. Okay, right. Okay, so now the images are there. So we have these 3 images, and we can slide through them. Beautiful. So our next job should be actually showing the dots over here. And to show the dot, let's see where we are. So we are right over here inside this column widget, right? And let's see what it says over here. Okay, this one, column. And then over here, right after this, do we need this thing? I feel like we can do 160. Hold on. Okay, fine. Okay, so that's for images. Now how about the dots? Let me see if we can put it there. So images, or actually banner rather than images. Banner. Now over here we could say dots. And how are we going to show the dots over here? Now to be able to show the dots, a few things we need to do. Let me go ahead and check that. So here we do have this page view, right? Now the page view, the index, we need to, as we scroll through them, so we need to grab the index. So over here, I think we do have this one on page changed, this one, and it can take the index automatically, print, and here we could say or just index, it doesn't matter. Now let's do hot restart, and we're gonna see whether it works or not. Okay, index 1, index 2, well, that's index 0. I mean the last one, not 0. I wouldn't say 0. Okay, right. So it looks like we are able to work on this index itself. So we can grab the index. Now the question is, after grabbing the index, you have to save the index, right? And how are you going to do that? Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the index. Now we have seen that we can pass the index. I mean, we can grab the index, not really passing. So the idea is, as we move, we need to show the dots, right? Now, the first thing is that how do you preserve this index so that the index itself, they can show or they can be shown. Now, of course, previously we have this widget already ready, so that's not the problem at all. So over here, actually, what we could do, we could show right after this sized box, here we can show our dots, right? Okay, so let's see, dots indicator, this one. All right, so this is the thing that we want to go ahead and show. And now let's save it and we'll see how it goes. So we already see the dots there. And then over here, we could say, well, a little bit of distance, sized box. And here we could do height, 5.h. All right. Okay, so now they came down. Now earlier, somewhere else, like in our home page, or it's our welcome page actually, looks like it's not recognized. So what I wanted to do, copy the view from here and welcome view, and inside this we have this dots, right? So this one, page view, let's see, so dots indicator. So we can just simply go ahead and copy this one so that we don't need to actually worry about it. Now it could be made reusable, but I'm not going to do that. You can just put it here, dots indicator. Okay, so the only problem is this index, right? So that's what I was talking about. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now it's already there. Of course, it's not responsive. Okay, right.
Now how we do that? Okay, so first we need to work with this controller, right? This controller already gives us index. Okay, now to be able to use the controller over here, we need to use consumer widget, right? And then over here we need to use something called widget ref, right? Widget ref. Okay, right. Now with this, the arrow should be gone, right? So, and then that also means that over here we can pass this ref object. Okay, you're right. Now let's come over here, and inside this we do required widget ref. Okay, this is something, and most probably we also need to import it. Okay, now since the ref object is available over here, we can directly actually access this thing. What do you want to access? So here we could do like this, ref dot read. So as we get the value, we need to set it, right? Okay, so here we could do red.ref. And what is our controller name? Our controller name is home screen banner dots. So our provider should be home screen banner dots provider. Okay, and then we'll get the notifier object. Notifier, and here we could say set index. What we need to do, we need to pass the index. But right now this is not available. So let's come over here and inside this controller create void set index int value. Since this is just one variable and this variable is represented by state, so we can just directly go ahead and set it like this, and now the error should be gone. We don't have any problem. Okay, and let's see, ref context candidate, aren't we passing? Okay, let me restart. Okay, right, so it's over here. We need to pass ref, right? Okay, this is the ref we are passing to the variable name ref. Okay, it should be working fine. Okay, so one way always you could do this kind of thing, you should always go ahead and print state and see the value that it works or not. So as you click on this, yes, so it's working, right? So I'm going to remove that, but of course it's not here responsive yet, and we know that. Welcome, we don't need that. Okay, right. Now this is the place where actually, now since you have the ref object available, so here you could do position ref dot here watch, right? You will just get the value from it. So home screen, what is it? Home screen, this one. And then well, this provider directly returns us an integer, so we are good to go. So let's go ahead and save it. Now let's do it. Okay, it's already working, as you can see. All right, beautiful. So this already became responsive. Wonderful. Now do remember, when you get a provider like this, it just returns you the object, and this object, the returned object, the type is defined over here. Whatever the build method returns, this ref.watch returns the same thing. This is a beautiful thing. So it keeps it very simple. Over here we are returning integer, and then over here we are also looking for integer, right? So with this, our dots indicator is working, and this is beautiful. Now let's go ahead and restart, and let's check it one more time. Okay, right.
Okay, so earlier we have seen that if we do like this and then we go back and the state is lost,
And not only that, also this controller over here, sorry, not the controller, the page view, this state is lost as well. Okay, so we'll take care of these two issues at the same time. Now, in general, the way Riverpod state management works, so if you leave a page, and then if that page has some states, those states gets destroyed. So they get back the initial condition. Because when you come back, this controller, the one that we have created over here, or the notifier, and the notifier gets reinitialized. And this is happening with Riverpod 2.0, but with earlier versions, the state would persist in general, and that was the default behavior. But with Riverpod 2.0, this is not the case. Every time you leave a page, or every time your ref.watch gets revisited, this one gets destroyed. Now, this is the default behavior, and for this reason, also we see that with Riverpod 2.0, every notifier provider is auto-dispose notifier provider. And this is something that I told you before that we're gonna talk, and this is the perfect time for talking. So this type of new notifier provider, which is auto-dispose notifier provider, that just destroys your notifier, which means that they don't listen to the old state when you revisit your state. So it reinitialized. Now, the other way to work with this, remove this auto dispose before this notifier provider, but we don't want to do it like this, because as our code is auto generated, we want to take help of this Riverpod code generator. Now here you do see that we just have Riverpod. Now this annotation Riverpod, it creates this auto dispose notifier provider, right? Now we can change this one actually. So if we want to change it, you could do like this, Riverpod, and then here keep alive true. Okay, all right. So now once you do this, and after that, make sure that you revealed your code generator. So make sure that you run it one more time, like this one, build runner, and then hit enter. And after that, you'll see that actually now if you go ahead and see this code, you'll see that auto dispose provider is gone. I mean, auto dispose is gone, which means that this page, this notifier provider is not going to be disposed anymore. It would be in the memory. Now we're going to go ahead and check on this. Now let's restart our app. And now let's scroll like this, and let's go to different tabs over here. Come back, and you see that it's still persisted. Well, of course, we have problem with this slider right now, so we'll also solve that later. Now, if you check this, go to different page. Now, of course, the dots are persisting their state, and which is good and bad at the same time. Why it is good? Good because it's persisting your state. Why it is bad? It probably would take more memory. So that's the problem. All right. Okay. Now, how to take care of this one? This page view. Now we know that this is our page view, right? Because this is happening from here. So this is our banner, and inside banner we have this page view. All right. Okay. Now we can make this persistent. All right. How can we make this persistent? Well, we know that this index, this dots index, we read over here using ref.watch, and then we read our provider. Our provider is home screen provider, which we have seen over here. This is home screen dots provider, actually home screen banner dots provider. So we read it over here. We read it over here, right? Okay, fine. Now we also need to pass this provider value, which is int value, which is integer, to this page view, right? And how could we do that? Now, one of the ways to go ahead and do this is using page view controller. Now, this might not be the best practice, but let me show you that how to do that. So here we can initialize a page controller, and then over here, let's create an instance of this. Now inside this, there's this initial value, right? Or initial page. So inside this initial page, actually you can read this ref.watch and home screen banner.provider, and that's it. Okay, so whatever the value is returned from this provider would be given to this initial page. Now after that, you need to assign this controller to page view. How do you do that? So here we would do controller. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app. Let's go ahead and restart our app, and now let's scroll through. Okay, now let's come over here and go back. You see that it persisted. Okay, whatever the screen was there, it persisted. Let's try it one more time. Okay, let's do this, and let's come over here. Let's go back, and we see that it persisted. Let's come over here, go back, and we see that it's persisted. All right, before we go ahead and do further optimization of this one and further refactoring of our code step by step, there's an important issue that I need to take care. Now a lot of you might not have this, but I found I have this problem in my code. Most probably I had a typo, but some of you are very smart. Most probably you were able to avoid this, but unfortunately I'm not smart as you guys, so I had this problem. So let me restart, and I might encounter weird issues, but looks like I did not. Well, I could do one thing. I could stop it and try to restart, and I'm gonna see how it works. Okay, all right. So this is the issue that I encountered, and I'm not sure you guys have encountered this. And over here, if you read the issue here, it says that, okay, uncontrolled provider scope, and it's dirty, and dependencies are uncontrolled provider scope, and the state is dirty. Well, there are a lot of things going on over here, and at the same time it says Stack Overflow. Well, uncontrolled provider scope helps you prevent unnecessary reveal, and this is why it got triggered. Now it's trying to tell you that you are trying to build something again and again and again, not just once or twice, but for infinite loop. But you are doing that, which is unnecessary. So I'm going to kill the app because it's dangerous and you can use up all the memory. But once again, some of you might not have this problem. I have, so it's better to learn in future if you see that. It's really hard to make sense of it unless you know what it does. So that's why I'm trying to explain over here that uncontrolled provider scope, this one actually helps you prevent unnecessary build. So in our app, we have somewhere a situation where it's an infinite loop of building. That's why it's causing this issue. Now where it is, so it is here actually. I made this mistake, most probably you guys don't have. So let me go ahead and look for the file, and I know where I did, and I just wanted to show you guys. So over here, you see that we have this app text field, and inside app text field, we are calling app text field again. What does it mean? So it ends up in an infinite loop, and this is where this uncontrolled provider scope showed up, and it's trying to tell you, hey, what you're doing is unbelievable. Stop. Don't rebuild, and let's crush the app and stop everything. That's what it did. So it was a mistake. It was supposed to be this one actually. App text field only, not app text field. Okay. So from here, I'm calling another one, so which would not result in an infinite loop. Okay. And over here, if we just go ahead and restart now, we'll see that the error is gone. All right. So let's continue. All right, beautiful. So now here we are, and we have seen that if we scroll like this, if you go to different pages, we can actually prevent losing the state, but it comes with a cost as well. Now, currently what we did over here in our home page, this one, so this is not a good approach to do it. All right, this is definitely not a good approach.
You don't want to put it here in a widget, especially in a method. It should be called from a class. In general, the page controller and things like that, they actually work with stateful class, as you can see. Okay, so we need to put it inside a stateful class. Now, if we come over here, our class itself is a stateful class, consumer stateful widget, right? Now, over here, I'm going to do first init method. So call init method. And at the same time, we'll see the difference between init state method and as well as did change dependencies. Okay, so let's go ahead and call init state. Now inside this here, we could go ahead and initialize our stuff. And what do you want to initialize? Well, you want to initialize this one. Let me close this. So this thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this out. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm gonna put it here actually. Now this would create another problem here. It's saying that, okay, ref.watch you can't put inside page controller as a, well, initializer, but here we don't see we have this issue yet. So let me go ahead. Yes, now we see that the instance member ref cannot be assigned in an initializer, so we cannot do that. So as an initializer we cannot do it. So how to work with this? So I'm going to take this out, I'm going to cut this, and you'll see very soon init state and did change dependencies, but it's a step-by-step process. So I'm going to put it here, and let me remove this as well. And over here I'm going to select, right? And over here I'm going to take this and initialize. All right, okay, all right. And what else over here? It says that controller isn't, oh yeah, that was an issue. Now what do we need to do? So now the next thing we could do, we can pass this controller to this banner over here so that it can use this, right? So we can first go ahead and declare page controller and controller, and whatever it is, use it over here inside this page view, right? Okay, now this is getting cranky because it says, well, in home controller we are calling this banner, which is this method. Now we need to go ahead and over here use controller and pass controller. All right. Okay, so now with this looks like our error should be gone from here as well, and we have a bit of typo. Let's see the issue over here. Let's come over here. What it is? It says, oh yes, we need to put required because we already have one required over here. All right, so now what happened? To initialize page controller over here, we took it out and put inside this init state method. And first we have this page controller as late, which means that we'd initialize it later. So once my provider is ready, then I go ahead and use this one, get the value, use this one, and then we pass it down. Now over here at the same time, you see that, well, it says required. Okay, but at the same time, we know that the page view controller over here, this controller itself, this one is optional. You may pass it, you may not pass it. It doesn't really matter. Okay, but it's not going to crash the app. So now let's go ahead and restart our app. And here we go. So here we have this issue that it crashes. Now, once again, we do see that uncontrolled provider scope and depend on inherit elemented was called before home state init. So what does it mean? Now, you can go ahead and try to understand it, but what I'm going to tell you in summary, that over here, this is being called and being built, and at the same time it is being built, but here the problem is my home screen, this one, let me show you. So this provider is not ready yet. Okay, it's not there, it's ready yet, but everything has been built. Okay, so this is what is causing the problem. So it's not ready yet. So whatever value you're giving it over here, you're giving something, but it is returning as null, not ready yet, and this is where it causing the crashes. Okay, so now how to get rid of this issue over here? So the other option, and which is actually better option than init state, something called did change dependencies. All right, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this one and take it out from here and put it here. All right, and we can just simply remove this. Now it would do the same, but there is one thing that, well, so whenever the dependencies change and it gets the value, it would update the UI. With init state, the problem is it gets just only gets called one, or it gets called at the very beginning, but later down the road, if your dependencies, if your variables object change, it doesn't respond to that, which also means doesn't cause rebuild of the UI. But did change dependencies does, and this is one of the great difference between init change and did change dependencies. And most of the time you will find it that did change dependencies is much better than using init state. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, and we see that our error is gone. And this is where did change dependencies is better than init change. So a lot of time actually I prefer using did change dependencies if I have a lot of complex stuff or state or initialization going on. Init state just simply doesn't work. And now let's go ahead and see if we can maintain our state. So our state is still maintainable, as you can see across the page. Wherever we go, it does it, and it does it very well. Okay, wonderful. All right, so now let's move ahead. And how to move ahead? Now let's do some interesting thing, because it's a step-by-step process. As I said, that from the very beginning of this tutorial, everything has been step-by-step, and we are learning a lot along the way, and we are also practicing some good things. Now here we go. Let's work on this username, and over here let's go ahead and print, we can say my username. All right, okay. And now let's go ahead and restart our app. Well, definitely everything will get initialized first time, and we do see that my username got called, right? Okay. Now over here you'll see that if I change this one, well, my username gets rebuilt, and which is not fair. It should not be rebuilding. Okay, if you come back, it rebuilds automatically. So the idea is it gets rebuilt, and this is nothing to do with this. And if we go ahead and check it over here, we would also do the we'll also see the same. So here, let me change it, hello text. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, now let's do this. So it's always does. Okay, so how to prevent this thing? Now this is where something new comes. It's not completely new. This is called stateless widget. So I'm going to copy this, and over here I'm going to create a new class, and I'm going to call it username. Since it's a class, it should be capital letter, and then over here I'm going to return this, and I'm going to have this one as well, put it here you want, and I'm going to remove this. Okay, and it looks like we have a little issue over here. Let's remove that, and now we'll have issue. So let's change it to capital letter, which would be our class name. Username isn't defined for home state. Let me see what's going on. Okay, there is a typo, sorry. Username, and copy it here, put it here, right? Okay, now if you do come over here, now let's check what's happening. Okay, now you try this, and we still see that they all get printed again. So it looks like there isn't much improvement. Okay, why we did that? But now here you put a const modifier. Now you will see something is different.
Okay, now you try this, you'll only see hello text. My username is gone. It doesn't get rebuilded unless you change the page. Okay, that's a different thing. Okay, but in general, when you are on the same page and it doesn't get rebuild. Okay, so this is one of the better approach of having a stateless class and const modifier. So to achieve this thing, you need to use a const modifier and class together, a stateless class. But of course, here we have a method hello text. But before method, you can't put const. It says it isn't a class. So it looks like before method, you can't put const. You can only do const before class name. Okay, so what does it mean? So right now we can go ahead and convert it to a class so that it is helpful. Now I'm going to over here copy everything, and here I'm going to say stateless class, and here would say hello text, and we're gonna return this, and over here we're going to remove this one as well. Okay, and now let's go ahead and rebuild things. Okay, now you go and see, but of course we still see that, but now when you are on the same page, as you see that on the same page, whatever you do, it doesn't get rebuild. Okay, and which is very optimized, and this is awesome. So this is where actually this thing shine, that you convert your method to stateless widgets. Okay, now that's the thing that we learned, and we should be also be optimizing this thing over here. So this one is the same thing. All right, now this is the banner, but of course for now let's go ahead and convert it and we'll see how it works. So I'm going to copy this over here, and then I'm going to create a stateless class, and I'm going to call it banner, and then just to replace this. Okay, now here there's something new that's going to happen. It depends on this too, right? So we need to pass them. But before we pass, since this is a class, we need to declare them at the top. Now this is sometimes get annoying with classes, that you always need to declare the variables at the top before you call the constructor, right? Because we are not really passing anything, so it was good. But here, because we need to grab this ref and this over here, this controller. So this is the reason that we need to actually go ahead and initialize this variable. So here we might say, well, final page controller and controller. That's one. And then we also see final widget ref. Okay, now since they are final, over here we need to pass them, and over here you do this dot page, this dot controller, and this dot ref. All right, and what else? Let's see. So controller of its type. Well, okay, it says if you do final, then at least give it a default value. Otherwise, you say that it's required and required over here. Okay, so now with this class itself doesn't have any problem. And now if you come over here, instead of calling it like this, you can call it banner. All right, and let's see. Banner isn't a function. Try correcting an existing or define a method. The banner is defined for home widgets. Try using prefix as. So looks like it is being conflicted with somewhere with some name. Okay, let me recheck that how I named it. So this is the banner class, right? And the banner extends stateless home widget. We are good. Okay, so now here's this problem. Here it says the banner is defined. It's already defined somewhere in Flutter source code itself, right? And now we also have this one over here. So it's got confused which one to import from here or from here. This is ours, right? And this is uses source widgets banner. So this is inside Flutter own source code. So it's easy to solve. So here we could do like this. So a few things we could do. Now, I don't want to do prefix, the one that they said, because that a lot of changes, which I don't want to do. Here I can just simply change to home banner, okay? Which makes more sense. With this, the name wouldn't conflict, right? Okay, now with this, the problem should be gone. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, cool. So everything is same as before. Okay, and the states are persisted, and this is awesome. Okay, so this is a benefit of using a stateless class. Now with this is also interesting because here we have final and const, which is immutable and which is less error prone. So here I'm going to remove this. We don't need this anymore. Now this is quite interesting. Well, so right now we just learned the benefit of stateless widget over a method. Now, what does that mean? That means that actually we should be doing a lot of refactoring. Okay, so next section I'll be just doing refactoring. You can follow along with me or you can skip, or after next section you can also download the repo from the link, because I always provide the source code. You can start with that one. But if you want, you can go ahead and refactor with me, and that's fine. So let's go ahead and continue to continue to refactor our code. Now we'll go to welcome page over here, this welcome page, and here we do see that there are a few widgets that we can actually optimize, which is one of them is this one. This is the first one, right? Okay, now how we do that? Well, actually it's pretty simple and straightforward. So I'm going to copy this whole column. Well, I don't think I should be copying the whole column. In fact, let me do it like this. First, let me come over here and we're going to create a stateless class, and the class name would be, I'm going to copy this and put it here, and it should be capital A. All right, okay, because the class name starts with capital A. And then over here I'm going to copy all of this first, and I'm going to put it here, and as well as this one, because these are the things that we need to pass when we call this. Now there is a situation. What is this situation? The idea is, are we going to make our class const like the one that we did early for our home page over here? Like this class was always a const. Now this class was const, it was easy to do. The reason is because first, we are not passing anything, right? So that was one thing. We really didn't pass anything. And over here, this home, even though we passed things, but everything was final, right? Because only if you have final fields or variables, you can make your constructor const type. And if you can make your constructor const type, then you can actually have const over here. So over here we put const, right? Now if we are to here, I mean this widget actually, so we need to change them to final like we did over here, home widgets. I think this is this the one,
I guess this is the one. Home banner. Username. Right. Okay. So we have to put final over here. Okay. And for all of them, we have to do final. Now with final, there is another problem. You can't assign a value like that. The one that we did at the top. Looks like we're missing final int. So let's go ahead and try and we'll see what suits us best. Now definitely the required is not here, so you need to remove that, and over here make sure that you have this one, this one, this one. Okay, all right. And now the problem over here, you must have required, because if you do put final, okay, you have to go ahead with required, otherwise you will see. So there's this problem, this dot controller. Now here it would say that the parameter cannot have null value of its type because it's already null. So try either explicit non-null or a value where it says that required modifier. So it wants us to use required. So we have to do this for all of them. So let's go ahead and do that. So here required this dot image path, this dot required this dot title, required this dot subtitle, required, well, you get the idea, this dot index, required this dot build, this dot context. So all of these things, are we doing something wrong? Okay. So now here final was given. So this is the other problem which I told you. So if you have final, you have to remove that. Okay, so you can't use it any kind of default values. Okay, because if you have default values, then you can't really instantiate a new object. So that's what it was causing the problem for. So you have to remove this default value. So only thing is that it is required as well as a final, so you can't assign default value. Okay, now this looks like fine. Okay, now let's come over here. Now instead of this, we're gonna use the class itself. So let's go ahead and do that. And then here controller, that's the only thing we need to do. Now let's go ahead and run our app. We'll see how it goes. All right, so inside this one, well, I already put a log there. Over here, this log. Now remember, inside this over here, we are using a class and a widget method, right? So let's do the experiment. So the widget method itself has a log. We're going to put the same log over here, and then here is inside app onboarding page class. So I'm just putting the log, and now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, so each of them get called twice, right? We see that this one got called twice, class, and other two got called twice. Now the next thing is that since this is all final and const, now this time can we put a const variable? Well, the question is now that over here, can we really put a const modifier? Let's go ahead and try it. Const. And then we'll get error because these two values are dynamic. These are static that we are assigning to it, right? So these are dynamic and we don't have a way to make them static. It's just not possible. So we can't use const over here. So the idea is you can create a class and you can put const before it and optimize, but the condition, all the arguments you pass over here, they have to be static. Otherwise, it's the same as just creating a method the one that we did over here. All right, so it's up to you right now that what are you going to use. Either it's a class or a method, but to me, if it is not optimizable, then I go ahead with method, because method seems to be less complicated. This looks a little bit more complicated, but of course classes has its own benefit as well, which we'll see later down the road. But now it's up to you guys that what you choose. Okay, so if it is less complicated, makes your code easier, readable, then go ahead with the method. If it's something that you feel like more sophisticated, then you can go ahead with like classes. So since I have done it over here, I'm gonna go ahead with classes, which looks good and sounds good, but in terms of optimization, the same thing. All right, so that's your choice to go ahead and how to work. But along the way, we learned something, right? We learned a big thing, that how to work and make things const, and why it's important and when to use. Now this is something, this example, like making something const, making something not const, we often see that. Okay, and then we also understood that how it works. Now this is another thing, right? So here it says that the constructor called, the constructor being called is in a const constructor. So now this is a widget, right? So we are calling this constructor page view over here. So this constructor itself is not a const. Where is it? Oh yeah, this is the constructor itself, right? So it's not a const, so you cannot put const here either. So even though now we learned that yes, you should put const as many as possible to make your code optimized, but it's not always possible, because there are restrictions with the original source code. Because this page view, we didn't write it, it's written by Flutter official side, so they didn't make it a const, and there is a valid reason, because there are a lot of things you need to pass, and a lot of these things are going to be dynamic, so it's not just possible. So the thing is that if you can pass static value actually, then it's good. If you can't, then actually you could just go ahead and use dynamic situations. In that case, your method and class, they would all work. Anyway, since we are here, we are going to optimize another thing, this class, right? This image path over here, we are going to make them more reorganized. Remember last time we had this one, so we had this image res over here. Now we want to put more of them. So first one was this one, right? So it's a reading, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come over here, and so I'm going to do static const string. Well, I should have just copied that, string reading image base. All right, but we only need the last section. Okay, we also don't need this, right? Okay, I think I should copy this thing rather than copy from there. All right, so let me go ahead and put it here and here. Most probably we'll have 3 of them. Now the other one is man and boy, so let's go ahead and put them. So here we'll have man, and we can call it man, and over here we're gonna call it boy, and boy. Okay, so this way we are just a little bit more organized, that's all. Okay, all right, and now let's come over here. So we're going to just replace them. So here definitely we need to import image res dot, I think that was reading. Looks like we need to import the class path itself, read, and that should be man. image res dot men and image res dot boy. Cool. So now these things you can also make a separate file like text res like this. Okay, and then you can also put them separately. That also works. That's fine. Okay, all right. So far so good, and let's go ahead and restart it. All right, and it looks like we have an issue. The image path cannot be found. Okay, the reason is why the path didn't work. Over here we do see that here it says that images, so these are all in a different folder actually, so that's the problem. Now in that case, let me go ahead and fix this one. Let me go ahead and get it from here, and I'm going to go ahead and put it there, so we also don't need the $sign. Okay, and here also this, right, and it looks like you can just simply go ahead and use single quote, and that's fine. Okay, and now if we come over here, we do that here, image res dot boy. Now let's go ahead and run, and we still see that. Okay, reading. Oh, sorry, it should be over here. It should be images, right? So let's go ahead and copy this, put it here and here. Now let's restart our app. Okay, good. So now it works. All right, now here we do see that we have, this is a little bit different than the one that we expected over here. Now of course you could go ahead and create another variable and put it here, and that would work as well. Another base variable and put it here, that would work. So you can do it on your own and it should be working fine. Well, now here I'll give you another example of code optimization. Now in few places we can go ahead and optimize the code. Well, definitely I can see that this one I can optimize, but this one I can't because it already got dynamic values, right? So making this into a class will not help me a lot anyway, right? So I'm not going to focus on this one. On the other hand, this one, you see, this one over here, I could go ahead and turn this into a class. So let's go ahead and here create a stateless class. We're gonna call it text14 normal. Okay, and I'm going to copy everything from here and put it here as well. That's the first step, and the second step would be getting all of this. Let's come over here and put them one by one, and this one as well as this. But now as we want to put final in front of them, we could do that. It will not throw any error. That's fine, but you can't create object using the given properties, right? If you put it like this, then you also have to have this one inside. So this dot text, this dot color, right? Now it will arise a new problem. It would say, okay, well, then give me the required keyword, but I don't want to put required, because with required you always have to pass new thing. I mean all the things. So that's what I hate about required. So first thing, we can go ahead and remove the default values from there, and we can put default value over here, because somehow if you have a default value in the constructor, then you don't need to put required. Okay, all right. So over here we are going to use the color. I think, what is this color? So, sorry, I forgot the color. So that was app primary color. So let me go ahead and copy this one, and then the text value itself could be empty, and then over here we just put this. So with this, now this one becomes a class which is immutable as well as performance optimized, right? This is fine. So what we learned, another new thing. So if you don't want to put required, give them a default value in the constructor. But this is not always possible because there are so many restrictions in Dart. But of course it does it to optimize everything, because optimization happens in many levels, not just over there. Now here we can just simply go ahead and change the class name. Cool. And now it wants you to immediately have const and beautiful. Okay. But of course, in some places you can't call it like this. For example, we might have other places like, okay, well, looks like this is a good option where we can do text normal, and you can also put const over here and it would work. So you get the idea. So go ahead and find the places where necessary and change to const. But there could be places that it's not always necessary, or it's not always possible to optimize. Like for example, over here, I do think you can call text, but over here, I don't think you can put const there. Yeah, you can't, because this text is a dynamic value. Okay, all right. So yeah, that's how you can go ahead and change some places where you want, and eventually it would help. All right. Now this is something I could go ahead and help you directly, but this is not necessary. You can just go ahead and find the places where possible and do it. Now the one way to verify this, so I'm gonna comment this out, and if there are other places still using, it will throw an error, and I can find them easily and go ahead and replace them. Let's start it one more time. Yes, so there are a few places. Now here, sign in over here, this one. So definitely we could optimize like this. This is a smart way to find errors. And also this one, looks like we already did that. Yeah. So far so good. Now once again, because I always provide the source code, so go ahead and check the source code from the link so that you understand how it's working. Okay, so this time we're going to go ahead and take care of this line and some spacing issues. Before I take care of the line, so first take care of a bit of spacing issue over here. Now here we could do sized box, and then here we could do height, say height 20, and that will work. And now it's asking you to put const modifier, which you can. So this is another example of actually building an immutable object, this 3R. But in our app, you see over here, we don't have const, because you can't, because if you have something dynamic, so that's something where you can't put const. Okay, so it would say invalid const, so we have to remove that. Why? The reason is because whenever you mark it with .h, it's telling you that this value would change based on the screen, and this is not a const time object, or sorry, compile time object, because during compile time it doesn't know the width of the screen. So that's sorry, this particular height, it could be 20 or it could be more than 20, because this h optimizes it. Okay, so that's why you can't put const over here. This h value is only known during the runtime. That's why you can't put const over here. But if you remove that, then you can.
So hopefully it makes sense. Now we want to work on this app bar. Right now the app bar we have over here is the general one of the app bar that we built before, but now we want to build an app bar which is very specific to this home page. Okay, so for this reason we come over here, home, and then over here inside this we already have widgets we can see, right? So over here we're gonna build an app bar over here. Looks like we don't have. So what are we going to do over here? Let's go ahead and create a class over here, or a method actually, or here it would be app bar. Okay, and we can call it home app bar, and here we're going to return app bar. Okay, right. Now inside this we are going to have, first, since this is a title, we are going to have title over here, right? And here we're going to have container. Now it looks like container. Right. Now let's come over here, and here we can just call home app bar. Home app bar. So we are not passing anything to it because we are keeping just it for home, so we can specify whatever we like. Now if you go ahead and save it, definitely it's gone over here. Okay, all right, and then over here we can have something like this. We're gonna have a child, then we'll have a row, and then we're going to have children. Now why this is happening like this? Okay, the reason is, if you see our original app, it will have this kind of app bar. So we need to have a row, and in the row we'll have these two items. So that's why we are having it. Hopefully it makes sense, right? Now over here, so since we have the row, we can have here app image, this one. All right, and here we can mention width and height. Now first go ahead and mention our image path, and then here we'll have image res, and well, it looks like, let's go ahead and import it. Image res, looks like I have to do it. Okay, so we have to have something called menu, but looks like we don't have it here. So we're going to define it. Okay, so let's come over here. All right, so we don't have anything called menu, so I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to put it here, and we're going to call it menu. Okay, and over here it should be menu.png. all right, now if you come over here inside our home widget, the error should be gone. Let's go ahead and save it, and we already see it here. Beautiful, so it's already looking better. So that's our app image widget, but actually we can constrain the width and height. So here we're going to do width 18.w, height 12. Well, for now it says unnecessary, but I think we can apply a little bit of margin on the left, as you can see. Okay, so then it will not say unnecessary. So let's come over here and apply margin to it. Okay, margin, and then edge insets, edge insets dot only, and left 7.w, right 7.w. okay, all right, let's do that. So now it's more aligned, and this is what we wanted. Okay, now this app image, this one actually paid off, right? Because we can actually go ahead and use it quickly. All right. Anyway, so I'm going to close this. We don't need this one anymore. What else? Let me see. We have the search bar, and so far so good. I was actually looking for something different. So this one, home banner, container. All right, fine. Oops. So let me go to this class again over here. Now inside this, here something that we want that's clickable. We want something that's clickable. So we'll have gesture detector. Now inside this we'll have child. Now let's go ahead and do child, and inside the child we'll have container and width 40.w, and here height 40.w. So here we're going to show our avatar. Okay, so that's what we'll have. So here we'll have decoration and box decoration, and inside this we'll have image property. So we're going to show our image, right? And here we'd say decoration image, this one. This is the one that we want. And inside this image and network image. All right. Now over here we will have say for now here we want to do image path, right? So here like this, image res dot profile. So this is something that we want to use it for now, but we're gonna change it very soon. Let's go ahead and save it. And looks like it's not visible. Let's run it. And it also says that there is no specified image there. All right, so there is this other problem as well. Now it looks for network image, right? We don't have network image. So here for now we can put asset image. Now let's go ahead and run it. And here it is. Okay. All right, so that's our image for now, but we need to separate it to the end. So this is where the row thing come in and play. So here we'll have main axis alignment and main axis alignment, that space between. All right, so we're gonna pushing them very far from each other, and which is actually good, and this is what something we wanted. Now this image would be coming from network in future. So that's why I was trying to do network image, but since we are not done with our backend yet, we can't use it. All right. Okay, and what else? Let's see. So here, we can also define the image fit property actually inside this. So fit here, I think we should have this property. Is it? Okay, let's put a const modifier first. And then no, fit should be decoration image, box fit. So let's do it inside this. Fit, box fit dot. Over here we could do fit height. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, so it become a little bigger. Yeah, it could be bigger, so we don't mind about that. So let's keep it as it is. Now here, this background doesn't look good, so we need to change the background color. So inside this scaffold over here, let's see if we have background color. So here we do colors.white. So now it is much better. Okay, colors.white. All right, so with this it is looking very good. And as well as over here we can also apply border radius, border Okay, so let's go ahead and do border radius inside this. Border radius dot all. Now, or we could just simply go ahead and do circular and 20.w. Okay, and you have to remove the const, because this is not const anymore, but here you can put const. All right, and it looks like it wants us to remove this unnecessary interpolation. Okay, this is cool, but this part would be actually reusable. And so far I remember earlier we have a box shadow, this one. The name is confusing actually. It shouldn't be a box shadow. Well, anyway, so I'm going to create a new one over here. Okay, so let me go ahead and create a new widget inside our app shadow. The name is a misnomer. I should be actually changing this one. So here we'll create a new one. Okay, so what are we going to do? Going to do a method or a class? So class has its benefit, so that's why we are going to create a class over here. The benefit is you can make it immutable as well, which means const, which is good for optimization. So here we can say app box decoration image. So this part would be with image, right? Now here is this problem over here. Now if you go back, if you come over here, if you do come over here, and if you put it like this, it would throw an error, and in the error it would say that box decoration cannot be returned from method build because it has a return type of widget. Now box decoration itself is not a widget, so that's what it is trying to say. Now like over here we did, right? Box decoration. So it returns box decoration. Now if we go ahead and do it like this, okay, so now there are other problems. Okay, so it's not gonna work. Okay, so that's a problem. Now of course if you go ahead and remove this one as well, so it's not going to work either. So this is not a solution. It has to be widget. Now inside the widget itself over here, now you can go ahead and return a container. Okay, so here you can wrap it around a container, and inside this you can simply go ahead and return decoration. And then here you could do the one that you copied from here. So you can return this one. And of course, this image res is not recognizable. It says that it's null. So that's the problem. So now let's see over here, string constructor. So we have to remove this one as well. Okay, and we need to import it. All right. Now over here, it may look like a valid solution to this one. Let me go ahead and put it here. Okay. All right. Now, if we go ahead and try to take it, and here is the app box decoration image. Now there is this problem. This type doesn't match. Okay, so this is also not a solution. So the only solution is replacing this whole thing over here. Okay, so here you could do like this. What is it that we could do? So here is a box decoration with image. All right, now this should work. But now if you do that over here, you lose the value of width and height. So width 40.w, height 40.h, and only this it might work. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so of course it looks like nothing changes. Okay, all right. You can put a const over here, and we should be good for rebuilding. And this is what I like actually. I mean, you can just go ahead and do a test right away. So put over here, so print my app bar, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and work on this. We'll see it once, but now if you go ahead and try it, it's not going to rebuild, right? But if you move that, now let's go ahead and see. So it'll always respond, right? So that's the beauty of this thing. But there are other issues. The problem is that, are we going to keep it const like this? No. What I think we could do over here, we could return something like this. So here we could do final and double, and here we could say width, final double height. All right, and what else? Final string image path. Okay, now we can have them here injected inside this, and that would work as well. So here we can say this dot double, this dot width, say 40, this dot height equal 40, this dot image path equal, you can give it a default image name. All right, so default image could be like image res dot and there is a default image. All right, so with this it's gonna work. Okay, now here you could do width and width. All right, okay, right. Now since this is default image, and if you don't pass anything, it's gonna use the default image, I guess, if you change the path. Okay, image path. But of course in that case you can't have const here. Let's go ahead and check it. This is something you also don't want to see, so you can only do here what was it, person or profile. All right, okay. And now if you go ahead and check, and if you do this log over here, it's still my app bar. Okay, all right, so we say it first time, second time, third time, it's gone. So far we have covered some good Dart knowledge. I'm not sure you guys understand this or not, how everything works. So first, this object is immutable. Okay, well, because we have final and const. Now to have final and const, of course, to make immutable, you have to create the variables as final, the constructor as const. Now if you assign default value, you don't need to use required. Okay, you don't need that. But if you don't give any default value, you have to have required. Okay, so that's the thing. But if you do required, the problem is it says required, which means that when you call the constructor, you have to pass. Now we are not passing anything over here, so that's the problem. Okay, now of course if you want, you can go ahead and pass with 40. That would still work. Okay, all right, it's up to you that how you do that. Now since I like it keeping it optional, because I feel like you have better control on them. The required is too hard coded for me, I feel like. Okay, so this is a lot of Flutter concept that we learned over here, and the Dart concept. Actually, these are all Dart concept. We did this because we don't want to rebuild the page unnecessarily. Okay, now it could be complex for some of you, but go ahead and review or ask me questions. All right, okay. Now these things we can also make all of them as a class, and that would be fine as well. Okay, so in future when we need to move this, we'll change. For now, I'm not going to change this. All right, so once again you get the idea. So this is our app bar, and app bar is also calling another widget. Okay, all right. So make your classes possible stateless whenever possible. This is good for optimization. Okay, so that's the suggestion. All right, so that's being done, and if that is done over here, we can now continue to go ahead and work on these issues, and we are making progress. All right, so after that, we're gonna go ahead and work on this menu button over here, right? Button that I'm talking about, like this. Oops, like this. Okay, so now here we're gonna first to go ahead and create a widget over here, and this time let's go ahead and create a class, because we find that classes has greater benefit. Okay, all right, here you can say menu bar, like that. Okay, all right, definitely returning container works better. So I'm going to go ahead and call menu bar. All right, that's it. And let's go ahead and isn't a function. It says that menu bar isn't a function. I know that it's not a function. It's a stateless class, and why we are saying existing defined method menu bar. No, right. So once again, this is a confronting with our app name. All right, so we could, widget name home menu bar. So for now, let's go ahead and call it as home menu bar. Okay, all right, and then call it here, and you should be good to go. Right. So one of the things that we are going to take care of here is this width and height, right? So let's go ahead and give it width over here, or okay, it doesn't really matter though. So I'm going to have a child over here, and I'm going to call it row. That means that the row will have children, and all the things will have a container, right? Another container. And why we'll have this container? We'll have the container, we want to put this one inside a container. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here I'll have container, and inside the container we'll have like child, and this would be our text. Now here we do have text over here. So text 16 normal, this one. Okay, all right, now we can go ahead and use this one. But even before we go ahead and use this, so here these things, so primary, secondary element, this one, font size, normal, and things like that. Now as we are working on this, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm gonna quickly turn it down into a class over here. Okay, stateless class, and it's a text 16 normal. Okay, all right, now inside this over here, we're going to just return the text itself. Okay, cool. Now we are going to take these things over here from here. Okay, and we're gonna put them here one by one. All right, and okay, so like this. Now here we're gonna declare it as a final, and of course you don't need this. We can initialize the default value, and the same thing we do over here, final. And I'm gonna cut this because this would be useful. All right, now over here we could say this dot text, and you can always give it a default value, as well as over here this dot color, and you can give the default value as this one. All right, okay, and with this we should be good actually. So text, did we do something different? No. So now we're here in our home page widget. So here we could call like this. Okay, all right. Now let's come over here, home bar menu, and we set. Let's go ahead and use it. But looks like we don't see any of this because remember this one, the default value, the text itself is nothing, right? So we can pass text, but how do you pass? Actually, let's go ahead and pass it from here. Okay, and how do you do that? Now here we can do, I think there was a text, right? Okay, here we could say, yeah, choose your course. So that's the first one. All right, and it says let's go ahead and add a const modifier. I'm not sure that we can use it for a long time. Anyway, now over here we also want to change the color, and then actually I don't think we'd be able to use a const modifier. Colors dot here primary text, this one. All right, looks like we can still do that. Primary text, and what else do we need to? Okay, let me go ahead and check this font. This one, this is a font normal, right? But we don't have this one. So what I could do, final font weight, this one, and I'm going to inject a new one, font weight, and here let's give it a default one, font weight dot normal, this one, and here font weight. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and reorganize the code. All right, that's a beautiful class over here we have. All right, now let's come over here and we can apply a default font, to it. But in this case, we're gonna apply font weight as font weight dot bold. So this is something that we want to apply this time. And beautiful. Now over here, let's reorganize the code. So we have things like this. And font size is 16. So we are not going to do anything with this. So let's go ahead and load it. Yes, and we already set it at the top, and which is beautiful. Now over here, this row, now here what we could do, we could apply margin to it and add insets dot only, and then here we could do top 15.h. all right, so let's go ahead and do that. So now it came down and something's new on our app right now, and we like it. Okay, we like it, and let's see if this is something that we can remove. Let's go ahead and remove that if it's not really necessary. Okay, and what else? It's a put a const modifier before there, and beautiful. Okay, right, now over here, beautiful. All right, so it's gonna work. So you see how it turned out. So we have a class. Now inside this one over here, we are not passing anything from here. So ultimately it works as not going to rebuild itself again and again and again, right? So that's the beautiful thing about it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do over here, 16 text primary color, I'm going to remove this. Okay, now if I do that, I'll get an error, and that's the purpose, because if I get error, then I'll know which places I have used them, and then I can just go ahead and replace them with the class name. Okay, so here we could do text. Okay, that's the first one, and here we could also do text. All right, and okay, problem solved. Most probably this is the last one, and also over here text. And what else? And there is one more, which is over here. All right, so with this you don't have to find one by one all of them, because the errors are reported here and you're good to go. All right, beautiful. So now in future, as we are working more, some places we still need to make them as a class, and we'll do that step by step.
But if you can do it on your own, that's even better. All right. Okay, right. Now, so that's the first thing. Now over here, we need to put another text. Now that text could be something that we can extrapolate from here. And then here we could use a gesture detector, this one. And here child, most probably this one as well. And let me see. Evaluation of constant throws. And so here, let me see whether we can remove this. Now it wants you to put a const modifier in front each of them over here. All right, so now this is fine. And over here, well, the question is whether we are going to use this one or not. Now here we want something very specific, the font size. So that's the problem. Now, okay, let me go ahead and change it first. And here we could say see all. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. They're together, right? So one thing that I could do right away here, main axis alignment dot space between. Let's do it. Okay, so that's fine. Now, a few things that we need to change over here. The text, the color itself. Okay, so this is not the color that I want. So here we can pass primary third color, this one. Okay, but the text itself should be small, much smaller. If you come over here, we don't think we have much smaller text. Now I'm going to copy this, most probably the same, this one, and I'll just change the name of this class itself, and I'm going to call it. Okay, right, and then text 10 and text 10 normal, and that's it. Now here, since we are using it first time, so I'm going to copy this one and put it here. That's it. What else? And over here it has to be 10, and font size, okay, it stays as normal. This is something that we can keep. The color itself, we can keep what it is. Okay, fine. So now from here, in fact, you can call this one. If you do that, we don't need to pass this, and we also don't need to pass this. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Yes, so this is something that we wanted. I know it's a little bit small, but so far so good. All right, so that's how, I mean, it works. And what else? Now this is main axis alignment. Now let's change the cross-axis alignment, which is vertical. Cross-axis alignment dot end. So most probably it'll put it down at the end. All right, so which is very good. All right, so now so far so good. Once again, we built our beautiful text and widgets and reusable widgets. And once again, practicing good programming, put const as much as possible. Okay. All right, so the next thing we want to do is showing these buttons over here. Now there is this problem. What's the problem? Well, that has to do with our code. Well, it's not a big problem. So here we could use this one. Now this one, this line over here is being shown using this row, and this row is inside a container, right? Okay, now we could be smart about it, because we also need to show this few things over here, this few buttons, so we can actually wrap it inside a container, this one. Sorry, inside a column widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Column, right? Okay, beautiful. Now inside column, the first one is a child, and this one refers to the course text. Okay, why is this see all course? All right, now this one is course text button. Okay, course item button. I'm gonna say it like this, item button, right? Now inside this there'd be another one. Now here we could do child and a text, child and text. You can say hello. All right. Now if you go ahead and restart it, we'll see most probably hello here, and yes, that's what we see. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and remove this because this is something not we want. Now inside this internally, it would be like pretty much like this. So like these things, okay, pretty much like them. So what I can do right away, most probably I can go ahead and copy this. Okay, is copying going to work? Even most probably not. Okay, it might not going to work because there are things that we need to do about it. So let's not copy it. Let's come over here and we're gonna put here child and a row and then children. Okay, right. Now inside this, first we want to have a text, right? Now the text itself, we could use one of our text. Now let's see whether we have this text. This time we want to use let me see, what do we have here? Onboarding page. No, we can go to our common folder over here and text widgets, this one. This time we want to use another one, and most probably this time we're gonna use the font size 11. So I think I'm gonna put it here 11, and instead of 10 name it to 11. All right, and what else you want? So let's assign it default color. So default color is a primary element, this one. So this is something that we want, default color. Okay, and font size we want 11, and font weight is normal. Now if we are going to come over here, so we can say text 11 normal, and here we could do text and we can call it all. Let's go ahead and save it, and that's what we see over here. Okay, and let us see. So it should be actually white. So this is this color thing that we need to check. So let's see the color. I think it should be a different color, actually, not this one. I think there is something called primary element text. So we want to use the text color out of it. Now if you go ahead and save it, it's white, so it's gone. Okay, all right, but it doesn't matter. Now over here, the text itself, I want to wrap it around a container so that I can apply decoration to it. Okay, all right. Now I think we already built app box shadow, and let me see whether we have any suitable one that we can directly apply kind of border. And we do have one over here, the one that we see. Okay, so app box shadow, this one. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come over here. Okay, so I'm going to put it like this. So let's go ahead and do decoration. Well, it's not recognizing. Let's try it again. Looks like no. So I'm gonna fold down over here and decoration and this one. Okay, and let's go ahead and check it. So we already see it there, right? Okay, very good.
Now there are a few issues right now we need to take care. Okay, the first thing we want to care is let's give it a kind of padding inside. And once again, it doesn't recognize, so I'm going to do it from the left side, sorry, from the bottom side. Over here, edge insets dot only. Okay, all right, left and right 15 dot w, and the top 5.h. Let's go ahead and save it. Oh yes, it looks much better now. Now there's this other problem. So some of these properties over here, we might not use them and we might not need them at all. So of course, I think we can always apply different situations. Okay, first over here is a color. I think we can apply color. So here we do app colors dot primary element. This one, let's go ahead. But it doesn't look like a lot of change because it would be applied to the border, and we are okay with that one. And box border over here. So here we do border radius dot all, and here 7.w. Okay, and here border radius. Okay, so there is this issue. If you come over here, so here this one is not able to, so border radius, so either we do this or this. So now let me add something called over here border radius, border radius. Okay, this one. So now where to apply? Now over here you'll see that it does have border radius, so I can just do like this, border radius, border, am I getting it correctly? Let me check it. Border radius. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and put border radius. And do we have an issue with this? Let me see. That was already specified. Border, oh right, here, sorry, I'm sorry about it. Okay, now here we could do like border radius. All right, now here is already there one, sorry, I'm sorry. So we can, what we could do over here, instead of adding that, here we can just supply border directly. Okay, border, what is it? Let me go ahead and check. It's called radius actually. So here we could just use a radius 7.w. all right, 7.w. now with this will not have any error, and which looks much better, and this is the eventual result we wanted. And what do we see over here is a const modifier. Let's reorganize our code. All right, and what else? Okay, all right, so far so good. So we have applied padding, and what else? Let me go ahead and check. Okay, so now there's this top spacing that we need to work on. Here we could do sized box and height, say 20.h. Now, well, if we could also apply this sized box inside this container as a margin.
But since we did not do that, we can also remove this as well, and it would work the same. Like here we did inside a margin, right? We used a margin inside a container, but here looks like we did not. Okay, but that should work anyway. You can go ahead with any of these options. It doesn't matter. Inside that's the first one. Okay. All right. So now we'll have the other one. Okay. Now there should be another text over here. Now for that one, I can just first go ahead and copy this. Okay, and here I could say popular. Okay, right. But no, this time we don't say this. So the reason is we need to change the color. Okay, so it should be app colors dot primary third element text. Let's go ahead and use it. Okay, so we see it's there. So the color is fine, and the font is fine as well. So only problem is it's too close. So we can wrap it around a container widget, and inside this we can apply margin to it. Edge insets only, and then only, and then here we do left. So let's go ahead and do left 30.w. all right, so now it went over there, and that's fine. So with this menu button is done as well. Okay, and the color scheme is fine as well. Now hopefully we can also copy this one over here. All right, and we're gonna put it here, and over here we're gonna set as newest. All right, okay, right. So here you see, okay, so this section is so far so good, everything else stays the same. All right, so with this we are done. Okay, so next we need to actually find a way to show images over here. And what images? This kind of images. Well, first we would show them from our local storage, in a sense whatever the images we have, and then we will actually use a network image, which means that we'll use Backend API to load them, and this is the place where we'll start working on the backend. But anyway, first we need to go ahead and show this things over here. Okay, the images. Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So here we'll see how to achieve this result using grid view. Right now we don't have it over here, so we'll see how to use this one. Now you can actually use this idea, the one that I'm doing over here, just inside any widget. So in our case, I'm inside this column and it would still work. Now if you use this tutorial for different purpose, you can just go ahead and use the same idea, just to make sure that you return a widget, and that's all you need to do. Now, there are a few different ways we could do it. One of the ways we could do first is custom scroll view. So let's go ahead and use a custom scroll view to do that. Now custom scroll view actually takes slivers, and slivers takes a list of widgets. Now in our case, we'll just have only one sliver inside it, and we are gonna use sliver padding. In general, you need to have padding. All right, so that's why we are using padding over here. Now padding could be pretty much anything. Say for example, I'm going to use agentsets dot all, and say for example I'm going to use 20 pixels for all of this. It doesn't really matter. And after that, inside this, actually you're going to use another sliver. Now slivers have greater benefit over other widgets, especially if you do chatting, but in our case this is not chatting, but you get the idea that if you use, and if you want to know, maybe this is the perfect place for you. So sliver dot over here,
because we want something like grid view, so here we're gonna use sliver grid.count, this one over here. Now inside this you need to say in axis, cross axis alignment how many of them, and main axis alignment how many of them. Now here when I say this one, actually this is a grid view. Okay, now in general this should be the cross axis alignment, horizontal axis would be the cross axis alignment, because the default behavior is vertical behavior. In that case the cross is this one. Okay, all right, so how many you want cross axis alignment, you need to mention. In our case we want just 2 of them, so horizontally we want 2 of them, 1 2 like this. So that's why we're gonna mention over here as 2, sorry, not 10, 2, right? Okay, and that's it pretty much. And after that over here inside this you can also mention your child, which means children, list of children. These are the children that would be shown over here. Okay, now for now we're going to use, say, a simple text widget. So here I can say hello, I love Flutter. Okay, now here I could say, now I can go ahead and repeat them. So it doesn't matter, you can repeat as many times as you want. All right, and now over here I'm going to have them, I think, 5 times. Okay, well, let's add a const modifier so that it will look good. Now let's save it. All right, and this should be showing up. Looks like they did not. All right, so we might be having an issue and we'll take care of that. So I know the issue, and if you're curious I still want to show you. So here it says that it needs vertical viewport bound, which means it needs height, otherwise it doesn't know what to do. But now here we don't want to give it any kind of height, rather than over here we are going to be smart. So inside this over here is something called shrink wrap true, which means that use the lowest possible area. All right, now here we go. Now it can, so I told him that use the lowest possible area, so that's why it is trying to use these areas to make it and shown on the screen. All right, so that's one of the ways to work with this. But of course it looks like this is not scrollable, right? So look at this. So here, well, I have 5 of the items, the last item I don't see. So that's the problem. So how to make it scrollable? Now in that case here there is a property called physics. Okay, and we can assign this as scroll physics. Sorry, scroll physics. This one, call this class and put a const modifier on it. All right, and let's do hot restart over here, or hot reload. All right, actually we are done. Now if you come over here, you see it becomes scrollable. Of course it makes the whole page scrollable, but it doesn't matter, there could be other ways to do it as well. This is what I just wanted to show you. Now here we can focus on these things. Earlier we just said 2 of them, so on each axis we have 2 of this, right? Now here we can also say 3. Now let's see how it works. All right, so now we see that 3 of the items in each row. All right, so this is very important. But of course you could do further optimization if you want. You can also put here some like spacing, say cross-axis alignment spacing, which would be horizontal spacing, say 10, and we'll see that here we have more spaces. It might not be obvious, say apply 40. Now we see more and more space between each of this. All right, okay, so anyway, so this is one way to go. Now there is another way to work with this, that's without custom scroll view. Now I have dedicated custom scroll view tutorial, you can go ahead and check that out. Now I'm going to remove this, I don't want to use this one, so try a different one. So over here, first I'm gonna have a container, and inside the child I can have something called grid view.builder. No, we can also use grid view.builder to actually have this grid. All right. Now it takes some properties. So one of the properties is called grid delegate. So it takes a function which is called silver grid delegate with fixed cross access count. So this is actually a constructor or a class. Now inside this we have some properties that we need to put. Once again, cross access count. It means how many of them you want over here. So you have to say that. For now we're gonna start with 2. All right. And then over here, item builder. So this one is just like any other builder. So you need to pass build context to context. But if we are not going to use that, so we can just simply go ahead and ignore that. And the other one is int index. Okay, and this is something that we are going to use. And after that, over here, we are going to return something called text. And here we can say I love Flutter. All right, okay, and let's put it here. But now, because we are not mentioning any kind of counting over here, so this could do infinite scrolling, which we don't want. So over here inside this, I think we can mention item count. So once again, I'm going to do it 6. All right, and let's go ahead and run it, but this time we'll hit the same error as we had early. All right, and so as you can see over here, pretty much the same error. All right, now to solve this, one of the ways to solve it quickly is shrink wrap true, lowest possible area. All right, and then you see the error is gone. And now here I have 4 of them, even though I said 6. Now to solve this is just the same approach that we did early. Now here we could use physics, and scroll physics, right? Now with this, it would become completely scrollable, and we'll see that. Now other properties still applies to it, so we can definitely go ahead and use that one. Now that's the basic idea how to go ahead and create the grid view. Now I'm gonna go ahead with this one. This is my preferred way of doing, because this is a small page over here, not many items. If we have chatting, then we may use custom scroll view. But just showing items like this is good enough. All right, and we already have our own widgets for doing it, right? So we can also work on that. So we have app image, this one. So we can just call our custom widget. And here we go. We see that it's beautiful and it showed up. And it looks like this is more aligned over here, right? Yes. So let me go ahead, and most probably we need to put const modifier, and that'd be great, right? Okay. And this one, we can keep it as it is. The next, what we're gonna do, I'm going to cut this one, right? Cut this one, and we can say course grid, okay? Or course item grid. All right, now this class doesn't exist yet. We're gonna go ahead and create one, and we're gonna go ahead and create it over here. So here we're gonna create a stateless class, and course item grid. All right, now inside this we are going to return this one, and hopefully the error should be gone as well. All right, now let's go ahead and restart it, and everything as it is. It's beautiful. Now we can also do further optimization of this. So as I said, the cross-axis count, which means horizontally. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and apply other properties if you want. So cross-axis spacing, horizontal spacing, say 40. Okay, and there would be a lot. So image would shrink down, as you can see. And you can also use main axis spacing, so which would be applied vertically. So over here, say you also do 40, and you see that. Okay, so there is more spacing between each of these images. So that's how you go ahead and do that. All right, now what's gonna do over here that we are going to actually not put these things over here like this. I mean, well, this is fine, but we actually want to get the data from our backend, right, and show it over here.
All right, hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. Here we'll see how to install XAMPP server and Laravel on Windows 11. All right, now to be able to do that, first I'm going to open up my browser over here, and I'm going to go to download some software. So the first one would be XAMPP server. So let's go ahead and do that. So here I'll type in Google, and then I'll do XAMPP, and then over here I'm going to click on this. And over here we get to choose what kind of version we want. So we want it for Windows, so I'm going to click on this, and here it says that it should start downloading automatically. So we'll see if it does or not. Now after that, here we'll come over here in Google one more time, and here we'll say Composer. Now I'm going to click on this, and it looks like our XAMPP server is being downloaded. That's great. And over here we have this Composer. Now we want to download it. Okay, well, there are many options there, and we want to download this one, composer setup.exe. Let's go ahead and do that, and it's also downloading, so it may take a few seconds. All right, so these are the few things that we need to get our environment setup and development setup up and running. All right, now looks like they're both downloaded, so I'm gonna first come over here, and I'll select yes, make changes with XAMPP server. So double click on that and start installing. All right, now it's booting up over here, and it's some permission related issue which we'll do later. Now here we're gonna click next. Well, here we are in C drive, and then the set folder is not empty, so please select a different folder. So I'm gonna click next, English, and ready to set up. Go ahead and installing. Now since it's a big file, it may take a bit of time, so until that we'll be waiting. All right, and over here it looks like it's done, so let's go ahead and click finish. Now it started over here. All right, and this is one thing we have done, and after that we need to go ahead and find our Composer. Now we know that Composer has been downloaded. Let's go ahead and find it, and I'm gonna click on this open folder, and once I do that, actually it'll install it. So I'll say install for me, and I'm gonna select developer mode, and then we'll click next, and it's being installed over here inside the user, and then it is in, well, XAMPP PHP. All right, and then we'll keep it empty, and we'll go over there, and well, it's relatively much faster. All right, then, well, we're gonna click next, and we don't need that. Okay, here we are good. All right, now our XAMPP and Composer being installed. Now if we come over here, we'll see this, we have this XAMPP control panel, and one of the things we could do over here, config and php.ini, and inside this, actually we want to look for some extensions and make sure that those extensions are enabled. So here we would say extension, and okay, let's go ahead and find more extension. Okay, well, we see that our MySQL extension is enabled over here, and SQLite extension is enabled, and let's go down and see if we need more extensions. And so far we are good over here, and over here we see that OpenSSL, so we also need to enable that. So we're going to remove this, and I'm going to look for zip. Let's go ahead and find it, and over here we need to enable this one as well. Let's go ahead and do that. After that, we are going to save this file, and here we'll say Control S, and we're going to save it. And here we'll try to click on this button and start Apache, and looks like it started. And now we're gonna go ahead and click on this one, MySQL, and it wants us to allow access. We'll do that. Okay, well, after that we're gonna find our folder, and inside this we'll find XAMPP, and inside XAMPP we are supposed to see our htdocs, which is this one, and inside this we should have everything and all the projects there. Okay, now we can verify whether it's working or not from our browser. So over here we're gonna type in localhost, and here we are. So it means that it's alive. All right, and after that we're gonna take care of our Laravel section and how to do that. First, you need to go ahead and open up a terminal. I'm going to open up a terminal over here, and from this terminal we need to navigate to our XAMPP server folder. Now XAMPP server is C XAMPP and htdocs, so we need to go there. So here we'd come over here, and we'll step back because our XAMPP is installed inside this users folder, I guess. Let me see. Not really, it's inside this C folder, not really users folder. So I'm gonna go back over here, and we do there, and here we do C XAMPP. Now here we do cd XAMPP, and inside this we have a lot of things, and now we want to go to cd htdocs. Now here we are, and these are the things. All right, so hopefully if you had any problem installing XAMPP server, I hope that you have watched the video from the link from the earlier section. So go ahead and do that. Now here our XAMPP server is installed on Windows, so we are going to go ahead and install Laravel over here. Now for Mac servers or Mac users, you can skip the sections. You don't need this. You can go to the next section. So now we know where is our files. So we know that in htdocs we have all these files where you can hold our application. Now here I'm going to create a new Laravel application for our tutorial. So here I'm going to use this command where it says that composer create project Laravel, and here we'll give it a name. So our name would be uLearning app, just like this. So with this, we'll be able to install Laravel from the server. Now, depending on your internet speed, it may take a lot of time, but here in my case, it's a bit faster. So here we are installing everything. And we may need to wait a bit for this. Let's see how it goes. All right, so it looks like everything has been installed as we wanted. Make sure that our app is here. So we see that uLearning app, this is our app, it is already here. Great. And after that, we'll cd to the app and we do uLearning like this. And we could do there or I guess ls. Okay, so our things are here. And well, this is our basic project structure. Now I have a tutorial that talks about basic Laravel setup and things like that, and basically understanding the project structure and everything for beginners. So please go ahead and check that out as well if possible, because I'm not going to walk you through everything in this tutorial, because this tutorial itself is going to be very long. So check out my other Laravel tutorials if you don't have much idea about Laravel itself. Anyway, so now we are going to do PHP artisan serve, and then I'm gonna hit enter. So with this, our Laravel application would be up and running, and here it says that server is running at this section. Okay, now I can click control and click on this link, and then I would be able to visit the browser. So I'm gonna hit click, and then okay, I think it's already running because my screen is full screen. Now here, well, we have a few, so I'm gonna close all of them. So this is the one that's running, I guess. So hit enter, and we can confirm that from here. So if you hit enter, you'll see that over here it does work. And here is our okay, all right, so it's working. All right, so if you stop it, you can just do Control C and it's gonna stop. And make sure that your actually PHP version matches with mine. So because we are doing PHP 8.2, make sure that the version matches, otherwise you might get error. All right, so here we'll see how to work with our backend as well. First, we have to install our backend and take a look. What is our backend? So first, over here, I'll do ls. Now, as I do ls, over here, we'll see like this. Now here, of course, we see our app, which is uLearning app, this one. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and cd into uLearning. All right. Okay, now we already have Laravel installed, and inside this, we are going to install our backend package. Now the backend package is also based on Laravel, and this PHP package. Now you need to come to this website where it says that Laravel docs n. This one, well, this is a Chinese website though, but they have done a great job, and they have this English documentation. Now you can simply go ahead and save this link. All right, laraveladmin.org docs/en. This one. So everything here is in English. Yes, they do have SSL issues, but you can ignore that as you want. Okay, anyway, so we'll walk you through this documentation step by step, and we'll go through them. This is great documentation and easy to use. Well, over here there's a quick overview. Now it's a basic requirement, and we want to get started. So we want to do installation. So we come over here, and I'm on Windows. So it's this one is same for Windows or for Mac OS, the idea is same. So I'm going to copy this over here, and after that I'm going to have it here. So I'm just going to paste it there and hit enter, and it will download the necessary dependencies that comes with this package. It may take a bit of time. Now over here you need to wait. It may take a bit of time depending on your internet. It looks like nothing is happening, but it's still downloading, as you can see, installing and extracting. Now on general on Windows, this thing's a bit slow. Alright, so with this we are done over here, and next thing after this we have to go ahead and publish it. So let's go ahead and publish. So just copy paste there and hit enter, and it published already. Done. But make sure that now your Laravel application is running, which means that you are doing PHP artisan command. Make sure that you have that one. So over here I'm going to paste this one more time. So with this it will actually install this package with our Laravel application. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's done. Alright, and after this, so let's see, what else do we need? Do we need anything else? In general, that should be done over there. Now we'll go ahead and access this backend. Over here it says that localhost admin and admin, like that. So you can go ahead, copy this and put it here. Hopefully it'll take us to the backend. Now it's not taking us to the backend. The reason is we are not running the server. So here we need to do PHP artisan admin. All right. Oh, sorry, it's not admin, PHP artisan serve actually. That's the wrong command, serve. All right, so now with this it's running, and let's see if we could do like this. Now of course it might not recognize this command, so we can also go it from here. And here we go, we see that it's over here. And then after this at the we can add a slash and do admin, and this is our admin backend login interface. And here password and username, they're both admin and admin, so you could go ahead just typing in them. This is the basic dashboard that we have, and we have our one admin over here. If you want, you can also do edit over here. You could change some of these files. Now this kind of errors, you don't worry, we'll fix them later down the road. Okay, so one of the things we have seen that we have these issues. Now this is time that we go ahead and solve this issue. How to do that? Well, to be able to do that, first we need to come to our website over here. So here we do debesttech.com. All right, and so we're gonna come to our website over here where it says Laravel, and over here we might have some documentations. So we are going to use those documentations to solve these issues. So now here I do have Laravel admin column functions and issues like this one. So it should be in this link. So let's go ahead and check that. Okay, so one of this is this one, like which I have encountered before, and I have actually listed these problems over here. So come to this link over here, which should be one of these links over here, this one, Laravel admin panel config problems and solutions. So here it says that go to this config filesystems.php and put this one. So we need to go ahead and work on this. So it's basically about configuring your disk, so where to put your files, like if you upload information, like those kind of files, and their permission and the drivers, like that. So here we are going to create a local driver with this, and inside the local driver we'll have uploads like this, and that means we'll have an upload folder. Visibility is public, so that means that anyone can, with the right permission, can access this, and as well as how to access from the browser, so using our app URL, which is your domain name. Anyway, so now we'll go back and find our file. Now this is where we are. So I'm going to close this, and so here we are inside this htdocs XAMPP on learning app. So this is where we have to go. Now this is my folder over here, and I think we are inside this C drive. So let me go and find our C drive, this PC C drive. This one inside XAMPP and htdocs, and this is the app. Now this app I'm going to open up in VS Code, drag and drop this one over here, and well, I'll say yes, I trust the authors. So here we go. Now inside this, here it says that go to config and file systems, this one, and this is what we see from our documentation, configs and file system.php. Go and put this code. So that's what we are finding over here. Now so here we are. So inside this we have to put it. So here actually you define all this disk. So we're gonna define a new one for our admin section. So I'm going to do Control V, and that's it. Now we're going to save it. Sorry. Okay, now with this we are saved, and over here I'm going to run this, and hopefully our backend is actually still running there. So let's come over here. Now let's refresh it. Okay, and it looks like the error is gone. And now over here, if you really want, you can change the password. It doesn't really matter. You can put any kind of password. So over here I'm going to use 567, like that, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and submit it, and it should work. And if you go over there, yeah, the error is gone. I'm gonna update the password, and like that. So with this, hopefully our error is gone. Anyway, so later on we'll see how to create menus over here, and we'll also see how to show the logged users. Like right now we can log in, and then we can would be able to show it over here. All right, so here we're gonna install our package, which is called Samtung package, and this is used for actually API authentication, login authentication, registration authentication, and it also protects your API. So this is what we are going to do, and this is because of security measure. Now first here we'll build our API, but before that we have to install this Samtung package. Now installing this package on Windows and iOS, they are same, so I'm just going to display it here. I mean iOS, I mean Mac operating system, so exactly the same thing. There is no difference. So if you are on Mac, you can just follow along with me and you'd be able to install it. All right, okay. Well, so first make sure that you are in your project directory, which is uLearning app. And after that, over here we are going to install Samtung. Composer, require, and Laravel, Samtung, like this. So it's gonna install this Samtung package for us. It may take a bit of time based on your internet connection. Okay, after that we're gonna go ahead and use this command, php addition vendor publish provider, Samtung service provider, and we have to publish it. And with this actually we should be pretty much done. And after that we'll see if we run php addition migrate whether we need to migrate any databases or not. No, it doesn't need anything. Okay, great. And now since we have done this one and this is completed, In next section, we'll see how to use the Sanctum library or Sanctum package, and then actually we'll start working on our own API. Well, in this section, we'll see how to use this Sanctum package, and we'll quickly see how it helps us to generate, actually help us with authentication and generate token for us, and also protect our API and users as well. So let's go ahead and check that. Now first over here, I'm going to create one controller over here, and I would run php rdsan make controller, and then it would be inside API folder, and then here we'll name the controller user controllers, because we'll have everything related to user in this controller. Now it would generate a controller for us, and we can go ahead and verify that inside this app folder, inside this HTTP folder, API folder, that this is the name that we have mentioned, and it was not there previously. So everything is over here. Now over here, we're going to put two methods. Those methods would be responsible for creating our user. So over here, this is our login controller, and we have two methods. First one is create user, and the other one is login user, this one. Now create user actually would be able to create a user and save it in the database. For creating users, first we'll have name, email, and password, and email has to be unique. And at the same time, we'll do validation. We'll see whether these things are actually unique or not, whether they're given or not. And if they're unique and given, meet a requirement, we'll create a user. Now, after that, over here, we'll return a user, and we'll return a token with the user, which means that the user has successfully logged in. If these things are not met, which means that our server has error, or database has error, or other things have error, so we're going to return 500 by saying that, okay, we have this kind of error. I don't know what it is, but it is server related error. So this is the one. And then if we are able to create a user, then it means that we'd also be able to log in. To log in, once again, we'll validate the user. And then if the validation fails, then we'll say 401, which means that either the user doesn't exist, or user is trying to hack or doing bad things, or just user doesn't exist. Okay, we'll do validation over here, and if email and password are not provided, we'll just simply say validation error. If they're provided, but if we can't find them in our database, which also means auth attempt, well, that means that your user and email, they have to be registered, and that's why here we are saying auth attempt, which also means that whether user has previously logged in, whether that logged in user has a token or not. If you see that if we create a user, actually when we do that over here, you'll see that we are returning a token. So this token actually is saved in our database. So next time user tries to log in, we'll see that for that user email and for that password we have token or not. If we don't have, that also means that actually user is invalid, it's a wrong user. Well, if we can find, we'll skip that section. It means that this condition didn't meet. So in that case, which means that the user is valid, we'll return the first user, and at the same time we'll also return a new token. That token, of course, every time you log in, you'll have a new token. Anyway, this code actually you can find from the link below. Once again, this is a dummy code. A lot of these things we'll remove later. We don't need this, but with this we'll understand that actually what we are doing right now. Okay. Now we need to go to our routes folder, which is this one, and inside this we have this API routes. We're going to remove this. So over here we have this two endpoints, register, and register endpoints actually refers to a method, the method that we have already. And login endpoint also register, it points to a method login user, which are in this folder and in this file over here. Now before we go ahead and actually do the test, over here we have to do use app http, and then over here we'll have I think next one is controller. So you have to define the path where to find this login controller. So here we'll have controllers, and then inside this we'll have API, then inside this we'll have this login controller, the second one. So with this we are telling Laravel framework to where to find this login controller, this one, because we are using it. So over here we are just saying, okay, go ahead and find it over here. All right, okay, now we save it. Now this time we need to go back to our terminal and we have to make sure that our app is running. So here we do php artisan serve. Okay, so it's running at this port, and over here what are you going to do? You are going to have this Postman. Now if you don't know how to install Postman, I have other tutorial. Go ahead and check the tutorial. So you have to have Postman, and this tool actually we are going to use it throughout all of our application, all of our tutorials. It would play a great role. So go ahead and install Postman, and I have other tutorials how to install and use it. Go ahead and check that out. Now anyway, I'm going to remove all this so that we have a fresh start over here. I'm going to click on this, and over here I'll have this post method, and inside this I'll type in my URL, which is this one actually. So because our application is running on this domain, which is our localhost, and at this port, and then we are inside API auth and register, because our APIs are registered in api.php file, so you have to mention API, and after that you have to mention your route. So this is our route, auth register, and that's what we have done over here, auth register. Okay, now we are going to submit a form, so we have to select body, and over here we are going to do name, because this section is required, and then over here we would do like the best tech, you can name anything you want, and then over here we'll have email, and then we'll do like a@a.com. Now we try to register our user, and let's hit the send button and we'll see what happens. Now okay, first thing, it says that it couldn't find this HTTP controllers API login controller. So let's go ahead and check. So we might have some problem over here. Actually it's not login controller, I was doing it wrong. It should be user controller. So let me go ahead and check this one, and because here you say it's user controller, sorry about that. So I'm going to paste it in this over here. I'm going to save it, and I make sure that this is also this one. All right, so it couldn't find it, so that's why we have this error. Now I'm going to hit the send button one more time, and here it says that password field is required. Now this is coming from here, the validation, because our password is required, so validation failed. And at the same time over here we do see that 401 authorized, which is unauthorized, so which is coming from here, so validation failed. So this time we need to go ahead and use this password over here. So let's go ahead and do password, and for now we're just gonna do 1 2 3 4 5 6 and hit send button, and we see that okay, status true user created, and we return this the token that we have been using. Well, the token not we've been using, I'm trying to say the token that's been generated over here, status true and user created successfully. So that's what we see over here. Okay, user created successfully. Now here I do have, this is my 5th user that's been trying this, because I was testing before recording this video. Now we can go ahead in our XAMPP server, and I'm going to click on this admin over here. Now we see that our database name is Laravel. I should have changed it, but I forgot it. But anyway, so inside this you'll see that actually doing the test. Anyway, so over here you will see that we have this token over here. Now you can go ahead and add it and click and see that. So this is the token that's been generated by our symptom package. Okay, all right, so here we are, and if you try to create one more, it'll say that validation failed because the user already exists. So for this email we already created a user. Now go ahead and try a new one. So here it says that okay, we created another user for you, this is the 6th user. Now this is happening, this token and everything, because of symptom. But now we can try to go ahead and log in. Now for login, we don't need name, we just need email and password. So this is the user that's been actually registered, so we can log in. If you go ahead and try, you'll have more actually token over there. So every time a user tries to log in, it gives you a new token, and every token is saved over here. So now, of course, if you try a different user, like now this kind of user, now which say it couldn't find it, actually it couldn't find it, so which also means that we can't log in, and which is secured. So user didn't go through registration. Great. Now with this, we understand how SAMTM package works, how login works, how authentication works, and after that actually we'll make a lot of changes and we'll be building our own API. And after building our API, we'll actually go ahead and use them from our Flutter framework. Now some of the things I'll keep as it is over here, and some I'll change because a lot of the things we don't need, or this is not the structure that we want, or add it to them in next section. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so this is the time we go ahead and create our own method actually. Well, no, this is the basic layout of how we're going to work, but we are going to extend on this thing. Now one of the few things that I'm going to do from here on, like for example, I'm going to have this one, something called avatar. So as we are logging with Google account, so we need to pass our avatar from there, and it has to be there required. At least there has to be an image. And then because we'll have different type of login, so we also need to know what kind of login we are using. So that's why we're here for type itself, we will say yes, it's also required. Yeah. And we'll also have an open ID, which would be coming from our Google account, which also means actually our token from Google account. We also want that with this, actually we're going to make sure that yes, definitely this is something we want. Okay. All right, so these are the things that we need. So here we'll have name, we also need that one. We need email, we need that, and that's also necessary. And for now we don't need any password. Okay. All right, so we're gonna save this, so for creating users, and over here it will do the validation. And after that, actually we want to create an object of validation. So here we would say validated equal here validated user, this one, and inside this we have an object which is called validated, a method actually validated. So we're going to invoke that, so it will have all of this validated field with their value. And for us, first we'll check in our website, sorry, not website, in our database, if we have certain user already logged in or not, or user is registered there or not. We're going to do that one, and that's why we'll have this map. Now over here we're going to put our condition together. So here we'll say map, and inside this here we'll have type. So we'll see that for users, there is, for a certain user, what kind of type does he or she belong to. So we get that type value from our validated object. Remember, as I said earlier, it saves all the validated fields with certain values, what is coming from our front end. So definitely first we gonna go ahead and check whether this type exists with a certain user or not. Now here we'll also have OpenID. So here there's our OpenID. Now this is OpenID is coming from our Google front end, and that is unique. And we'll also check if there is a user. Now actually with this we are going to see that if there is a user in our database for these two sections, okay, for these two conditions. So over here we're going to look for a user. So here we'll say user, and then we'll have this user model, okay, and where we would say, okay, use this condition map and find the user. If there is a match, get me the first one. It's like this. Now, of course, you could ask, where is this user coming from? Now, before I go ahead and tell you, it is already here imported, because previously actually we were using this user model. Now, where is this actually? Now, this is auto created once you create a Laravel application, and in general it's inside HTTP, well, inside app folder, inside models folder, and here is this. Okay, actually, now this model has to do with our database. Now, if you have a database table, and your database table, you have a table named, in your database you will have a table named users, and then for that users, in your PHP or Laravel end, you will have a model. Okay, the model would be responsible for mapping the fields to the database table. It works exactly the same way when you create a model for Flutter frontend and feed data to it, which means you create an object using the fields. So over here we do the same thing. So here this one user has been created automatically for everyone. Okay, all right. So now over here we need to do a bit of setup. Well, one of the things we are going to do over here, so here we have this fillable properties. This means that this could be mass assigned, so at a time we would be able to assign them. And now I'm not going to add anything new over here, but in hidden field over here I'm going to add a new one. So that's called OpenID. So we'll have OpenID from frontend, and this one we don't want it to be visible to the user when they do a query. So this is more like for security issues. And with fillable, users would be able to assign them at the same time. The one that not here, those are not assignable. Anyway, about fillable, hidden, and guard, I have another tutorial on Laravel tutorial, so you can go ahead and check that. Anyway, so we're gonna keep it for now, and in future we might change a bit over here. So I'm going to save this one now. Okay, all right. So yeah, we have to look in our database table, which is user, using this condition whether the user has OpenID, which means coming from Google, and a certain type. Now you do remember that for type itself over here, so we'll have email, phone, Google, Facebook, Apple, like that. So those are the type we'll have, and each type will have an integer like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would also be coming from frontend, but we don't have for now. We'll have them soon. Now, first to check whether user has logged in or not, whether user has already logged in or not, whether user has already logged in or not. So that's the first thing we want to do. So over here, whatever the data is given, like this will return as data from Laravel. So over here we'll check on that. So here we'll use empty function, and we'll see if user exists or not for that one. Okay, so that also means that if user has an ID or not. Now this ID property is automatically coming from our database table. It's already there, the ID, is whatever it returns every column from our database table for certain user. So if there is an ID exist with this type in OpenID, it means there is an user. But if it doesn't exist, which is empty means it doesn't exist. So we have to save the user in the database. Empty means does not exist. It does not exist. Then save the user in the database for first time. Okay, so this is for first time. So over here we'll have else, which would be for like a second time. Okay, anyway, so with this we are sure that this certain user has never been in our database. Okay, this certain user has never been in our database. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to know. All right, anyway, so then if the user is not, our job is to assign. So our job is to assign the user in the database. Okay, that's what we do. And to do that, first we'll create a ID for the user. Okay, so over here we'll get the validated field, and we'll add a new field to it. So with the field name we'll call it token. In general, if you create a new ID for your user, you will call it token. And we're gonna do hashing MD5 and unique QID, this one, and then over here we are going to call the rand function from it, and then we'll give it a range from 10,000 to 999,000, like that. Okay, so with this it would be able to assign us a token. Now what is this token? This token is like user ID, so you have to remember that this token is user ID. So of course in default, every time you save a record, create a new record and save in the database, it automatically has the ID field which is auto incremented. But in our case, we'll still keep it, but we are not going to use it, and we'll not use this one for communication because this is risky. If I can guess certain user ID is 1, then a hacker, if he can guess my ID is 1, he'd be automatically guess so there is ID 2, and which is very risky. So things like that we are going to avoid over here. All right, and right after this over here, okay, we gave it a token. This token is user ID. We want to save it, but at the same time we want to create another new field over here, so which is called a created at. So this field will give it a value, okay, and it would be coming from our Carbon package in Laravel. So let's do that. All right, so at the top we need to make sure that Carbon is imported. If you don't have, go ahead and import this Carbon. All right, otherwise we'll get error. So this is for saving the time when the user has logged in. Okay, user logged in, user first time created. All right, and after that over here, what are you going to do? You're going to actually save the user in database, and then after saving the user in database, actually we'll get the ID number. We need that, and I'll explain why. And we'll use user, this model, and then over here this is an eloquent, and it has a method which is called insert get ID, and then here we'll have validated. Okay, now we know that this validated method will have, this validated field will have all the values. Okay, over here validated will have all the user field values we can save in the database, right, like that. Okay, so it has all the values. So what I do, we call this function which is insert get ID. So it'll insert in the database, which means saving, and then return the ID. Okay, so it returns the ID, of the row, right? Okay, and right after that over here, what are you going to do? We are going to, now what I said that returns the ID of the row after saving. So after saving, all right, now what's going to happen over here? So we get the ID, so, and it already saved, right? Now we're going to do another, we're going to create another variable. Okay, so with this user info like this, so this user info is the total user information after saving in the database. Okay, but we need to query for that. So user where, now here we'll have ID should match. So here we'll have this equal sign, which means it should match, and then over here we'll have this user ID variable, the one that we created. All right, okay, remember with this we return the user ID. Okay, just to return the user ID means column, not this one. And now we are looking for this user ID, which is the ID which matches in our database column, in our database row, and then it would return all the information, which means that the whole row for a certain user. And then this is the one that we can return to our front end. We don't get confused. Up to this, it just returns the user ID after saving. And now over here, we retrieve it again and return information. All right, great. Hopefully it makes sense. Now over here, I'm going to create a variable which is called access token. Access token, and this is very important, and this is where we are going to use Laravel Samtang API. Now over here we would do user info with this one, and here it would create a token for us, and we can create, now for creating token you can pass a random string, but in our case we are passing this one, which is even better. And after this, over here we are going to return it as a plain text, like that, plain text token. Make sure that our spelling is correct. I think users all the information. All right, okay. Now this is the token. Now this token is actually used for validation, whether the user has logged in and then user has registered or not. Now of course, one thing that, because we are doing Google login, so in our case create user also means registration, that also means a login. Okay, it's a little bit different, which also means that we are not going to use this one in this case. Anyway, so now over here it would create a token and then return it to us, and then we save it in this field over here. Now what are you going to do over here? You're going to create well, actually saving. So over here we do user info. Now over here it'll have a field which is called access token. Access token. Now it doesn't exist yet, we are going to create it later, and here we'll assign the value. So in our database table there would be a field access token. So whatever the token is created through Samtang for us, we are going to save it. So every time user first time register or login will have a token. Of course, this token would be created every time a user logs in. Okay, and this is where the secure communication happens. The old user would not, the old token would not be used anymore. Anyway, so after this we can just simply return a response like this. So I'm going to copy this one and actually put it here. All right, so status true, user created successfully. Now over here, instead of returning the token over here, we just return data. And what is this data? Actually this data would be over here. The one is our user information. So here user info. Now user info contains all the information from our database for a certain user. Now I'm going to save this. All right, so this is so far so good. We still need to continue to work here, and I guess okay, we can still keep that. So we'll work more on the next tutorial. Okay, so this is so far happens for a user that has never logged in, never used our system, which means they have never registered. Now what if they have already done it? So this condition will not be true. So in that case, what do you want to do? In that case, you just want to generate one more access token, because the practice is each time a user logs in, you want to generate a token for that, and that's it. It doesn't matter what user is that, it has to be always a new new token. So we have to get the token. So here we'd say create token, this one, and then we pass unique. All right, that's it. And after that we get plain text token, this one. All right, and at the same time over here we are going to assign it, because it's a new token, so we need to assign it to our user field. So over here we are going to do like this. So user info and access token, this one, as access token. All right, and after that we are over here returning this. Okay, so we still return the same thing over here, and then here you want to say user logged in successfully. And over here you don't want to create the token anymore, you just simply return it because we have already created one at the top. So we would do like this over here, user info, and with this we're good. User logged in successfully, user info. And one more thing that is missing over here is this one. I have to add another query builder with this, which is first. Okay, you don't want to get all the users, you just want to get the first user which matches with this condition over here. All right, so now with this pretty much we are done over here. And now the next step is to have to go to our database and add some of these fields over here, like type, OpenID, things like that. So let's open up our database. So that should be inside our XAMPP folder, or XAMPP app actually, not XAMPP folder. So if you're over here, you can come to this admin section, MySQL admin tab, click on this. And over here, this is the one that we are using, Laravel. All right, and this is the users table that I was talking early. Now it has some columns over here. These are the columns. So it already has ID, name, email, password, a few of this. So we are going to add a few more for now, but in future we have to add more. Now one of the things we want to add first, so let's see if we can add. Okay, we'll be adding avatar, and we'll be adding type, we would be adding access token, we'd be adding phone number, and password is already there. And yes, so these are the few fields, as well as we also want to add another one which is deleted. So that one, and this with this would be good. So now let's go ahead and have 5 over here, and let's create them after password. You can choose any section, it doesn't matter. So we are going to create them. Now over here, first one is avatar, and the type would be virtual over here, and we'll give it a length of 1000 characters. It could be pretty long, so that's why. And default value over here, so default value, we'll keep it as it is. And after that, over here we're going to have type. Now type is, we'll have as int over here, and 1, and over here this is, we'll also keep it the same over here. And then for access token, this one, and this would be definitely our virtual type. So select virtual and 80 characters, and then over here we're gonna add deleted at this one. And for this one we are going to use a different one, let's say timestamp or date time, this one. And over here the last one should be phone, and our phone number would be as a string, so that would be like virtual type, say 20. And after this we are gonna save them, and well, it looks like it worked. And over here for deleted section, and here we said null, yes. So for now we'll keep it like this, but if you want, you can also change it. You can, instead of using default null, you can also use a current timestamp. It would go ahead like this. But once again, once we go ahead and update it later, we'll see that we'll fill in this data form, okay, if it is when we submit a form. So it doesn't really matter, but there is a workaround of this. So you have to set up your configuration of MySQL, and I'm not going to touch that one. Now with this here, it looks like that it works. So first, to make it work, you can select as null as a yes, and later on, once this is done, then you can change it back to null as no, and also set the default value as current timestamp. So with this, our basic database setup is done. Next, we'll do a basic practice or test actually from Postman, and we'll see how it goes. In this section, we'll do basic test from Postman, and once the test is done, we'll go back to our Flutter framework and Flutter app actually, and then we'll start working from there as well. So since we are going to do a test, make sure that your server is running, make sure you're in the right directory, and then after that you can open up your Postman. Now over here, this is my collections over here, and this was everything I had yesterday. So I'm going to create a new one, and over here it would be a post method, and I'm going to have this one. So for now, this is our endpoint, and then we'll find our body over here and form data, and inside this, what we'll do, we'll say here name, and just to fill up random information, and then here we'll have email, and then we'll say a@a.com. Now for now would be fun about it, and here we see that, okay, 401, sorry, let me find it. So here we do see that 401, and at the same time it says status false, so validation error, and avatar is required, type is required, OpenID is required, and this email is taken. This is beautiful because we see that over here. First, these are the things that's required, and our user tables email is unique as well. It has to be, so that's why it says that this email has been taken, and over here it returns as this. Now what are you going to do? We are going to have type, OpenID, and avatar. These are the few things that it says that they're required, so we are going to send them over here. So here we do avatar, and then for now xyz at just xyz.com. It could be anything, a random URL for your avatar. And then over here, what else we need to see? So we do have type over here. Let's go ahead and check on type, and then we'll see, say, type 2. And would also send an OpenID from here, OpenID, and then over here we're gonna give it well, I think this most probably should be a random string that would be coming from Google. So after a few of this, we're gonna hit send, and this time it'll say that email has been taken. All right, and then here we'll have B, so let's make it unique. And we'll see that, okay, so now here it says that OpenID column not found. Okay, so it says that column not found, OpenID. Now let's go back to our XAMPP server over here. Go to this admin section. So this was our database over here. And let's check on this columns over here. All the things it says that OpenID, it couldn't find OpenID, yes. So I feel like, yes, we missed this one. So right after type, we are going to create a new one, and we'll name it OpenID over here, and we'll give it a virtual type over here, virtual, and let's give it a length 80, and then we're gonna just save it. And then if you come over here on Postman and let's hit it, it says that call to undefined function. So this is the function, one of the functions that actually we are trying to use at the top over here. So we need this function, and make sure that our spelling is correct. Okay, so we have a bit of correction issue over here. So I think I had a typo somewhere, so let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, I think it's wrong over here. Unique ID, and make sure it's same over here. Okay, we saved it, and now we go back to our over there, and now here is unknown token. Okay, so we also forgot to create a token field. So yeah, that's the problem. But anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and fix them. So here we'll create token, and right after this ID, they should be in the same place, I guess. And then we'll name it token, and it would be virtue, and give it a length value of 100 characters, and let's save it. Well, so Postman is a great tool sometimes for debugging. It just helps you. Now let's try with this. Okay, so here we do have problem with password. So it doesn't have a default value, which we didn't assign at all. So let's go ahead and do that over here. So this is coming from here, and then here we'll say 1 2 3 4 5 6, and with this hopefully we'd be able to. All right, so here it says that password doesn't have a default value. So of course we have the password field, but we are not submitting any value for it. Now to be able to work with this, we need to do this one over here. Actually, we have to have a password field. As you see that we are not using password over here. So that's for validation issues. So earlier we didn't do it. Now here we say required, and over here you could also tag like say minimum. So minimum main 6, so which means it has to be minimum 6 characters. So now let's go ahead and save it, and now do Postman. And first I'm going to reduce one, and I'm just going to use 5 characters, and we'll see what it says. Okay, and also we have access token, which is not here. So okay, well, here it says that access token doesn't have a default value, so we need to fix this. Now why this has happened, the reason is because when you try to submit in the database over here, it tries to submit, as I said before, but as it tries to submit, it finds that access token, the one that this field, should not be empty. So that's the problem. Now one way to work with this is to we go back to our database over here, and inside this column, now we are here this access token, and we're gonna set default value to null, and we're gonna save it. So right now we can, yes, it could be default, and as it could be null as well. Now over here I'm going to change this one for phone as well, otherwise we'll have error again. And then okay, so with this we should be able to submit it, but there should be other problems as well, so that's why I want to take care of them now. One of the things that we want to do, we also need to actually work on the password itself. So before submitting the password, you want to encrypt it. So encrypt password. All right, so over here we'll have this validated, and then here we'll say password. And for password encrypting, we're going to use the hash library of Laravel, and from hash we're going to invoke this make method, and from validated, whatever the password has been provided by the user. So we use that one, and make sure that at the top you have this hash facades. Actually it's a facade. Now it should be there. Okay, so with this we'd be able to encrypt our password. All right, so then we go ahead and save it, and then we get the first user, and then we create a token. Now this token we want to save it in the database. In that case we could do like this. So we can just get the user model, and then where we look for the user based on the ID. Now the ID is the current ID that is equal to user ID. So here we'll have user ID, which is this one, the one that returned. And then over here we do update method, and over here we want to access the access token field, that one. Okay, and then we want to assign this access token, and that's it. And then so make sure you have this one, and then you also have this one, and make sure that you don't have any type over here. Update, the braces should be outside, and then inside this braces we have this one. So make sure that your format is correct, otherwise you will have error, this sign over here. Okay, I'll make sure everything is correct over here. Now we are going to save it over here, and then I'm going to find my so now I'm going to hit enter, and here we already see that we have 200, which means that user has been created successfully. This is the token, and this is the access token that we have tried. Now if we go to try to hit it one more time, we'll see that this email has been taken. Great. So with this, we are logging in done first time, and next we'll see how to work with this section over here as well. All right, so now we are able to log in, and we also see that if the user has been already logged in or registered or not. So that's what we see. Now we need to take it one step further. First, as I said earlier, that if the user never logged in, we go to this condition. Otherwise, we fall back to this condition. So over here, I would like to put a comment where it says that user has already logged in, like that. User preview has logged in, like that. Okay, all right, and then we still have to save the user information in a sense, because we want to save this token. Well, even if you don't save this token, actually that's fine, because Laravel automatically saves this token, the one that is generated. Anyway, so now over here, we're gonna replace this one with other information. Now this variable user info, this is inside this block, so which means we can't use that, but we have a variable at the top which what says user, so we can use that one. So instead of user info, we can just do user. Here the same thing. All right, and then over here we don't have user ID anymore, and over here we also don't have this ID. So this is the problem, but we can still change this. Over here we could say open ID. So open ID is saved in our database, so we can get that one, and then here we'll have this validated object, and inside this we'll get OpenID, the one that's been coming from our front end. So with this, if the user tries to log in next time, we generate a new token that be saved automatically, and then we update our database. Now this is saved somewhere. This is called personal access token table, which we have seen before, and after that over here we just return it. Now let's go ahead and save it, and this time if you go ahead and run it, you'll see one more error that email has been taken. Now there is this problem because we are using the same method create user for both registration and login, so we have to remove this. So we have to remove that, and with this we'd be able to know and make sure that we can pass through this validation. Now the earlier method, the one that we did a bit early, those are the common logins method, because in general first you will have a method for registration and then you will have a method for login. But in our case, since we are doing Google login, there is no registration. Just you register with the Google itself, actually, not really with our server. So once Google registration has been done, then we just log in over here. So that's why it's a bit different. But in classic way, you'd create a user, register a user, and then log in. And in that case, your email has to be unique, the one that we had over here. And we also don't need to check this kind of condition. Actually, we can just directly go ahead and do this and just to return a result to the user. Anyway, so now over here we are going to go and test it, and this time user logged in successfully. So we go back to the last condition over here, so where it says user logged in successfully, and then at the same time we also see our token, the access token that's been created over here like this. So yeah, which means that it's already working. Now if this is working, then we can try to go ahead and use it from our Flutter frontend. But that also means that in frontend section we also need to write a bit of code, because frontend section doesn't have the code to communicate with backend yet.
So since now we are done with this backend basic setup and our API endpoint, then we'll continue on our frontend first, and then we'll come back again, because we can log in from Postman, right? But we can't really log in from our app, which should be connected with backend. Right now, yes, the app itself goes back to Firebase and login, but we need more mechanism for that one. Okay. All right, so let's continue. Now here I am on my front end, and over here actually I'm going to create a new file, and inside the file actually I'm going to create well, first let me go ahead and create a file over here, and I'm gonna call it actually HTTP util, which I want to be here actually. So here we're going to call it HTTP util.dart. All right, now I'm going to add it, and then over here I'm going to create a new class, and I'm going to call it HTTP util, this one. Oh, over here, to be able to work with our backend, actually we need a third-party package. So we are going to install something called Dio. So here I'm going to do Flutter pub add Dio, and then Flutter pub get. Now Dio is a package that helps you to connect with backend, which provides some convenient messages like post method, get method, delete method, and update method. Okay, so we'd be needing those things. Now, a lot of people may use HTTP package to do that, but I'm going to use Dio because Dio provides more control over everything actually, and it has more features than HTTP package, and which I have used before HTTP, but I think Dio is more convenient. All right, now here this class would be a pure Dart class, and a lot of Dart ideas would be covering once again over here. So the first thing I'm going to do over here, I'm going to do HTTP util, and then over here I'm going to create a private constructor, and I'm going to call it internal. Actually, you can call it anything. So with this class itself becomes private. What does it mean actually? So the private constructor, it means that if I have something like this, void main, and then okay, let me do it one more time, and then over here if I say var obj, you can create a instance of this class, which you can't. So it might say, okay, has unnamed, doesn't have unnamed constructor. Okay, so it doesn't have any constructor, because when I say private like this underscore and a name, it becomes actually private. So that's why it's throwing error. All right, but let me see if we remove that. Now the error is gone, because now it will call the default constructor. Previously we have learned that we have HTTP util. So this would be our default constructor. Either you mention it, or even if you don't mention it, it's the same thing, right? So that's why here we do like this, because I don't want anyone to be able to create instance of this class. All right, so that's the first thing. But I also want to be able to create instance internally in this class. Okay, and that's fine. With this, we have very good control on this class and instance, and it's a security measure. All right, I need instance of this class, but I would need it internally. And that's why here I'm going to create a new field or property. I'm going to call it static final HTTP util, and I'm going to call it instance. You can call it anything you want. It doesn't matter. Now I created it like this. Now it created another new problem. So it's saying that there is nothing called HTTP internal in this class. So here I'm going to do it like this: HTTP util.internal. All right, and you'll see the error is gone. So there has to be a private constructor. If you have one, you take that one and create an instance. Now here I defined it as a private. So this is our actual private constructor, and I'm using that private constructor to go ahead and create a new instance, which is this one. Over here, I could create another method, which is, I can call it I would call it the name as the class itself, and it would be HTTP util, and then over here I could do return instance. And now over here, since I'm returning an instance over here, now there is this problem: constructor can't return values, right? So that's one problem. Now what if I really want to return? So if you want your constructor to return a value over here, simply you can add factory. So once you have factory, this modifier before your constructor name, you can return a value, and which is excellent for. With this over here, we have something called singleton pattern, which means that the whole class will have an instance and only one instance. And what is the instance? This is the instance, and this is the instance we are returning. Now you do see that over here we have this constructor name. So the way we are going to call it from our front end, it would look like that we are calling a property or instance. In fact, we are calling an instance of this class itself using this constructor, which is a factory constructor. Now here we could go to our main.dart over here, and then inside this, right after this over here, I could go ahead and call like this: HTTP util. Okay, so we can go ahead and call it like this. Now if we do that, now if you come over here, first thing we'll see that definitely it's going to get invoked, and over here we could say printing well, what is it, HTTP instance, like that. Okay, for now. Now let's go ahead and check on this. Let's go ahead and restart it. Here it says that printing HTTP instance. Okay, so that's how it works. All right, so well, we see that it returns an instance, and that's great. So what we learned over here, that first you can create a private constructor, and if you still want to go ahead and return an instance, you have to create a constructor and then return instance with this factory keyword. Okay, now the private constructor itself, if you want to have an instance of it, so you have to have this factory, otherwise it's not going to work. All right, okay, now after having this thing, actually we can continue. So now actually I want to take this one, out, and I want to put it here. And then over here I want to create a body, because I want to do some initialization. And what do you want to initialize? So over here, actually, I'm going to have something called light deo. All right, so with this, I'm going to have a reference of deo. Let's go ahead and import the library. And once I have this one over here, I can go ahead and do like this base options. Now, why we need this? Well, we need this to initialize our deo, because deo depends on a lot of other setup. So inside this, actually we can go ahead and finish those setup. All right. Okay. Now over here, the first thing I want to set up is our base URL. Okay. So in general, our base URL should be like this. Okay. Now regarding this, I'm going to talk more. So don't worry if you can't follow yet. And we can also do connect timeout over here. And inside this here, I would do const duration and then seconds 5. So you have to give it a connection timeout, so which means that it will try for 5 seconds and then it will stop trying to connect. Receive timeout and const duration seconds 5. And after that, over here we'll also have headers. Now headers in general take a lot of information. For now we're going to keep it empty because later on we'll cover this, how to set up header and pass headers. Now content type is application JSON, and here you also need to say the encoding type, which is char. You said UTF-8. All right, and then here would say response type, and response type equal JSON, response type equal JSON, which is coming from Deo itself. Right, so with this, the basic setup of Deo would be done. And once the setup is done, actually you want to return an instance of it, so which is base options, and over here options. Now once you have ready, then you can go ahead and use it. Because remember here you have this Deo, right? This is not initialized it yet, so over here now you could do it, Deo, 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 and now here you can simply pass the options. All right, okay, cool. So with this, our basic setup should be done with Deo. There could be another problem with some of you, like if you don't have HTTP, it may give you error. You might get format error. So in that case, you go ahead and use this, and there shouldn't be any issues. I was encountering this and I fixed it. So, and now I'm telling you that you should have it. If you don't have, you might have issues. All right. Now there is another thing. So let's understand the hash code, or something called hash code, which is a Dart concept. Of course, in Java, they also have it. And why I need this? Because the first thing I just said that this is a class. This class has a private constructor, but now over here we have this factory constructor, which actually made it like what is it? Made it a singleton class. By the way, this is our private constructor, okay? And private constructor in the body, we are trying to initialize something. In this case, we are trying to initialize this object, which is for Deo. Now, this is an instance of this private constructor, which we are doing internally. So once again, this is the private constructor, and this is returning an instance. And this instance, this one is created here, right? Okay. Anyway, now singleton class. Why we need a singleton class? One thing is that first, we only want to have one instance. This is the one that we have, right? So that's why we created singleton class. And then you can ask why we have this private constructor. We need a private constructor because you don't want any other class to create constructor outside of this class. Like you may call it from main.dart or anywhere, or a sign-in controller. We don't want that those files or classes can create another instance of this. We don't want it. So that's why we have a private constructor. Otherwise, it is dangerous. Anyway, so hopefully we have an understanding. Now, I also said that singleton class only have one instance, right? And how do you prove that? And this is a very important concept in Dart, because a lot of time we use Dart packages, and a lot of the classes are created as only one instance. It is actually safe, which means that they are singleton class, and we can go ahead and prove that. So here I'm going to create object 1, and I'm going to call it http util, So this one, and then var object2 http util. So here you see I'm creating two objects, object1 and object2, but they're same. They're going to return the same instance. So here I could do object1 dot hashcode equal object2 dot hashcode. Now what is hashcode? Hashcode is an integer that refers to the state of an object. So now this object, I got the hash code, which means I got the integer value, and this object, I got the integer value. And if they return true, that means that they are the same object. What does it mean? It means the internal state is same. I'm the singleton class. All right, that's it. Now let's go ahead and print it. If you do that, you will see that it has printed this this method where it says that I'm the singleton class. So with this, we have just proved that these classes are returning the same instance. What instance? This one. And why? Because we already created one, and every time we call this one, right now from the outside world, you can only call this factory constructor, which is this one. So this is another benefit. Once again, remember, a factory constructor can return an instance of the class itself, right? Yeah. So that's why over here we see that we have this different, even though the objects are different, but they're referring to the same object, and this is beautiful. All right. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to remove this for now, and or I can keep it actually, because we need to do other thing. Anyway, so right now here we have this one, and it does the setup. Right. Now what else we could do? We could come over here, and I want to create another method over here, and that's called authorization. I'll call it get authorization header. And why we need that? Remember earlier we set up our backend, right? We need to talk with our backend. In general, most of the time, if we talk with our backend, we need headers to do that. Okay, so this is where we are going to set up our headers. And what does this header should contain? In general, for secure communication, your header should contain access token. And previously, when we are doing the backend installation, and we also build a dummy API, which we have tested from our Postman, right? So it returns an access token. So this is the access token, right? So that's what I'm talking about. So this access token actually would be saved in our front end, and when we communicate with the backend, it will try to match this access token. So this is a secure communication. Remember, because this is a front-end app, this app doesn't have the idea of our server. So if it is going to reach with our server itself wants to verify this app, that who you are, and give me your identification. So this app itself, the identification would be this access token, because in our backend, in our database, this access token is saved automatically. So our Flutter frontend would carry this access token in the frontend as a bearer token, and once it does, then in the backend we'll take that one and confirm and try to match. If it matches, that's verified that yes, we can access the server and do certain things. So that's why we need this authorization header, or header. You can call it anything, it's just a name. All right. So inside this, I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to call it headers. And then over here, the header would be a type of map, actually. String dynamic. All right. So this is another map. This is the other way to create map. Now here, first, we're going to go ahead and return headers. And we might get, well, even though no error, but actually this is the headers that we want to return. So over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm gonna do map, and then put it here, and here I say nullable. Okay, well, this headers could be nullable, so that's why I have set it over here that it's nullable. Okay, but of course, here we are returning pretty much empty, nothing is there. All right, so if we have these headers, now, well, as I said that, okay, how to get this header in our app? That's the question. Because I said it early, we need to send these headers to backend, right? So even before you send it to the backend, you have to get it and then you send it to the backend. And how do you do that? Well, so let's go ahead and find our over here the service storage class. Now inside this, actually we need to go ahead and create a new method. Well, that method would be responsible for storing our user token. What token? That token should be this one. So this is the token that we want to save in our front end code, in our actually front end storage, in our local storage, which is our shared preferences. Well, okay, you may ask, well, I don't have this one, right? Yes, I know we don't have, but first we have to create the mechanism to store it. Okay, so that's the step. If we have the mechanism to store it, say we can store it and then we can get it. When we get it over here, we can do a conditional check. It is empty or not. If it is empty, then we will say, well, it is empty, or there is no headers at all. Okay, so the idea is first we have to create a mechanism to store it, and then we get it, and then we check it conditionally whether it is empty or not, and then we pass it back to the backend. Now you may also ask, well, okay, now I understand that this should be in our front end, but how it should be in our front end, right? How do we first time get it in our front end? And this is where the sign-in controller comes. Remember, sign-in controllers over here, as I was saying, that we need to talk to the server. Remember, this is where it happens, and I also have this one. So once I get everything from Google over here, I call this method async post request, async post all data. So this will post the data to the backend. But first time when you post it to the backend, of course, we don't have any headers, and that's okay. During login, it's okay. And then after login successful, the header would be given back to the like once we log in, as you said, if you say every time you log in, you'll be given back access token, and that access token actually in this place will store it. Okay, so as I said also that we need to create a mechanism for storing it. So our next step should be go ahead and creating the mechanism. All right, so now let's go ahead over here in our storage section, and we're gonna create a new method, and that method would be, let me see, what would be the type? Well, actually we want to return a string. So let's go ahead and create a method over here, and over here it should be string, and you can say get user token. All right, so this is something that we are going to go ahead and do. Now here I have this pref object, and then here I could say get string. Okay, get string. Now since I'm going to do just user token, I could make it a hard code over here. I don't need to pass it anything like as a parameter over here. All right, okay. Now this thing could be nullable, so that's why you check it. So over here you, okay, it's not get bool, it should be get string, right? Okay, right, now the problem is gone. So we added this one. All right, by the way, every time you see a line like this, it means that I'm editing it here. Okay, like over here you don't see anything else, and it may have created some space. Okay, because my code is connected with Git, so every time I make changes, it's obvious. So you will see that, like, this is something that I have created, including this file. I have changed this file, and I have changed this file as well. All right, okay, cool. Anyway, so yeah, now since we have that one, now we can go back to our header method over here, and inside this let's go ahead and create a variable, and we'll call it access token, and access token equal global dot storage service. Looks like we need to go ahead and import it. Global, can we get it? And let me see more actions. Actually, I want to import it as a package, which is better. Importing as a package is better than the way the other one, I mean, it gets imported. Because it's even if you actually change the app name, which you can, just changing here is better. I mean, it has other benefits I'll be talking about in future maybe. Anyway, so let's go ahead and do storage service, and then here we can say get user token, this one, right? We get this one, but now this could be nullable, and if it is nullable over here, we can do a check, or it could be empty. So over here is not empty. If it is not empty, then here, now here I have this headers, this is a map, and inside this I want to create a field authorization, because this map itself doesn't have any fields, and this is the field that we created. So this would be our key, and what is our value? Now value would be over here inside this. Okay, now key or authorization value, they're passed by tagging a string. That string, in general, the convention is to call it bearer. That's what we do. And then inside this, you pass your access token. So the idea is it would only work if this is not empty, because we are doing a check. If this is empty, we just return empty headers over here. Otherwise, we return a valid header. Okay. So what's going to happen now? You see, when we log in, actually, as I said, that we talk to the server, right? We log in, we talk to the server, and the server will give us this access token. And if it gives us access token, then over here, we're going to save this access token. And as I said earlier, this is something that we are going to replace very soon, right? So this is something that we don't want, right? So this would be replaced from the token that's returned from here. Then we save it in this variable, and as we did that, our get authorization header, definitely this one, will call it from somewhere else, right? When we call it, then it will check for if there is a header that is came from server, and whether we have saved it or not. If we saved it, then go ahead and put it over here and return it. Okay, right. So now this headers in general, they're used during the post method, okay, because post method requires some special access. If you want, you can also do it using get method, but we'd be using post method. So our next step should be go ahead and creating a post method. Okay, so now over here, we are going to create our post method. Now, why post? Because in general, everything could be done with post method, including the get request. So this is my preferred way of doing this. But of course, if you want, you can also do get method. But post method actually does everything. I mean, if you know how to use it. All right, so here I'm going to have a method, and I'm going to call it post. All right. Now, what this post method would do? Well, the post method definitely go ahead and would call do.post, as you can see. And the only required thing is the path, right? That's what you see. If you hover over on this, the only required is path, and everything else is optional. And that makes it very interesting, because we just built headers, and what do we want to do? We want to call this method and pass it. But over here, if you see, it says path is required, everything else is optional. How do you know everything else is optional? Because it's wrapped around this curly braces, and that makes it optional. Anything you see in documentation that wrapped around curly braces, that makes it optional. Well, okay, that's interesting. Then how do we pass our headers? And we don't see any options for passing headers, and we'll see that. Okay, let's go ahead and actually continue to work on this. So the first thing is the path. Where is this path coming from? Well, the path would be coming from here. So string path. So when we call it, we can, when you call this post method, we'll call this post method from our repository, and then we're going to pass the path. And what is this path? Actually, this path is the endpoint. Remember, we already set this base URL, right? And then all we need to do path our endpoint, and that's how Dio works. Anyway, so then we can just put it like this. All right, now this is getting more and more interesting, right? Now here we already saw some optional things, right? These things are optional, so we can also do it. We can also put some optional parameters here. Okay, well, right now it's empty, and if we put some optional parameters there, well, over here you need to pass them. But of course, in that case, you need to pass using named parameter, because optional parameters are named parameters, as you can see over here, and which we have seen before. Now it's not coming out because here we have an error. Okay, anyway, so let's set up some properties. And what are the properties that you want to set up? Actually, I can copy from here. So what I want, actually, I can copy, I guess, all of this. That would help me. And then I can just simply go ahead and put them here. Yeah, you should do the same. It saves time and less error. Cool. Okay, now here there is data. And what is this data? Actually, the data would be our data that we want to pass to backend. So that would be our data. And this query parameters, is like if you want to make a query. So in general, that we want to pass it as string and dynamic. And this options over here, let's keep them as it is. Now cancel token, we don't need this, and say on send progress, on receive progress. So for now, we are not going to use any of them. This is a little bit advanced. Maybe in future we'll see if we need them. Of course, we can go ahead and check them, but I don't want to do it now. So this is the basic thing. Now, so if the data is sent, then we also want to send the data back to the backend. So this is where the named parameter comes in. And then as well as the query parameters. All right, so this one is this one, and this is the named parameter that we are sending to Dio, and Dio will send it back to the backend. Now over here, the other one is options and options. Now for now, options looks like options, this one, but options in fact would be a little more complex, and this is what we are going to do right now. So over here, what is this options? That's a very important thing. Now the data is the data that you want to send in the backend, right? Like a form data, we understand. And query parameters, if you want to make a query, like say ID, or you want to look for a course ID, or you are looking for something, you'll pass the ID or name that would be saved or given to this parameter, which eventually we will send it to Dio. Dio will send it to backend. Now what is this options? Now options plays an important role for passing our headers. So here we'll have options, and we'll create our variable, and we'll call it request options, and then options, otherwise options. All right, so a lot of things are going on. Like, what are these things? Okay, let me go ahead and finish it first, then it'll make more sense. So here request options dot headers, and request options dot headers, and then we're gonna pass empty if it doesn't exist. All right, okay. And then over here, okay, let me explain to you so far what's happening. Remember, we are passing these options. Now, what is this options? Now, in this options actually can contain information like this, a lot of them. Say, for example, you want to change the base URL, something like that, or for certain request, you want to have a different kind of connect timeout, receive timeout, or different kind of headers. Or say, for example, you are posting not JSON, you're posting videos or anything like that. Okay, so if you post videos, the content type is not JSON. If you post videos or images, they are multimedia type. Okay, not JSON type. JSON type is text information. Right, so over here this content type is going to change if we are going to post medias, or say change our URL, image or avatar, like over here, right? Okay, so that in that case these options are different. So you can always pass an options, which is actually base options type object. You can always pass a different kind of options object. That options object, it contains this kind of setup. It means that during a certain API call, you want to change your setup. That's where the options comes in. So here we are checking, well, if you're passing anything or not. If you're not passing anything, here we get options. In fact, these options will get the settings from the first time. Whenever you set it up first time, it will get that and get it here and save it here. And here it's checking whether your options has header or not. Because remember, first time you may skip your headers, right? You might not have anything. And if we don't have anything, okay, we set it to empty forcefully. If it is null, or if there is nothing, then we set it to empty, which is actually safe. That's what we did. Hopefully it makes sense that why we are doing these things. All right, because with this setup, this is kind of advanced setup. With this setup, you can change your API request, the type of the request you make. Once again, one of the greatest example would be if you want to change your avatar URL. Definitely not avatar URL, avatar, which means that you are posting a photo. Photo means multimedia. So your content type is not JSON anymore, right? Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So that's why we have. All right, so now we have kind of setup, as well as we're also checking on headers. Now, as I said earlier, headers could be something that used for authorization, for security. So that's what we are looking at right now. Now remember, earlier we created get authorization header method, right? So we want to get that one. And then over here we'll have map string dynamic. Okay, and here it could be null or nullable. And here we can say authorization, like that. Okay, cool. Now we're going to check authorization is not null. And why we are checking? Remember, in our local storage, we might have it, we might not have it. At least during login time, first time you log in, you might not have at all or do registration. So your authorization is empty. That's why you are checking it. Now here, request options, this one, and then headers, and then add all, and then authorization. So what's gonna happen with this? So it's going to replace your old headers, which means old token, replace it with the something new. Okay, because remember, each time you log in, remember over here, each time you log in, you will have a different kind of user token. You can check it from here. So let's try it, log in again. You'll see that looks like my server is down. So let me go ahead and run my server. My server is running actually over here. And okay, so this time I logged in, and you see that my Laravel symptom token is different. You try to log in again and it will give a different one. So the idea is each time you log in, you'll have a different kind of token, and that token would be saved over here. And now if you want to use your headers for a certain authorization section, for example, you want to change your profile image or edit your name or password or some secret information you want to view on the app, then we need this authorization. But because every time you log in, you'll have a different one, so you want to replace the old header, and that's what we are using add all. Because if you read over here, it says that if a key of other value is already in this map, okay, then it's gonna be overwritten. So this add all, it overrides the earlier headers options. Okay, that's why we did that. And beautiful. Now after this, actually over here, you don't want to have it, you want to have this one. So this is the one that will have our perfect information, the one we need. It could be empty or it could be there, but you don't want to put this one, because this is most probably will never send anything. If we don't send anything, it is always empty. But what if we need headers? Okay, that's why you want to send this one. Now with this, actually we are pretty much done over here, kind of done. Most part is done. Now anyway, post request or any kind of request actually gets you a response. So it means some values from the server, and you want to save it in this variable over here. Okay, all right. And after that, over here you want to return something. So here it's return response dot, that's it, data, response dot data. Now here what's going to happen, let's see. So isn't variable for future response dynamic. Now this is not defined because how to say, well, over here actually we need to await. If you don't await, you don't get the data, and then you have to use async modifier. All right, now over here we also need to explicitly say that this is a future type. Okay, and it's better, so which means whenever we call it from, we can await because we are a future type. Now remember, this data is actually coming from due response. So whatever happens in the data later on in the server, actually we get a response back. Now this response would be given to our repos. Okay, repo would give the response to our data model, and data model would give this response back to controller, and controller would give the response back to UI. And that's how actually it's going to work. Beautiful. So with this, our post method is done pretty much. Okay, next we need to work on the repos, because from repo we'll call this post method. All right, since we are done with this, now most probably we can go ahead and call it from here, right? I mean, actually call it from here. Make sure that your server is running. Now how to work with this? Now I can work over here a demo work for now, and we'll see that how it goes. Now what do we have over here? Look at this. So we can go ahead and call http util, this one, and then we know that it has a post method, right? Beautiful. And one of the things that we could pass to it right away is this one. So we need to pass the path to it, right? API, and then login. This is something that we can pass to it. All right. And we can just first do basic debugging on this. And well, but this thing actually gets called when we log in, right? But right now we are not logging in, so this place is not get triggered. So the first thing I could do, I could right now I could go ahead and remove it. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now of course I can go ahead and run it, then it might work. And at the same time, even before we go ahead and work on this, so let me show you. So this one, Actually, I can cut it, and then I can come over here and just go ahead and remove this, because this hash code and comparison we don't need. We can put it over here, and it may take a little bit of time to get ready. Now over here I want to say login, but now if you come over here in our API, over here actually it refers to something auth register and auth login. But now because we don't have this login user, so we can remove that, and over here I can just log in. All right, and over here I can also say login. All right, and then let's save it. But now with this, the problem would be here we don't have that method, so we can just log in. I mean, this is a standard procedure, and I think we have down there one here, login user. In fact, we don't need this, so you can just simply go ahead and remove this. So this way things are simple over here. Now auth login, and as our app is running, let me check. It's an API auth register. So we don't want to do this. I want to check the path before even we try from our app. So let me remove this one as well. So this is something that I want, and let me see what, yes, our app is running. Actually, I can also run it from our let me close this. In fact, I can run it from our terminal over here, which is better for me, I would say. And this output I don't need. And ls, okay, I'm at the right place. PHP artisan serve. Right, so that's what I'm going to do. And okay, that's fine. My server is running. This endpoint is correct. User, this everything is correct. Make sure they're in the correct place. I do see there is a typo, maybe it looks like red. Well, it doesn't exactly look like a typo, but anyway, let's go ahead and try it. So over here we remove this auth, we don't need that, and the endpoint, instead of login, it used a register, it became login. Now let's hit, yes, we can log in, and this is a new one. And you see this is access token 5, so which means that we generated more of the access token. All right, so this part is good and running, up and running. Now I'm going to come over here, and here, yes, we do see that we already have an issue, and that's fine, and this is a common issue. First thing, it says that it's invalid. Over here it says invalid, and this is understandable. Now what we could have done over here, as we are doing it, we could have put a slash, and then the error should have gone. Okay, yeah, that's one thing. But now I think we want to have put our files in a separate place, like this one. Now here we do have app constants and server API URL. So this is something that we want to put over here. Now here I can put HTTP 127.0.0.1 800. Now the thing is that if you are Android user, in general, if you're running on Android, it should be this one. Okay, now this is, you have to change it for Android and iOS if you want to run it differently or on different devices. Like for Android it has to be this, and for iOS it has to be 1, 2, like that. Okay, well, so that's a problem actually, that you don't know that which device you are running, right? So that's a problem. I mean, if you know over here, this is what you know, but if you want to change it to Android, then you have to change it over here. That's the problem. Okay, I'm not going to talk much on this now. We'll come back to that later. So since I'm on iOS right now, so I'm going to do it like this. first I'm gonna do the practice on iOS device, and then I'll go and try it on Android, because a lot of you are doing Android. I know that. Now this is the server URL. I can get that one, and instead of having it hard-coded here, we can just simply go ahead and call app-const, this one, and then server API URL. So in the real world, this one should be replaced by your domain name. All right, so now over here we go ahead and restart our app. All right, now we still have this issue. What is this issue? Now it's saying that you should have a slash. So let's put a slash over here. It's missing a slash, because this is no way an domain URL, and Duo is smart enough to detect that. All right, and now we might have other issues. So here it says that, okay, invalid status code, okay, which means that actually this is something that server didn't allow. Okay, well, now that part is fine over here, because where we are, let me see, home widget, let me close this thing, so we don't need this. Const, I don't need it now, I might need it in future. And box shadow and widget. User data, I also don't need this. Now, yeah, this is where we were, and yeah, it hit this method. And now let's do it a step-by-step process. So let's come over here, and first I can put a print method, hit post method. All right, okay, and we're gonna debug that how far we are. Okay, and actually over here, let me be organized. Print over here, done with header. Okay, so let's check it one by one, and then over here, print done with post. All right, let's see, what do we hit? So done with header. So the problem is that we were not able to get a response back from the server. So that is the problem right now. Well, okay, so this is the only thing we see right now. Why? And at the same time, you see here, it already said that it's a bad response. So that also means that it was able to talk to the server, but it couldn't get a correct response. So that's a problem. Okay, now we can confirm this thing that it could hit the server. So that's the first thing. It's an error message. From the error message, I know that it was able to hit the server, because once it can hit the server, then only then it says bad response. It didn't say that connection timeout. So you have to understand it was hitting the server, and that's also a progress. Now let's make sure that this is hitting the server. How we could do that? So one thing, this is just for debugging purpose. I can simply go ahead and copy this, and then I can come over here, and then I can just simply go ahead and do random token, anything, it doesn't really matter. Okay, all right, now because over here we are returning response 200. Response 200 is a valid response and okay response. Even in fact, now we can first try it over here. I'm not sure that I'm running this, sorry, what is it? All right, okay, let me close this and rerun. Hopefully it's running. Okay, because this is something that we want to get back from our Postman. All right, so let's hit enter. Yes, okay. So yeah, now we can reconfirm that this is possible. But now how about from our app side? Let's go ahead and hit it. Wonderful. You see that this is very quickly we verified that actually we can go ahead and hit the server and we don't have any error. In fact, right now if you want, you can also print the response. So response.data, right? So whatever you have, you can go ahead and post it here. So our data is the response we get back from the server. So what is our response? Our data is this one. So whatever you put inside this, that becomes your data, which means that inside this thing, okay? All right, so this is our data. Of course, our data has data fields like, for example, status, message, token, and in fact, if you want, you could also go ahead and access certain fields like messages. All right, okay, let's go ahead and try it. Perfect. So this is this field, this is this field. So with this, we just learned that yes, if you want, you can first thing we learned, we are able to confirm that we can hit the server. And any kind of framework you work with, if you want to ever try to know that whether you can hit the server or not, this is the easiest way. But of course, first you have to make sure that your endpoint is correct, everything is correct set up, and then you just want to make sure that you can hit this endpoint and return something quickly is this one. So with this, we just made sure that we can hit our endpoint and we can return some data from server to our front end, which we did, and then we can also print them. And this is actually a big milestone for us because this is the first time successfully we are talking with our own server rather than Google server. So next we'll see, I'll explain why I saw something different, which means 401, why we had this 401 error, okay? So here I'm trying from our Android emulator and it looks like we have this issue, like this is the address issue. Now we know that for Android, we need to use a different kind of port. So what is our port? Port is this one, 2.2, that's the base URL. So let's go ahead and restore it. Now, I think I can just do hot reload. Yes, and sure it got stuck there. Okay, one more time hot reload. Looks like something is wrong with this emulator. Yeah, it should be fine. And if it is fine, then we were supposed to see some response back from our server because we have it, right? So let's try it. Okay, right. Now here you see that this is the one that we have seen before. Okay, right. And now there is a solution to this thing. What if you want to try Android and iOS simulator without changing the IP address? There is an easier way. On Mac, you need to come to your network and then you need to find your IP address. This is the local IP address. Okay. And if you are on Windows, actually, you need to find your terminal and then most probably you need to run like this. You could do ipconfig. I think that works on Windows. So it'll give you the IP address. So whatever the IP address, most likely that IP address will start with 192 or 196. Go ahead and copy that IP address and then you can put it here. Okay, this one. But of course, that's not all. Then you need to stop your server, the backend server. And then here you have to do PHP origin serve. You have to
write like this. So you have to have this double dash, and then you have to write host and then paste your IP address, and then double dash and port, and then whatever the port you are running, and then hit enter. Now if you do that, you'll see that it would be working both on Android and iOS simultaneously. Okay, no problem, as you see. But with this, there's a problem. The other problem is if you change your network or Wi-Fi, it would change again. Then you have to find it from here, network tab, or from Windows section, IP config, you have to get it again. So it depends on your IP type. It is dynamic or static. If it is dynamic, most IP addresses are dynamic, local IP address. They change all the time, every 24 hours or every 48 hours. So you need to go ahead and check that one. But if you think you're always on Android, then use the Android IP address. If you're always on iOS, then use 127. If you want to try both, use this one. So that would work anyway. All right, so with this, we found that, okay, our app is working perfectly. So next we'll analyze why we had this 401 issue.
Okay, so far so good. So we know what's happening, right? That, okay, we can hit the endpoint. Anyway, so I'm going to remove this. We don't need them now. And as well as this one and this one, right? Okay, and what else? Let me see. We are in main. Okay, we are doing good. Now let's come back over here. And over here, I'm also going to remove this section, which we don't need. I'm going to save it. All right. Now, if we are to here, we'll see that, okay, now we hit the same problem. So here it says that bad exception, right? Or bad response. Okay. Now this is a kind of error message that comes from our DO. Now over here, DO itself has a way of processing errors. So that's what we want to deal with, okay? A little bit better way. And here's something that I'm going to do that you'd be able to use long time. Okay, now inside this, I'm going to actually create a class at the bottom of this file, and this is pretty much for a catching error. So here we will call it error entity, and it would implement exception, which would be coming from Dart. Let me see, it should be part of Dart core library, right? And over here we're gonna define code, which is error code, and the string message would be something empty. All right, and then here we'll have error entity, and then we'd say required this dot code, required this dot message, like that. So this is for wrapping our error into an object so that we can pass around. And here we'll have to convert whatever is coming into a string. So we'll implement toString method over here. And most probably it needs us to override. It looks like it still doesn't want. Anyway, so if over here, if message equal empty, well, there is no message, so we'll say return. Here we can just say simply exception. All right, and it could be also, we can also return like this. This is the other condition, which I'm going to talk later. Exception and code message. At least if there is a message, it means that actually we know what kind of message and error code. If there is no message, then we just say it is an exception. Most probably, I mean, it also means we don't know what it is, okay? And then over here, it wants us to use the override annotation. So because we are using toString class, toString method to convert our class object to string over here. And now, since we are done with this, we're gonna go up and define something right below it. Now, since over here we are done with Dio object, right after this, actually, we can use something called Dio interceptors. Now, with interceptors, actually, as you can see from the name itself, it intercepts some things. It means that when things happens, it can interrupt. So that's why we use this object. And then here there is a method called add. And inside this, we need to pass another callback function, which is called interceptor wrappers. Interceptor wrapper, this one. Now, inside this, there are a few properties that it takes. One of them is on request. Okay, and it takes options and handler. You can actually name them anything, it doesn't really matter. Okay. And then the other one is on request, or on response actually. And over here, response, we can call it response, and handler. I think earlier I have a typo over here, handler. Okay, and the last one, which is the most important to us, which is called on error. So pretty much we want to catch the error. So here Dio error E, Dio error E handler. This is something we are interested about. Looks like it wants you to do exception. So let's come over here and use the exception. All right. Okay. Now inside this, in general, over here, we don't want to do much of the thing. Whatever request is going on, we just want to process that as usual. So it's more like a middleware. Options. We just pass to that. And then over here, return handler next is a response. Now this section would get called every time you make a request. So it is, you can think it like a middleware. Since we are using Dio has this functionalities. It can intercept, interrupt, it can stop, or it can examine everything. I wouldn't say stop and examine. Now here actually we don't have any examining, we're just letting it pass. So this gets invoked when actually create a request, okay, or try to make a request, a new print new request. All right. Let's see if we can print this. Yeah, you see, so there is this request. Okay, so that request was going through it. All right, so that's why every time you have a request you make, this request is actually coming because of due to this one. So this is a request, right? Yeah, since this is a request, so we are going through it. All right, and if you get back a response, you can also print it over here, new response. All right, we might not have this one, okay, because our response has error actually from the server side. Now over here we can say print my error is E. All right. Okay, now let's go ahead and print this. Okay, right. So this is what happens over here. As you see, I mean, this could be even better way of handling this error. Now, you didn't see this section over here, this one, because the reason is, well, we have a request. We made the request, and as we make the request, we are able to print it. But our request gets a response back from the server, and that has a error. Because we have error, it's not really counted as a proper response. That's why it doesn't go through it. So that's why it prints over here, because it became an error, not really a response. Now, if you come over here, remember we had this one. Now we are trying to simulate this login section. Okay, that this as soon as we hit it, we always get the correct response, right? And just forcefully we are simulating. Now in that case, if you try to come over here and hit this, hopefully we'll see something different. You see, there is a new request and there is a new response. Okay, so because nothing went wrong, so we don't need to fall back to this condition over here. So this is a better way to catch error with div interceptors, right? Okay, cool. Now over here we can actually do more interesting stuff. Now for this, I'm going to have this handler dot let's see what we can get over here. Instead of handler, let's get options actually. Options, and then here you could see, well, data. And this one we could also do the same over here, options dot data. Now if you know that how they're working, you'd be able to, well, it looks like we don't have option here, we have response. So let's go ahead and get to that, and let's come over here. So here you see, when we're creating a request, our options.data, this data section is null because we are not passing any data, right? But when we are actually receiving the response, we know that from the server we are receiving this, right? So this is even a better way to handle or know what's happening. But of course, if we have error, we can always get the error inside this, right? So at least it tells you that, okay, something is wrong, okay, or something went wrong with the server. Now let's come over here. I'm going to remove this. Okay, so here my error is bad response, request returned an invalid status code 401. Now, of course, it just gave you 401, but we don't exactly know what does this 401 means. Okay, so we can actually format it the better way so that it's human readable, which means that actually we can convert this 401 to kind of a string, but of course it will not auto convert. We have to do it our way, so we'll do that. But over here, let me put it over here. So here would say my, okay, or app request data and app response data. App response data, okay, app error data, app error data. All right, so now with this, it looks a little better because I'm going to keep it here for a long time, because we are here and we are doing this HTTP request, where we might get a lot of error. All right, so hopefully it makes sense that why it's happening and how it's happening. our next job would be actually go ahead and creating a new method. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, we are going to create a method, and it's create error entity. All right, and inside this, it will take deal exception, and we can call it error. And over here, we want to actually return something. Okay, what do we return? We're gonna say it later. Now here inside this, we're gonna use a switch statement, and here error.type. Now inside this, so the type of error we are going to catch. Now here we'll have a few error. So because we are using switch statement, we have to use case. So if you don't know what is switch statement, is whatever the type is there, go through them one by one and check them. There could be different types. Each type could match with certain subtypes. So that's why here we are saying case. So now here inside this, we would say deal exception type actually dot connection timeout, this one, which means that we most probably not able to connect with the server. All right, okay. So if this matches, actually here we want to return something like this, return error entity, the class that we created. Now inside this, here we might have say a certain error code, say -1 is our error code, and here message is connection timed out, which means that we couldn't connect to the server. All right, and over here actually you want to do error entity, even though it's a method, but we are returning error entity type, and it looks like it needs a default switch case. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so this is the default one. You should always have a default one. Add missing switch cases. Actually, we did. It wants you to add more of them. And there are more. Let me see. What else? Oh my God, there are a lot of them. There is the way to do it one at a time. Looks like yes. Okay, and now over here, you see each of them, they have this different kind of error. Now over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and put it here. Send timed out. Send timed out. Return. Okay, right. Receive timed out. Receive timed out. Okay, bad SSL certificate. Bad SSL certificates. And bad response would be server canceled it. Server canceled it. Connection error. All right, and then here we would say unknown error. So here we have this view of this. Now I know it looks like a lot of code just to catch the error. So what's going to happen over here? We are going to catch error from here, from this one. And well, if we have error, we know that this section would get triggered automatically. And if it does, then actually we can go ahead and call this create error entity, and you internally it would call this class over here. Okay, all right, so that's what we are trying to do. Now let's go ahead and do that. Simply we could do create error entity, and all we need to do, we need to pass E, right? Because if you go and check that, it takes exception. So E is our exception over here. All right, so it's going to do that. And then actually here we could say error entity, create an object out of it, and error info. All right, like this. Now, actually we want to, in fact, okay, let's go ahead and run and see how things go for so far. All right, so here it says, still says that invalid and return error data. Looks like nothing changed over here. Okay, now why? Let's check it. So here everything's been done, but only one thing hasn't been done, is this section over here, the bad response. Okay, here you could print bad response, and then return error entity and say, okay, for now, go ahead with -1. We'll change it. Server bad response. Well, I'm going to go ahead and actually restart. Sorry, there is a typo. Response. So you see that now we have this error, and this error actually falls to bad response type. You know, let me go ahead and remove this because it looks like a lot of things, which is causing at least a problem for me. And I want to format it better so that it's more readable. All right. Okay, I know there are a few typos. We'll fix that. So here it should be cancelled, right? Okay, good. So there's this bad response. So now we fall back to this one, 401, right? Now, in general, most of the time you will have bad response from server. Not really connection timed out, send timed out, this one. This doesn't really happen a lot, very few. Because these are initial error. This happens during the initial development phase, most probably your settings error. Once the error is done, most of the error comes from server. So this would be our focus point to work with DO exceptions and also handling server error. Okay, so our next job is to pass this error info to another method and process it there. All right, so here we could do it like this. Let's go ahead and create a method, and here we can say void on error, and it would take error entity, the class that we created, and we can call it e-info. It doesn't matter, you can call it anything you like. Okay, so we're gonna pass that error to it. So now let's go ahead and do it at the top over here. So here we can just simply say on error and error info, and that's it. Okay, and after that we'll come over here and process it as it is necessary. So first we can also print a message. Here we can say error code, whatever the code is, that we can print it on the screen, I mean on our terminal, and error info, error info.code, because we know that it has a code object. And then over here we can say error.message e-info.message, right, like this. Okay, now there will be many types of error messages, I mean error code. We need to process that. So here we're going to use a switch statement one more time,
and here einfo.code. This is something that we are going to use, and we'll see which one matches. So here case 401. All right, now 401 in general is permission denied. Now the reason for permission denied could be tons of reasons. Okay, it could be just tons of reasons. So for now over here we're gonna say print your permission denied, or you're denied to continue. You are denied to continue. Okay, all right. Once you do that, actually from here you could do navigation, go to a page to tell the user, because of course user won't be able to see this one, right? Yeah, so we need to do something like going to a new page, or pop up a new navigation screen, go to a new route, anywhere you want. Okay, so that's the first one. And then over here we could do break, and then we can also do, there's another one which is called case say 500, and then print internal server error. Now once again this could be tons of different reasons. All right, and then we'll have default one. With the default, of course, we also have to have break. All right, and here it's a print unknown error. All right, okay, so this is something that we are passing over here. Okay, now let's come over here. So this is where this bad response actually we are talking about. But in fact, for bad response, we don't want to show a code where it says -1, because in general, the response from your server, that's very special, the code. Okay, they have a special meaning as well. So here we could do like this. Here we could do one more time, switch statement. And why? Because from server, you can actually encounter a lot of errors. Okay, a lot of errors. So you don't know which one is that. So you have to match one by one. So how to match this one? So here is this thing. So here we could do like let us see at the top. So here we do have error and a type, right? Now here we could do error dot response dot status code, this one. So we're gonna match our status code, and gonna be here. Looks like you need to say here is a response is not null. Do it like this. Okay, now a lot of them. Now right now here we could do case say 400. Okay, and then here let me go ahead and cut this one. Okay, or copy this one. You can put this error entity. Now here we're gonna send say 400, and or whatever the status code is. This is the same thing. You can here say request syntax error. So if you have error in your syntax, it returns this. All right, okay, and then you can also do, well, we are already returning, so we don't need to do break. You could do case 401, and let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. Okay, let me remove this. We don't need this one anymore. Now here the status code is, we assume 401. That's why it fall into this category. And then here you can say permission denied. Permission denied. All right, so now if we come over here, this is the error entity. This becomes an object. Okay, let's come back to this one. So we come over here, it returns us an object, and that object is this one. Then we pass to this, and then over here, yeah, we can say, well, you can also match case 400 if you want, which we already had over there. 400 print, we can say server syntax error, and then here you could do break. All right, so these are the few things that we can just now take care. So this object would be here, and then we are printing it on the console, and then we're also printing it one more time like this. Okay, all right, now I know it's a little bit too much right now going on. I'm going to explain this again so that it makes sense. And let me see my server. Okay, my server is running. All right, so we could do a test. About it. So let's run our code and we'll see how things go. All right, and in fact this is perfect, and this is all we wanted. Okay, and there are some unnecessary logs. I think this is the time that we can remove that. I don't want to see them, so let's comment that out. We just want to focus on this one. Okay, so whatever is being printed from here. So here error code is this, and permission denied, you are denied to continue, and perfect. Okay, now this was our reason. The reason was because you see on front end over here, we are trying to log in, but to log in, we know that we need to give some code over here, right? Special, information, not code, like name, email, things like that, but we are not giving anything. And if you don't give anything over here, we get this error, 401 error, right? Okay, so this 401, we are catching over here. So that's so far so good, perfect. And now let's go ahead and make a syntax error. And we want to see whether we get this syntax error or not. Okay, over here, so just remove this and save it. Okay, and let's continue if we can catch this error or not. Yes, well, server bad response, it's still we get a bad response and unknown error. Here we're gonna pass some data, and we're gonna pass data, say, in our query parameter sections, and I'm gonna post all the data, the one that I have, and I can reformat that so that you understand. So query parameters, my name, email, avatar, OpenID, and this one. Now I have copied OpenID and type. The OpenID is unique. I have gotten the OpenID from here actually. So this is the one that I was using before during login, remember, so during registration, first time when you use OpenID, and this is saved in database. So you must send the correct one, but in future we'll send it from Google, but here we are just simulating. So this is a random string, but make sure that whatever the OpenID you have used during registration, you have to use the same OpenID here. Okay, it's very important. Why? Because you see, when you very first time come here, this part get executed, right? But second time on, this doesn't get executed. This executes over here, this section and this section. So next time when you come and try to log in with the same email account, of course it looks for, you see, it tries to match your type and OpenID and looks from the database, see the information exists or not. If it doesn't exist, of course it goes there. If it exists, it comes over here, right? Okay, cool. All right, and here if you go to if you see over here, we are trying to use a post method, right? And then we have this query parameters. Once again, this is all for debugging and understanding purpose. So here you'll see that we have object and query parameters and options.
Now someone can pass the data as data, but I can pass it using query parameters because it is string, which is a map. So eventually over here, when you get the data, we are using data as map, right? I mean, this is PHP, but it is also more like a map, the one that we see in Dart. It does look a little different. But to make sure that you comment out password, because we actually don't need a password because we are logging using email. So anyway, so that's why we have this one. Now let's go ahead and hit start. All right, and looks like we have this internal error. I'm not sure why though. Yes, it says that internal error. Now it shouldn't be an internal error though. Of course, it is reporting from here that something is wrong. Now, if we try the same one from here and try to do a match, okay, I know the type is wrong. It should be 2. Why? If you see even our Postman, the type ID is 2. Okay, type ID is 2, and this is what we have used during log registration first time. All right, so now let's go ahead and hit it. And here looks like there is no issue this time. All right, so that, what does it mean? Does it mean that we are successful? Most probably we are, and of course we didn't hit any error. Now we could be smart. We can print a log in many different places, and I want to print the log on response. Okay, now let's restart it. Beautiful. So this is the same thing that we see as we have seen on our Postman. Okay, I know this has been a long tutorial over here regarding this interceptors, but this is one of the most important part of an app building, where you know how to handle the error and how to handle the error correctly so that your app doesn't crash. Okay, so that you don't do wrong things, and based on this you know that things go wrong. All right, it's one of the most important thing, and a lot of people they ignore. Now of course, if we do have error in future, we'll see how to build this one. Okay, because right now we are all doing a lot of things, but it looks like the app is not progressing. So in next section we'll build a repo for our sign-in controller, and we'll call out the repo. And of course we don't want to call this thing from here anymore, so you can just simply go ahead and remove that, right? Yeah, so next section we are going to work on building a repo so that actually we can get the information, talk to server, and save our token.
So now this time actually we are going to go ahead and build our repos. Now we already have a sign-in folder, and so this we have this repos, sign-in repos, and over here we can also use one. This is called a static login. So here we are going to create a login method, and then over here actually inside this we are going to get login request entity. It could be empty, so that's why we make it nullable, params. All right, and after that over here what do we need to do? We need to call http util.post. Now this package is not recognized. Let's go ahead and import it. I want to import as a package, actually library, like this. And then over here, well, what do you see that I think what do we need? Instance member post cannot be accessed using static modifier await, and then here we do var and response. All right, and let's go ahead and do async over here. All right, and over here we have to do it like this, post, because if you don't do like this, it becomes static. This direct dot operator right after a class name is becomes like static modifier. Now we don't have these issues. Now the first thing we have to do, API login, right? And then the second one is we learned that we can actually go ahead and pass things like this, so which is like a JSON format, right? Like here, name, whatever it is, the best tag. So we could pass like this, but now of course this becomes hard-coded. We don't want to do that, but we know that we have this params coming over here, right? First we'll assign them to query params, and then we'll get params, this object, and it has a toJSON method. That's the method that we are going to invoke. And over here, since it's nullable, either you could say nullable and the error should be gone. So it would return us a response. All right, okay. Now that response, actually here we are going to pass and return over here. Now how are you going to return? Now over here we'll have user login response entity from JSON, this one, and inside this, whatever the response, we'll pass that one to it. Now let's see what it does. So if you come over here, so it takes map, and we know that from server the response we get, that is map, and since this is a map, we can assign them. We can take each of the fields from it, like code, message, and data, assigned to it. The question is, in our backend, are we returning this? Looks like my backend was not running, so let me close this and restart my backend, this one. All right, so I'm going to restart the server over here. Sorry about that. Okay, right, so let's go ahead and do that. Anyway, so what are we returning? Here you see that we are returning, if we are successful, actually we are returning status, message, and token, like that. And so this is something that we are returning, which doesn't match with our front end. If you see over here, front end need code, message, and data. Now let's go to our Postman, and I'm sorry, I closed everything. I had to restart my computer, so that's why my server, Postman, everything was down. So let me go ahead and work on this. So this was something here, and let's see what does it return us. So here it does return us these things, status, message, and token, like that. Okay, so we're gonna have to go ahead and change them. So over here, I mean, this is the correct response that we are going to return, right? So here we are going to have I think, what do you see? Let's see, code, message, and data. So this should be our data, not exactly token. This is the correct one. All right, now instead of code, instead of status, we can return code, and code is 200. Okay, and this is the message, and this is the data, and which is actually matching with our front end return style, 200 code, message. But now that message on the front end is MSG, so we're gonna do MSG over here as well, MSG. All right, let's go ahead and save it, and we're gonna try it on Postman now. So yeah, code, message, and data, and this is the correct one, code, message, and data. Now we also see that data has a lot of field. So that's why we process data using another one, which is called from JSON. So inside this, we're gonna have this match: access token, token name, description, avatar, online, and the type. So these are the few things that we can actually match. All right, some of the fields might not match directly, like token name would match, avatar would match, type would match. This one might be null because nothing is there, and we also said that these things are nullable. Okay, and that's fine. Okay, all right, so that's what's going to happen. So let's go ahead and check on that. I think we are done with this over here. Okay, cool. So this is perfect. Okay, well, even if you don't let's see, static user, I think you can also mention the type over here, actually, like future, and the type should be this one. Yes, this is more like the other one. Okay, so now we can return the object. So over here we are returning something like this type. Okay, all right, now we're gonna come back to our controller over here, and we said something like this, that this is where we want to go ahead and call our object. So now to call it, definitely you see over here we are passing avatar name, email, OpenID, and everything else. Okay, all right, but right now the problem is we already have an OpenID in our database. So right now it will go ahead and search with this OpenID. Remember, async post takes everything from here, and it also get OpenID, but this OpenID is coming from Google. Previously we have hard-coded OpenID over here, I mean our own OpenID, but this is not valid. So eventually we're gonna have to match with our Google's OpenID. So what we could do, few things I could do. The first thing, definitely what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this app. Okay, that's one. And I'm gonna go to our database. Now I'm on MySQL Workbench over here. So I'm going to work on, actually this is my database, because I also have a block version of this app, so I wanted to differentiate between them. Now here, this user thing, so we already have few records. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this. So if you have database, you should also do that and apply it. Okay, make sure it takes effects. To know that it takes effects or not, you can always refresh like this. You say it's all empty, nothing is there. So that's fine. All right, okay, so nothing is there anymore. Now over here I can go ahead and call this one sign in repo. I'm gonna copy this over here. So here, let's talk to the server. Dot login. Okay, and for login we are passing login request entity login. Well, I think we need to help this one first. All right, and now here it should be how, oh, I think we are passing that inside params, or as params actually. Login request entity. Okay, we'll get that one. Fine. So this is where we are calling with the given things. All right, and then what else? Over here I'm gonna check if result dot code. Remember, result has a code variable which is coming from the backend. If that has 200, which means in that case we are catching it, right? Okay, so I'm going to copy all of it, or all of it from here, and then put it inside this. So So we'll only execute this thing once we are 200. Otherwise, we are not going to do that. Now this thing, hard-coded thing, we also don't need it anymore. Okay, because now we're going to use actual data. So result.data. All right, so this is something that we are going to pass. And over here is the same thing. So here we would also do JSON encode and result.data.access token, this one. Now here I say data is not empty. I guess that's what we need. All right. So with this, everything would be saved in the local storage. All right, and then after that we are going to navigate to a new page. And well, I don't think we need JSON encode for this, because this would be already a string actually, as we're accessing that one, and not avatar, and that should be access token, this one. And let me see what's going on. Okay. All right, so we are saying it's not. All right, and after that over here we can just simply do else and toast info login error. All right, that's what we want.
Okay, now we are ready to go ahead for sign in. But before we sign in, actually we should be taking care of another thing. Remember, we just removed our app, and we also want to do everything from the scratch. So here we have this sign up controller. Over here we want to attach our photo URL, because right now our server is ready. So here we could do string photo URL equal, over here, uploads and default.png. Okay, so this is something that we want to upload, and then here we would do await credential.user.update photo URL. So that's what we want. Okay, right, so this would be in our well, it should be photo URL. Okay, right, so this should be in our actually server. So this path is server path actually. Then it would be saved over here in Google, and then we'll read it back on the front end from your Google server and show it over here as well. Okay, all right. And not only that, because this server we can also access from our app directly, because this refers to actually server URL. Okay, all right, so that's why we would be able to access it from here. Okay, now we need to go and do two things. Make sure that we have uploads directory, and as well as default image. And we also need to go to our Firebase and remove the old registration information and redo everything. I'm gonna open up my server over here, and I'll see our folder over here. That folder should be public uploads. Yeah, this one. Now inside this, I'm going to drag and drop default.png. You can also check it out from the resources section and download it and put it there. This one. Okay, so that's the first thing. All right. And well, because previously we have already logged in our app, like if you see this one, right? So I'm going to delete this account, so nothing is there. So here's the perfect time. So I'm going to restart my app, or our app, and then here we are. After this, I'm going to go ahead and click. I'm going to do registration over here, and yeah, it's the best tech email at thebesttech.com and password. So I'm doing a re-registration so that this time we get correct. So we do see that over here it's a correct response, and this is beautiful. Now I need to check my email that I have gotten an email. Yes, I have gotten already. So I'm going to click on that and confirm. Hopefully I will see, yes, it says that verification done. Beautiful. Now I'm going to come over here, info at thebesttech.com. all right, and let's see if we can sign in or log in successfully or not. All right, yes, we do have an internal error. Now this internal error tells you, okay, first thing, it's a beautifully given error, right? This is what we have worked hard, and well, from this message, internal error means syntax error or given less information, okay? Because that's why it didn't know what to do. For example, I see there is a space over here, so this could be a problem. Now let's go ahead and check that what are the information that we need in our backend. So if we are okay, first time it was done, and for login we need avatar type, name, email, OpenID. Avatar type, name, email, OpenID, everything is done. And here's, we're gonna see some of this information. Okay, email, phone number is null, photo, URL, password, UID. Okay, well, but of course this is coming from pretty much from our Google. Okay, so here's the thing. The other way to know that if we are missing any information or not, let's come over here. Let's go to this sign in repo over here. And over here I could print before actually go to server, given info. All right, so over here I want to, this is I think we need to convert it to string JSON, encode this one, and object is params. All right, okay, now let's see what's going on. So here I'm gonna do info at thebesttech.com, and it looks like the password was saved, but our email was not saved. We will also check that later. User logged in. Most probably I didn't refresh it. Let's go ahead and do that. Here, info at thebesttech.com. I'm sure you're facing the same issue or not. If you're not facing, well, that's perfect. Okay, given info type, name, description is null, email, phone number is, are we passing any kind of phone number? Let's check. Given info, oh right, it's coming from the whole object, so it's printing everything, and OpenID. Okay, right. Now, since this is not working like this, here we are going to go ahead to our Postman. So over here, let's try this. So I'm going to, well, this is email ID. Well, I know the email ID. or avatar, doesn't matter. All I need to do, need to copy this one because this has to be the correct one. OpenID is 1. Type is 1. OpenID is this one, and the email is info@thebesttech. info@thebesttech. And let's see what's going on. Right. So here you see that password hash must be of type string and array given. So this is actually causing 500 internal error. So it's talking about password, and it's an array given, but it wants a string. Okay, but in fact we were not using password, right? This one. Okay, cool. And what else? And this is the error. Always go back, come back, and try it on Postman. All right, so I'm going to try it one more time here. info@thebesttech.com. And we still have an issue. Okay. And if we still have the issue, we can still continue to check it from here. Okay, right. So this is another problem with default value. So actually, in fact, we can open up our MySQL over here, users, columns. So let me change the table. Alter table, this one. We don't need password, this field actually, because we don't need it anyway. So what I'm going to do, either I could say it could be null, that's fine, or the other option is we just go ahead and delete that, but I don't see any option over here. Okay, I saw one, and apply. You need to save it, right? Okay. All right, let's try it one more time. We also need to take care of why email is not being saved, but the password is being saved. That's strange. Yes, beautiful. We just logged in, and this is awesome. All right. Okay, cool. Now next we'll try it from Android. Okay, so this is our Android device, and now I'm going to go ahead and log in over here and see whether it works correctly or not. So here I'm going to type in my email address, thebesttech.com, and then here 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All right, now it didn't log in, and over here we see that unknown error. This time the error didn't really report, so what it did over here, it just fell back to this condition. Now over here you might not have the same problem. Once again, I might have it. There are reasons why. Now one thing we could do over here, we could have it like this. So just go ahead and print this one. Okay, and let's go ahead and restart it one more time, otherwise it might not take effect. So I'm going to have it now this way at thebesttech.com, and the password. Yes, now this time we see a little more. So some of the exceptions are not inside this exception type, the one we have seen over here, like exception type, it's not there. I'm not sure why not. At least I couldn't find it, but if you print it, it would be there. Now this is log, you can always put it because I think it's an important log. Let's go ahead and use the library to have it here for permanent, and you can also put it here as well, because this is very important log since we are dealing with network request. Anyway, so it tells you here that connection refused address. I know it because over here in this case I was using this one, but I'm on Android, so I can also choose to use this one. Right now let's go ahead and restart, and hopefully we'll see that it's gone. All right, So let's go ahead and do it. Okay, so hopefully we'll see that this time we're able to log in. Yes, we did, and beautiful. Okay, so everything else is fine. Okay, now yes, we have some issues. The other issue is like the just now we saw in the login field, like if you fail to log in, it raises the email, and then it just shows it erases email, and it just shows the password. But this is something that we don't want, so we need to work on that why is that happening. Okay, so here my problem was that I think I was doing some test, and due to that reason, in sign-in controller over here, this field actually I commented out. So that's why there was no controller to get connected with the UI. So that was causing the problem. Now, since this is I uncommented out, it should be fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Now I think we can do test. We should get. So now let's try it. I can try something different, but of course this time it will not work again, because I mean, if you know. All right, so we see that this is over here, but it didn't go somewhere or anywhere, right? Well, this is the exception. Okay, that's happening this because I just changed my device back to iOS, so I have to change it to this one. Once again, you might not have this problem at all, because before I record each section, I do some tests to make sure everything goes smoothly. All right, okay, so that's why it might be the reason that why we are not able to, well, I mean, in my case, I had so many errors because some testing, I reset things. All right, so this is beautiful. All right, so now we need to work on this thing step by step. Now, since we have this user profile photo, our next step should be showing the profile photo here. All right, so we already talked about that we are going to work on this. So this image, we are going to show it over here, and how we are going to do that. Well, the first thing you have to know that previously we have seen that this image should be actually this one, right? Okay, but this is an URL, as you can see, which is coming from server. But now the image we see over here is pretty much hard-coded. We know that. So we need to convert, or not convert actually, we need to show this, replace this image with the image link over here, which means that we are going to load it from network, and this is where async notifier or async notifier provider comes into play, because this operation would be asynchronous. So that's why we have to use async notifier provider. Well, the first thing is that we know that this information is saved. This one, the whole information is saved in our local storage, right? So we have to first retrieve this information from local storage, and then we have to retrieve or show this image from the our server, right? Okay, now retrieving this information from local storage itself is also asynchronous operation. So this is where, once again, async notifier provider would help us. So, well, first go ahead and look for our file, which is called home.dart, and over there we'll see that our header is this one. Over here we do have this home app bar, right? Home app bar over here, this is the image, this is the widget that's showing this image. And for now we know that if we go deep down, it is using this profile image. Profile image is actually this one. This is the default image. Anyway, so eventually we are going to replace this one over here, right? So that's what we want to do. So the first thing, we have to generate async notifier provider for this image. Now this image path, as I said earlier, that it resides inside this shared storage, which we have printed before actually this information which we have printed before. Okay, so we need to retrieve that. All right, To retrieve that, first actually we need to retrieve it using asynchronous operation. So over here, that's why we are going to use Riverpod async notifier provider. So here I'll have Riverpod annotation, and I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to say over here home user profile, like that, and it's going to extend over here home user profile. That's it. Okay. Now, as I was saying, that we need to use async notifier provider, and how actually we do that? Well, of course, there is nothing called async notifier provider here in our app, and you cannot write async notifier provider and you don't do anything. So there is a special keyword which is called future or. Okay, future or. So this special type, and inside this you have to mention which object you want to turn into future. So when you convert an object to a future, that becomes actually async provider. I mean, if we use Riverpod. So here we need to say our user data. I think user data, this is the one that actually holds user information. Let's go ahead and take a look. Well, it looks like it's not taking me anywhere. And then over here I'll have build method. So we're going to take a look at that very soon. And over here it might say that you need to use okay, the first thing you need to use override. So you need to override the build method from the parent class, and over here we need to return something. And what do you want to return? Okay, so return over here, we're going to return global dot storage. Looks like we need to import it. Go ahead and do that. This package. All right. Dot storage service dot get user profile. This one. All right. And what else? Do you have any issues over here? Okay. Okay. Looks like it is not user data. Most probably it's user profile. Right. It should be actually user profile. So it was saying that go ahead and replace this. Now the issue is gone. Now it says remove remove this override annotation. All right, okay, let's go ahead and do that according to. So anyway, so this user profile is the class that stores user information. One more time is this one, right? So everything over here relates to this one. Now this information is being saved. We know that once we log in, right? So it's saved in our local storage. If you wonder how it was saved, I can show it you from here. So that was in our sign-in controller. Remember, once we log in over here, after logging in over here, you see that this JSON encode, it takes the whole data about user and put it over here. Okay, and then let's come over here. And then this get user profile, this is exactly, it retrieves this user profile key and then converts this thing into actually user profile, right? We know that. So this is something that we want to get. So what we are trying to say over here, so we are saying, okay, get this information. And what does that mean? When I say get this information, retrieve this from our local storage, okay? Now, retrieving this from local storage makes it asynchronous, all right? So that's why we say that over here, to retrieve this information and show the information on the UI, we have to use async notifier provider. Now, since we have used this future or, it will turn this provider into async notifier provider, all right? Okay, now I'm gonna come over here in this terminal and I want to type in, not this one actually. So I'm going to type in this one and it's going to make output and it's running. Looks like it should be successful, and I think it did. It did, because the error is gone, right? Now if you go ahead and take a look at our file over here, and we're going to see over here, okay, no issue. Yes, it showed up. Eventually it showed up. Sorry. And over here, wow, so this is something over here, you see that async notifier provider has been generated. So of course, It's async notifier provider, but at the same time, it's auto dispose async notifier provider. I mean, we have learned it before that. Okay, so pretty much all the default providers are all auto dispose, but now here it also tagged over here. It's an async notifier provider, which is very different from this one. You see, this is just a notifier provider. Idea is, in general, when you generate notifier provider or generate provider in Riverpod using the new tool, then these are all notifier provider, which means that they don't do any asynchronous operation like normal data type like this. But once you just have mentioned over here, like return type should be future, then it automatically generates async notifier provider, which we can see it over here. Right, so that's the big difference. Now this is when it generates, it does a lot of things internally. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, so that's it's or her business to continue that how it becomes asynchronous. Okay, that's not our business. All we need to do, need to mention it over here. Okay, so you are you are going to do asynchronous operation or asynchronous data retrieving or whatever you say. Okay, so the idea is it has to be something that you retrieve, get data, or something that you need to await. Of course, if you want to retrieve data from local storage, you have to await, right? We know that. Anyway, so that's been done, and that's also helped us to understand the difference between notifier provider and async notifier provider. All right, now being said that, we need to come to our home page over here. Now, as we are saying, that this one over here, this app bar, we want to make and show the image from the server, right? Now, first thing, since let me see, we are inside consumer stateful widget, so actually we can pass the ref object. Now if we pass the ref object, it will throw an error, so we need to get it over here as well. So here we do widget ref. Okay, all right, so now we'll see that the error should be gone. Yes, right. Okay, now since we are over here, actually we'd be able to get our profile state. So here I can say profile state. Since we have access to ref objects, so we could do ref.watch. And then over here you want to get, what was it? So home user profile provider. This is the one that you want to get. All right, beautiful. So now this is gonna return us something, and this something is going to return in await format, async await, which is a future type. So we need to wrap this around something called like this, profile state dot when. Okay, so it's more like it's going to retrieve the data, and then it's going to show you the data. And if it can't retrieve the data, if it has error, so the error would be shown over here as well. Okay, all right, now for error itself, over here you can show error and loading, things like that. Now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to whatever is being coming from this profile state, I'm going to grab it in this data variable, and then I'm going to return it like this. Okay, so the error is gone. So now what's happening over here? Now this could be a new concept. Previously we just return gesture data, returning a widget, right? With this, it still returns a widget, as you can see over here, this arrow function, which tells us that we are returning something, right? So we still have a widget over here, but it does something before it shows it on the UI and returns. So that's what is happening over here. Okay, and how to work with this one? Now, the error itself takes something called error, and I think called stack. I mean, after this, you can just simply go ahead and return a container, empty container. You don't need to show anything, and for loading itself, it doesn't take anything. Once again, you can just go ahead and return an empty container for now, but we are going to optimize that. Okay, definitely you can optimize it. So if it has error, if it cannot load, actually you can show a default image, right? In fact, we could return it over here as our image. What image? So this is the image that actually we can go ahead and copy and put it over here. But instead of menu, we're gonna profile. This is the default profile photo in our image folder, in our resources folder. So if this image that we are going to retrieve from the server, this one, if it fails, then we're going to show this one. All right, and the loading itself just empty container, because I don't want to show any loading icon, at least for now, over here. Now anyway, so it's going to give us this data, right, which is being retrieved from here, and we want to pass the data to this image over here. You see, you can pass an image path. As you can see, currently it's showing the default one, but we want to show an image path, and how we are going to do that. So now, since we have access to this data, actually this data, remember, is different from this one. This is the data retrieved. Okay, it holds all of our information. Of course, if you want, you can also change it to different, say, value. It will still work. Okay, now here, value. So here we're going to pass it like this: image path value dot avatar. Okay, because we know that whatever it's returning, it has this avatar object. Now we do have a few issues. First thing, okay, a type of null cannot be assigned to the string in a const constructor. So here we are going to remove this, because say it could be null, but here, because we retrieved it, so here we are saying that, okay, I know that I have retrieved it as information, so I'm going to say that this is not going to be null. All right, okay, so let's go ahead and hit it. So this image would have the image path, right? Okay, image path. And what image path actually we are talking about? Okay, so let's go ahead and auto load. All right, and we might have an issue. Okay, at least, well, that's gone. So there is this issue that we don't see anything, right? So that's one problem, because it threw up an exception over here. It's unable to load. It doesn't really know what is this path, right? Now, of course, we have to provide extra path to it. So we can open up our const file over here. Now this is the server URL, right? Okay, now I can just attach server URL and try to visit that. Okay, and this is something that we can do it right away. So let's come over here inside this, and I want to assign the value like this, actually. So here I'll have app consts, because we are getting it from networks, so we need to mention our server URI. Okay, all right, and after doing that one over here, we could do like this, but this might throw an error. Let me do it like this. But it looks like this still has errors. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this, then I'm going to put it like this, and then I'm going to put it inside this. But now this one also has to be dynamic variable, so I'm going to cut this, and okay, now it should work, right? Okay, so this whole thing become dynamic. Okay, so this is our server URI, this is avatar. So what we are expecting that let me go ahead and close this. We also don't need this one. So whatever it is, and after that we put uploads default, and we'd be able to visit our image and show it on the UI. So that's what we're expecting. Let me close it down over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, and we still don't see. Okay, and it looks like it's still the image issues. Now here it says that, okay, well, you said that there is an image in this path, but I cannot load it. So what we could do right now, we can actually try to see if we can visit this one on the URL in our browser or not. Yes, looks like we can. Here we can't. Why not? So let's go ahead and check this one. So this is asset image, right? Now there is this problem I can see, because we are loading network image, but here we said decorate asset image, right? So we need to change it. So we need to change it to network image. All right, now let's go ahead and restart. Beautiful. So we just load our image from the network, and at the same time we also have maintained the state. Everything happened through async notifier over here. So once again, if we see the controller, our controller over here, we have defined our local storage information, that would be async notifier type, and we load it, and after loading it we first send our ref object to our app bar widget, and then over here we got the related async notifier provider. Remember, this is our async notifier provider, and then we dissect it, we unzip the information inside it. We unzip it using this when, and at the same time we have set error and loading state. Okay, all right, now we still need to work a bit on this, but you get the basic idea. So, and every data is provided inside this variable, whatever it is there, you can grab that one, and after that if you have other properties you can also get them, and related information you can show it on the UI. So that's how actually async notifier provider works.